Hey, sister to all. I'll be starting in just a minute. Thanks, Lennon. I'm glad you like it. It's actually more than just the stream starting logo. Hello, 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 everybody. Good morning, good evening. How's everyone doing today? I'm doing all right, better than yesterday, Lennon. I wanted to stream yesterday, but unfortunately, my disability wanted to disable me. And I mean, like, the audacity, I know, but there's nothing I can really do at that point. But we're doing better today. Today's day one of me quitting smoking again. I have succeeded with quitting vaping, at least. It's been like 3 weeks. I wonder where Doge is with the new dome. Doge doesn't exist, and the new dome has been something that we've wanted to do for ages. It was just illegal to do until recently. We used to have a treaty that prevented putting missiles in space, and now we don't have that treaty, which is why we can put missiles in space for the Golden Dome, because that's how that works, by the way. It's not a ground-to-air interception system. It is a space interception system. Ideally, hopefully still while in space and not space to air, because then, you know, if one of those miss, that would be really, really bad. All right, look, we got a lot to cover today. I'm gonna start off with Israel because everyone hates talking about Israel and the viewer count drops dramatically whenever we do. So it's best to just get it right out the gate, and then we can talk about some good news after. Sometimes I wake up and I feel as though I'm 85. I know your illness. I am actually a 7,000-year-old being in the body of a 65-year-old that just happens to look 30. It's a space-to-space air interception. Thank you, Shard. All right, let's jump to Israel. We have an interesting set of developments here. Europe seems to be done fucking around. So first, just yesterday, we had the UK threaten not only the end of trade relations, but threatened to put sanctions on Israel yesterday. We had France as well as Canada jumping in, saying not only do you need to let aid into Gaza, but also to stop the military campaign, neither of which they've done. Oh, thank you, Headless Chicken. I appreciate that. And so, Europe's mad.
Well, a little earlier, the foreign policy chief of the European Union, Kaja Kallas, had this to say.
The situation in Gaza is catastrophic.
Yeah.
The aid that Israel has allowed in is, of course, welcomed, but it's a drop in the ocean. Aid must flow immediately.
There has been no aid that's actually, like, it's been allowed in, but after this speech, we found reports that none of that aid that was let in was actually distributed, and it was baby food.
Without obstruction and at scale, because this is what is needed. It is clear from today's discussion that there is a strong majority in favor of review of Article 2 of our association agreement with Israel. So we will launch this exercise, and in the meantime, it is up to Israel to unblock the humanitarian aid.
Look, we could keep going on this, but you're going to see that this news from a day ago is already kind of outdated. For one, we can see this from just a couple hours ago. Yes, I know it's never fun to listen to Hitler talk, but bear with me because the next thing is wild. So this is Netanyahu saying they're not stopping, they're not going to let in any aid, they're not going to stop until they have all of Gaza under Israeli control.
אם תהיה הזדמנות להפסקת אש זמנית, להחזרת חטופים נוספים, ואני רוצה להדגיש, הפסקת אש זמנית,
You've never been prepared for any kind of ceasefire,
כוחותינו
it
תופסים
doesn't
עוד
matter, blah, blah,
ועוד
blah.
שטחים,
What's up,
כדי
Brain Matter?
לנקות אותם ממחבלים ומתשתיות הטרור של החמאס. ובסוף המהלך הזה, כל שטחי רצועת עזה יהיו בשליטה ביטחונית של ישראל, והחמאס יוכרע כליל.
Oh, yeah, you're right, Schwartzberg. You are right. But it gets worse. But this only goes to show how much the Europeans are alienating themselves from American foreign policy. They are truly setting their own path. This is the only real use for everyone supporting Israel is because America wants them for their own geopolitical interests. This is true. But also, America seems to be moving a little bit away from Israel as well, as we'll see later in this. But today, just actually like within the last hour or two, Israel fired shots at European diplomats in the West Bank. Like, they're not making this easy on themselves. They fired at European diplomats in the West Bank.
Pandemonium as the group of diplomats comes under fire. Representatives from Canada, Italy, Belgium, the UK, and many other countries.
That's a lot of European countries.
From Canada, Italy, Belgium, the UK, and many other countries were on their way to observe the humanitarian situation in the Jenin refugee camp.
Shard, I have to say, I have seen quite a bit of posts saying I support military intervention to end the Gaza genocide today. So, like, I mean, that's not going to happen. Not yet, at least. We're not there yet, but that's wild to see. And it wasn't like just lefties. It wasn't people with like a sickle and a cross in their name saying that.
Camp on a trip organized by the Palestinian Authority.
I mean, they've already been threatened with sanctions.
The Israeli
by
military
Europe.
said its troops fired warning shots after the delegation deviated from the approved route. No one was injured. Italy,
Thankfully.
Spain and France are summoning Israel's ambassadors to explain the incident. And the EU's foreign policy chief has called for an investigation.
We definitely call on Israel to investigate
Oh my
this.
God, why? Why, you fucking pussy? Why let them investigate their own fucking crime? It was your people who got shot. God, I hope that, like, the actual countries in the EU have a bit more balls to them than this.
Incident and also held these accountable who are responsible for this, and any threats on diplomats' lives are unacceptable.
The incident comes as pressure is building in Europe on Israel to end its blockade and allow aid into Gaza. In the Vatican, Pope Leo XIV called for measures to alleviate the suffering of people.
It's the whole world now against them. I mean, like, for the vast majority of this, yes, the whole world was against them, but the governments of these countries weren't, you know, speaking out the way that the people were. No, now it's fucking kind of everybody. This is stupidity on the level of the CIA investigating themselves after the JFK assassination. Well, yes, and realistically, that's not how this is going to work. Israel investigating itself is not going to make this go away. They've gone far too far now. They've finally crossed Europe's red line. I mean, look at this. 14,000 babies are at risk of dying in the next 48 hours in Gaza if aid doesn't reach them. This was 2 days ago. 2 days ago, guys.
The situation in the Gaza Strip is increasingly worrying and painful. I renew my heartfelt appeal to allow access for decent humanitarian aid and to end the hostilities, whose heartbreaking price is paid by children, the elderly and the sick.
Many are taking to the streets to denounce the atrocities committed in Gaza. This is where members of the European Parliament joined activists denouncing the
I
war.
think part of the problem is that most European countries use Israeli counterterrorism intel and are probably afraid of it. Yeah, that's kind of the issue. It's been the issue for a while, is that not only are a lot of European economies intertwined with Israel, but a lot of European defense is intertwined with Israel. Funny enough, speaking of actually, I'm seeing a lot of interesting stuff come out about that the other day. Like, a certain, I don't know, sex trafficker might have been working with Mossad, which we all knew. I mean, I knew at the very least, but it's been reported as Epstein worked with an undisclosed Middle Eastern military spy agencies at length recently. That's come out. They are fucked, guys. Yes, it's going to take some time to separate the defense apparatus, the security apparatus from Israel, but I have a feeling that a lot of these European countries might have been kind of already working on that, considering Israel just kind of counts as America anyway, and they're already moving away from America, so more reason for Europe to become self-reliant. Exactly. After they take care of Europe, they can come and liberate America. Unfortunately, I think that's on us, Shard. I don't think Europe's going to come and liberate America for us.
They lied motionless on the ground to represent those killed in the strip. Slovenian President Nataša Pirc-Musar denouncing the devastation caused by Israel in Gaza and the West Bank.
Let's be frank. I will dare say this. Here and today, in the European Parliament, we are witnessing genocide in the West Bank. We are witnessing it, watching it.
Okay, and that's incredible to hear from a Western, government.
Let's be frank. I will dare say this. Here and today, in the European Parliament, we are witnessing genocide in the West Bank. We are witnessing it, watching it, and we remain quiet.
The EU says it's reviewing its trade and cooperation agreement with Israel, warning it may impose sanctions if the Israeli Prime Minister doesn't let more aid into the Strip.
That's
the EU
a
has
pretty
often...
big deal. Threatening Israel with sanctions is not a thing that was on my bingo card from a European country. Oh, by the way, here's Haaretz, Israeli media. Stop calling it a Gaza war. Stop being part of Netanyahu's genocidal legacy. I've seen another headline that people were really mad at on Twitter from Haaretz. They called Haaretz anti-Semitic. The Israeli media is anti-Semitic because they said opinion piece called opinion all of us in Israel are complicit in genocide. Like, seeing that from this is not common. It's not what you expect, and it's also excellent. Finally, we're seeing a line that has been crossed ages ago, and it took so long because we as a society are really fucking bad at calling something what it is until it's essentially too late to fix it. And so, like, it's the same, I think you said this, Brain Matter, that we're not going to call it World War III until after, because calling it that while we're doing it would feel wrong. Just like how we didn't call it a genocide for a year. Well, we did, but, a lot of people didn't. Just like how people don't call what's happening to trans people in America a genocide. And it is. Sanctions would be Israel ending level of action. Yeah. Arms embargo them.
Been accused of doing little to end the war in Gaza despite its huge political and financial leverage. But there are many countries pushing the bloc to take a tougher stand against Israel. They are warning...
Shard, careful there. That one's a bit Fed posty. Like, it's fine. Like, to be fair, I do agree in that settler colonial states that are ethno-states should not exist. Israel, like, as a state shouldn't exist. All of the Israelis that live in Israel have the right to stay there. I just think that we need a state that is, I don't know, not cutting off a certain portion of the population and saying, oh yeah, you guys aren't people. We should end apartheid in Israel and make, the country Palestine again. Make Israel Palestine again. not because the Israelis have to leave. No, that's not why. It's because there will be such negative emotion attached to the state of Israel that letting this just go on, like end the genocide and everything stays exactly how it is, this will just restart within a year, within two. Even if every war criminal, every genocide planning government official, the people who enacted this, even if the entire IDF is taken apart, dismantled, this will just happen again. This needs to end in a manner that is both inclusive of the Israelis and the Palestinians that are there, and creates a state that is based off of, I don't know, cooperation. Incentivize them to not fight. We also do absolutely need to take seriously the fact that there's a large portion of Israel which really, really, really does believe that they're doing prophecy to end the fucking world. And those people happen to be people that are very closely related to the ruling class of Israel. So there needs to be more conversation on that, on the settlers that are constantly doing illegal shit, which we're going to see more of, but also how to set up a society that is incentivized to not kill each other in the region. People have a right to exist within a state, but the state doesn't have a right to exist. Well, I agree with that. In fact, I agree with that with every state. America doesn't have a right to exist. America exists because of force. We collectively hesitate to call things what they are until they are a history and a consensus has been reached, like we call things humanitarian crisis when what we really mean is genocide in progress. It's liberal civility politics, brain matter, that's what that comes from. America and Israel should pay war reparations for the lost land. I believe they should leave, ideally. Well, like, I don't necessarily think making people leave is a good idea, but I do think that America and Israel should be paying reparations. I think creating a society in which there is no class distinction and it's not a two-state solution. Yeah, no two-state solution is feasible. A one-state solution is the only way forward. It must be for all people in Israel, Palestine, and Israelis living together is the only way. There needs to be quite a lot of effort put into that to get them to work together, to deprogram the hatred. 9 million people is a lot of people to move. I don't think we should be moving anybody anyway. I just think that Israel should be Palestine, and it should be equal. That everyone living there who is not a war criminal should get to continue living there. We should ensure that reparations are paid, that the IDF is entirely dismantled. I don't think they should have, like, I personally think that Israel should have no military. I think that by the end of this, part of America's reparations should be to permanently station troops in Israel for the next 10 years and say, okay, look, we've disarmed them. They can no longer they're not going to do this again. We are building a society that the Palestinians and the Israelis can both work together. And we're here to make sure that anyone who might hold a grudge doesn't start a war when Israel can't defend itself. That's a pretty middle ground solution. Is also what I consider probably something that would be very doable. I feel like if not only reparations are being paid, that a one-state solution is being reached, that the people responsible for crimes are being, given justice, and an American force is there to hold the area without the IDF, then yeah, I don't think any of those countries would really bother to start a war. Could we enforce peace in a single state if people stop believing in a second coming prophecy? That's the other bit, Mr. Anderson, is we need to fix that first. But thankfully, that's not the entirety of the state of Israel. That's actually a chunk of Israelis, but it's not a majority. If it's a secular state, yes, the government needs to be secular. No religion. I personally believe that religion should stay in the privacy of your own home. But, that's me.
The EU may never recover morally for not doing more to stop the deaths of tens of thousands of people. Hashim Ahbar, Al Jazeera, Brussels.
I'm glad you like it, Lennon. It is from Streamlabs, like just them. I downloaded it. I needed something new to make this work, but I'm quite enjoying it as well. Look, I mean, like, this is how the world is reacting now. Again, 14,000 babies are at risk of dying today. Today.
The press review. Emily Boyle is with us today. She's starting off with the coverage of the desperate situation in Gaza. What are the papers that...
Yeah, thank you for that, actually, Headless Chicken. I did forget about that. We're going to talk about AI at some point because everything you do is being watched now, but we'll finish off the Israel segment because it's the least fun of today, and then we can go on. But religion is something that should be done exclusively between consenting adults in their own home. Exactly.
Saying on this, Emily?
Yes, well, the humanitarian situation in Gaza is on a lot of front pages today, but let's start with the Independent. They're calling it utterly intolerable on their front page today, quoting a speech by...
Look at this is UK news. The Independent, by the way, not independent, not, you know, an ally of the left. UN wars 14,000 babies could die tomorrow. Lamy fears dark new phase in war, says end blockade now. Starmer issues joint demand with France and Canada for ceasefire. Britain suspends Israel trade amid for calls for full arms embargo. Netanyahu accuses UK and allies of awarding huge prize to Hamas. Well, it only took 19 months. Sorry, 76 years. I was going to say, you're a bit off there. Hey, look, it happened eventually. I think just the 14,000 starving babies is what did it. I think that is what flipped us over, actually. I'm not a Fed poster. I'm a whole federal agent. I mean, any one of you could be a federal agent or a bot, so, like, there's no way for us to know.
British Foreign Minister David Lammy, the situation in Gaza continues to deteriorate as Israel's blockade on aid has led to food supplies almost completely running out. This article says that although the Israeli government has reportedly let 93 trucks into Gaza, the UN has said that no aid has been given out so far.
Yeah, none. Hold up, Headless Chicken, if you're going to dip, let me send you a video that relates to that, because we're going to watch it later in the stream, and if you're not going to be here, it might be useful for you to see this. But, here you go. Hassan called you a bot. That's rude. It's rude. Rude. We're going to cover these in a bit, as well as, like, Gemini and all of that, but it's different. Did I just pin my own comment saying it gets worse? I mean, it's not incorrect. Foreign agent would be more trustworthy than a Fed at this point. I agree.
But much of the coverage is revolving around a particular, quote, UN statement issued on Tuesday, which said that 14,000 babies could die in Gaza if aid does not reach them very soon. The 14,000 babies, quote, created quite a stir, not only in the press, though. Let's have a look at the Jerusalem Post. They have this article here today. They report...
Yair Golan, another war criminal, sparks outrage by saying, quote, a sane country does not kill babies as a hobby. Israel's on the path to becoming a pariah state among nations like South Africa of old if it does not return to behaving like a sane society. How do you deprogram hate and incentivize cohabitation when religion says that salvation and paradise for butchers? And, well, first of all, you have to lock these people up. This is re-education camps time. There's no way to deprogram somebody if they don't want to be deprogrammed, because these function like drug addictions. They take pleasure in this. They have joy. They lean onto this to get away from their discomfort. And to be honest, like, a lot of them, you can't deprogram. But we should try with everyone and try our best. And the ones you can't deprogram also probably committed crimes, because they all have to serve in the IDF anyway. And the IDF is how they brainwash you. We need to create a society in which religion stays in your house. The death cult needs to be taken apart. We don't do death cults anymore, all right? These people want the end of the world, and that's fucking crazy. We talk about it in public. We talk about how fucking crazy they are, and hopefully that message sticks. The media is doing this is the best news we've seen about Gaza since the university protests. Basically, yeah.
that Israeli opposition politician Yair Golan has faced criticism in Israel for saying that, quote, a sane country does not kill babies as a hobby. He's since clarified that he was referring to the, quote, most failed government in Israel's history and not the
right.
IDF. Now, Haaretz has an opinion piece, an editorial.
The uncomfortable truth. Yair Golan is right about what Israel is becoming my ass, but okay, sure. What is with all these end of the world stories, tech billionaires, evangelicals supporting Israel and ISIS? Because they're a death cult, Mr. Anderson. 32% of the United States thinks that Jesus is going to come down in our lifetime and bring them all up to heaven. Israel is manufacturing a death cult. We have covered several videos on this before. The Temple Institute, in which there are people like Ben Gvir, high-ranking Israeli officials that are also supported by American right-wingers, AIPAC money that comes from evangelical Christians. It's all about death. We had 5 red cows that were brought from Texas to Israel last year so that they could do blood sacrifices with them. I'm not kidding. That's like confirmed. That's real. They want to tear down Al-Aqsa Mosque. They want to build a temple on it, and that's like prophecy. It will also start a literal holy war. And that's kind of like what the red heifer cows, exactly. They're trying to do, like, the Christians want to see revelations happen. The Jews think that it's the same thing, but a little different. They don't think Jesus is going to come down. They think, like, I don't know, Jewish supremacy, at least in a Temple Institute. They're insane. It's death cult behavior. This is what happens when humanity is so interested in talking to other people, so disconnected that you can do this. You shouldn't be wanting death. Death is not positive. Oh yeah, by the way, it's not fucking Jewish either. These people are about as Jewish as ISIS is Muslim, or, you know, the Crusades were for Christians, or evangelicals are like Christians. They're not. None of them believe in that shit. It's all essentially ISIS. Thank you. I'll endeavor to be concise as best as I can. I'm wordy. Don't worry, Aina. If your text wall is worth reading, I'll read it.
In their paper today, following his comments, this piece says that Yair Golan is right about what Israel is becoming. It says that the reason he's faced such...
Those babies at risk of dying today is a tragedy, but I have been unable to stop thinking about the developmental impacts that they have been suffering as well. Even if they don't die, many of these kids will have lifelong health consequences from malnutrition during development. This serves as compounding trauma to the psychological damage. I fear people don't think enough about the impact this will have for generations to come. You're exactly right. And beyond that, it's something that we can't really factor in that we know that large amounts of trauma can be passed down genetically to your kids, and it does impact sometimes their behavior. A lot of violence that is systemic and lasts for, I don't know, decades has a hand in that there is absolutely behavior that comes from a past conflict that's not related to this one, but is being that's present because of epigenetics. Thank you. I forgot the word epigenetics. I always forget that one. But it's too eugenics to talk about it, you know? Like, we can't do anything about that. That would be eugenics. They've reduced the wonder of Christian faith and Jewish down to a fucking redstone circuit from the Minecraft insert cows receive God, press X for the tribunal QuickTime event. Don't forget the blood sacrifice. But, I mean, yeah. Again, this is why religion should be done between 2 consenting adults in the privacy of your own home. Or, I don't know, like, a place that's not public. You can have a church. That's a private place where you can practice your religion. It's just not on the street, I don't care about it in the government. I don't care about it on the street. I don't care about it on Twitter. Keep it to yourself. It's like having a dick. It's okay to have one. It's okay to be proud of having one, but don't whip it out in public and start talking about it. Don't start describing it. Don't start, showing it to children. Leave that shit at home. I find the power differential off-putting as well. No matter where I am on Twitch, the streamer can always pack in minutes of speech where we have to keep it short. It is what it is, not criticizing here. Mind, just a statement of fact. I mean, I will take call-ins if someone really, wants to talk about something and is knowledgeable on it. I would need to, trust you enough for that one, but, people in Vietnam still have mutations from the radiation from all the bombs we dropped on their grandparents. Oh, by the way, you know that the most bombs ever dropped now is in Gaza? Like, they've surpassed us in Vietnam. As far as I'm concerned, the only time I should ever have to hear about religion is if I currently have my dick out. There you go. That's fair.
Is because he spoke an uncomfortable truth. Now, although Yair Golan has been widely scrutinized at home, the French paper La Croix has this article today. They say that it might be the start of a critical reflection in Israel on Gaza. The article says it's the first time a political figure has been quite so vocal. It suggests that criticism...
Yeah, we dropped like 4 Hiroshimas on Gaza worth of bombs. True.
The war in Gaza is increasing despite the repression that activists face.
Yeah, Israel not only facing domestic criticism, though, the international community has also been adding pressure on Israel recently.
Yes, exactly. Well, let's start in the UK and The Guardian's front page, calling Israel's Gaza rhetoric repellent and monstrous, once again quoting David Lammy's speech.
Hey, we don't kink shame here, Shard.
To the House of Commons yesterday, much as it was on the Independent's front page. And the Independent also has this article here today. They report that the Foreign Secretary has since announced the suspension.
This clip, actually. Let me pull that up because hearing it is... It makes you feel things, because this is not something that, I don't know, I'm used to hearing from the British, you know, let alone Europe.
Therefore, today, I'm announcing that we have suspended negotiations with this Israeli government on a new free trade agreement.
If religion is a kink, can I shame it? Not if they're doing it in private, only if they're doing it in public. Go shame the trad wives. That's all religious anyway.
We will be reviewing cooperation with them under the 2030 bilateral roadmap. The Netanyahu's government's actions have made this necessary, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today, my honourable friend, the Minister for the Middle East, is summoning the Israeli ambassador to the Foreign Office to convey this message. I say now to the people of Israel, I want a strong friendship with you based on shared values, with flourishing ties between our people and societies. We are unwavering in our commitment to your security and to your future, to countering the very real threat from Iran,
Thanks, Hyena.
the scourge of terrorism and the evils of anti-Semitism. But the conduct of the war in Gaza is damaging our relationship with your government. Our message is clear. There is a UN plan ready to deliver aid at scale, needed with...
They literally let in the trucks and then make them leave without dropping off any aid. Take that in.
With mitigations against aid diversion. There are brave humanitarians ready to do their jobs. There are over 9,000 trucks at the border.
Sorry, meme. Brain rot.
Prime Minister Netanyahu, end this blockade now and let the aid in. We must call this what it is. It is extremism. It is dangerous. It is repellent. It is monstrous, and I condemn it in the strongest possible.
I thought you were going to say genocide, but I had my hopes too high for the British. I'm gritting my teeth that they're only saying this stuff after 18 months, but if this leads to... Yeah, literally, like, yes, I am very mad that it took 18 months, and all of these people, including a lot of the people that you probably know personally, are complicit in this and should be shamed severely after. These people should face worse punishment than the Nazis did under Soviet occupation. These people? No. Yes, it took them too long, and yes, they're evil too. They should be shamed like crazy, but not the same level. Where they're not... There is levels of the Israelis. Well, I mean, the Israelis in charge should absolutely receive the same treatment, and honestly, we should just do it right this time. It's not worse punishment than the Nazis did under Soviet occupation. I just want, like, to treat the Nazis like Nazis deserve to be treated, okay?
Possible terms. The UN and the World Health Organization have issued stark warnings of the threat of starvation hanging over hundreds of
They all get tried before the Hague for
thousands
crimes
of-
against humanity and war crimes. Exactly. I mean, look at this. Look at this. This fucking demon. This is Bezalel Smotrich, the finance minister. We watched this last stream, but like,
אנחנו כובשים, מטהרים ונשארים עד להשמדת חמאס. בדרך אנחנו משמידים את כל מה שעוד נשאר מהרצועה פשוט. כי הכל שם זו עיר טרור אחת גדולה. זה שינוי אדיר ממה שהיה עד כה, וזה בעזרת השם יביא לניצחון, להשמדת חמאס ולהשבת החטופים. במסגרת המלחמה צה"ל מניע אוכלוסייה מאזורי הלחימה ולא משאיר אבן על אבן. אני אומר לכם, פשוט תסתכלו על הסרטונים של מה שקורה ברצועת עזה. האוכלוסייה תגיע לדרום הרצועה, ומשם בעזרת השם למדינות שלישיות. במסגרת תוכנית הנשיא טראמפ זה שינוי של מהלך ההיסטוריה, לא פחות. וזה העיקר. זו המטרה, לשם אנחנו הולכים, ומזה אסור בשום אופן להוריד את העיניים ולתת לדברים הפחות חשובים להחליש אותם. בחודשים האחרונים בחודשים האחרונים הובלתי דרישה.
No, I will compare them to Nazis. I don't care anymore. Thanks, sister, to all. This is Nazi shit. This is literally what Nazis say. Like, here. Every child, every baby in Gaza is an enemy. The enemy is not Hamas. We need to conquer Gaza and colonize it, not leave a single Gazan child there. There is no victory until then. You know what this says to me? You know what this is? It's still a baby Jew, but a baby Jew turned into a Jew boy, then a full-grown Jew. Lambert Schipper, during the arrest of Andrei Osendriver, age 2, 1943. It's literal Hitler shit. I don't care. I don't care. Ban me, Twitch. It's Hitler shit. This is Hitler shit. He is Hitler. This is Adolf Hitler right here, one of the many. And they're talking about how the IDF is doing Hitler shit.
אנחנו הולכים, ומזה אסור בשום אופן להוריד את העיניים ולתת לדברים הפחות חשובים להחליש אותם. בחודשים האחרונים הובלתי דרישה בלתי מתפשרת לשינוי של 180 מעלות באופן חלוקת הסיוע ההומניטרי, כך שהוא לא יגיע לחמאס ולא ישמש
The aid that they're currently not letting in is baby food. Baby formula.
סיוע לוגיסטי לאויב בשעת מלחמה. מינימום נדרש יגיע לאוכלוסייה.
The minimum required will reach the population simply.
פשוט כדי שהעולם לא יעצור אותנו ויאשים אותנו בפשעי מלחמה. אין מי שזעק את זה בכתב ובעל פה בתוך הקבינט ומחוצה לו יותר ממני, ואתם יודעים את זה.
They're just saying it. They're just saying it. The strategy of forcing all the civilians out of the combat zone is that you can use all your sexy weapons with the impunity in the strategy used. The British used this in the Boer War. It was the strategy that led to inventing concentration camps. Yeah, it's a war of annihilation. Everyone in Israel has to join the IDF. Are we suggesting that we Holocaust them just because? No. That's not what I said at all. You missed some context there. First of all, everyone goes on trial that's been in the IDF, but like in this context. If you were in the IDF, I don't know, 10 years ago, no, like you're fine. I don't care. If you are like in the IDF and yeah, okay, but just because you're in the IDF doesn't mean that you're guilty. Just because you're in the IDF doesn't mean you're guilty. There should be provable evidence. I really want to put every single last person on trial. Yeah, I do. I want every single person in the US government on trial too. I want every single person who supports the U.S. military right now and is a ranking official, not necessarily like the lower grunts, but like talk to them, you know? Some of them are admitting that they all are complicit. And some of them will willingly say, hey, look, I committed war crimes. You guys are scary? Or what would you do, Headless Chicken? What do you think is the right outcome here? Because the only possible outcome I see is a state that is not Israel and not Palestine, that is equal, that incentivizes cooperative engagement between Israelis and Palestinians, that there should be reparations paid, and there should be investigations done, and the IDF should be demilitarized. America should put soldiers in Israel to protect Israel once we demilitarize them so that their neighbors that they pissed off don't invade them, and so everyone can stay safe and live together in that region. What is scary about that? Just because everyone in the IDF should go on trial, do you think that means everyone should be convicted? No. we should look to see if they have committed atrocities. And if they haven't, then they're fine. Like, I don't see what's so scary about that. You create a system in which there is oversight on top of it, that these decisions are made by the people who live there, Israelis and Palestinians. All you have to do is just make sure the system doesn't break. You watch and you ensure that everything goes smooth. We don't have any hand in this. I want The Hague to try them. The International Criminal Court, The Hague tries all of these people. There is juries of their peers. The people who are sent to The Hague are decided by the new government of the, like, part Israeli and part Palestinian government, whatever this new one state ends up being. The lady who runs Taylor Swift Facts Twitter account, who was silent for 2 years because she got sent to jail for not joining the IDF, is running the interim government and is like, well, guess who was vindicated by history? It's true. What's up, Long Leg Homo Sapien? Good to see ya. Israel has loads of power in America, and that's why nobody will do anything. They're literally doing something. Fuck America. Fuck America. America's Hitler. Europe is doing something. Europe is right now threatening arms embargoes and sanctions.
וברוך השם הצלחתי. צה"ל סוף סוף מנהל מערכה נגד השלטון האזרחי של חמאס.
Fuck America. America can go to prison. Putting 9.8 million people on trial at the same time is fucking absurd, but that's not 9.8 million people. You're talking about the entire population of Israel. I'm talking about the entire population of Israel that was of age to be part of the IDF and participated in the war. If you were in the IDF before this and you didn't participate in this, you don't go on trial. If you're young and you didn't join the IDF yet, like if it wasn't your turn, no, you don't go to this. You don't go on trial. There are, like, nuances here, and I feel like you're simplifying it far too much, Long Leg Homo Sapien. Okay, get out of here. Putin will smash the EU. You fucking Russia simp. Come back in an hour when you've learned not to be a fucking Russia simp. So I'm hearing that some of the goons used the Oval Office to beg Trump to allow Elon to deploy Starlink all over South Africa's entire... Like, we'll get there. Let's stay on Israel. I gotta finish this because everyone hates this topic, and once we move on, then we can talk about other things. But, yeah, the shit with, Elon and the South African, president or prime minister is wild. Hold on one second. I think I just got, like, a important call. No, never mind. It's fine. Didn't leave a message. It's fine. This is, a British surgeon in Gaza today.
Khan Yunis has been the focus of some of the fiercest attacks in recent days. Israeli airstrikes and ground operations have closed in on the city, forcing thousands to flee and leaving many dead and wounded.
Oh, and also, just to add in, to Headless Chicken, your point, we have video evidence of a lot of them. Like, a lot of these soldiers have posted videos calling out their call sign, calling out their own unit, and showing the crimes that they've committed. We have them with, like, taking selfies. Like, those guys, easy. Like, if you have no evidence of committing crimes, then you're fine. But an investigation should be done, and America should pay for it. Like, everyone that was in the IDF should be investigated and be put on trial. But, like, you don't do it at the same time. I'm not talking a mass trial. This is going to take time. But for a lot of them, there's literal video evidence they posted on social media. So...
The Nasser hospital is the largest in the city. It is also one of the only hospitals still functioning. A team of British doctors and surgeons is now working there. They are specialists in plastic surgery and orthopedics. Our team in Gaza spent a few days filming with them this week.
The majority wouldn't have been committing war crimes. Like, a lot of them probably did immoral and unethical things, but, like, that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about literal war crimes and crimes against humanity. Like, the ones who rape Palestinians in City Timan, the ones who post videos of shit that they're doing, the ones who were even in the IDF, even IDF soldiers that were deployed to Gaza, as long as there's no evidence of them committing war crimes, I'm willing to, like, give them a lighter sentence, you know? Like, they don't need to be treated like everyone needs to be treated the same. No, it's on the level of your crime. A lot of these people feel guilty. You have no idea. Like, we've covered before IDF soldiers that come home and are traumatized, that have PTSD from what they did. We've seen IDF writing about how they feel like a Nazi walking around Gaza. A lot of those people are going to come forward anyway. If you've not committed a crime, then you're fine. But there still needs to be investigations taking place when it's a society that has forced conscription of its entire population and AI in its military to muddy the waters on who's done what, who's responsible for what. To my knowledge, the IDF is fucking bombing the prosthetic limb factory places because Gaza is like the only is the world capital of amputations for obvious reasons. Yeah, Nazi war criminals should have been investigated. We have the opportunity to do it now. Oh, by the way, I hope you know that some of those South African families that came over from Trump's like little thing, that's Operation Paperclip Part 2.
They're also sending out regular video updates.
I'm standing on the balcony of the EMT accommodation.
I agree.
And a really large bomb has just gone off not far to the east of us. And the ambulances here have just readied themselves to go off and pick up who knows how many casualties. So I think we've got a lot of work heading our way.
So this is the burns unit at NASA. They're just walking through.
It was
used
the
to be
burns
the burns
unit.
unit at NASA.
I was going to say, didn't they bomb this hospital?
Part of the NASA hospital has been hit and damaged by Israeli missiles. This was the burns unit, one of the busiest parts of the hospital. It is out of action now.
It ups the charge from like committing murder, like manslaughter, to doing like the thing, like committing a war crime. If they're posting it and like they're like, that makes it a war crime, whereas if they're not posting it as like you know, proud of it, then that's just a crime. There is distinctions still. A war crime is a very specific thing. Like, there are very specific criteria for them. There are crimes and there's war crimes, and they're different. You can be charged for a crime, but if you're posting it proudly, then that makes it a war crime. It makes it premeditated, intentional. Like, there's a lot that goes into that.
But that's the damage.
It's not just like following orders level of crime, which is still crime.
Wow.
Yeah, geez, this is a fucking hospital, guys.
That's amazing.
This is crime.
Hello.
Oh yeah, if it's evidence of a war crime, it's a war crime. Yeah, posting about your war crime doesn't make it a double war crime, but posting about a crime that is questionable, like one that isn't necessarily straight off the bat, like, okay, we know that's a war crime, the context of it, you know? Because the videos don't all immediately show, like, exactly the same thing. There is context that comes from that. But, yeah. Figuring out whether, I don't know, somebody who, there's a video of them clicking their, like, detonator and a bomb goes off and it breaks down a building. That's a war crime, whether or not they're posting it on social media or not. Posting about your war crime tells me that you know you'll never be held accountable. Well, I hope that they are held accountable. It's like, yeah, we need an IV in room 6. Oh, by the way, that 10 to 4 are now rubble, so the bathroom isn't available. This was the burns unit. Is this the last hospital in Palestine that got bombed? This is the last functioning hospital that's in Palestine that, yes, it also got bombed.
This baby has painful burns on her chest and back.
Just investigations and trials. That's all we're talking about. We're not talking about who's guilty. We don't get to decide that. I don't care. Like, whether or not it's clear in front of your face or not, I'm not going to be the one that's going to say that's guilty. I want a court to do that. But I will say that all of these people, including everyone active in the IDF and the entire Knesset, should be investigated and tried.
Another lies silent on the stretcher, not moving, and only able to see out of one eye. She has shrapnel.
Like, I'm not even sure this is safe for stream TOS, like, anymore. It's fucked.
The operating theatres can sometimes feel like a bubble of quiet and calm from the war outside, but the patients are almost all suffering blast wounds. But in the hospital's emergency unit, it's chaos.
Wait, again, that's going to be TOS. Like, we can't even watch this. It's that bad. It's this bad. But again, like, Europe is bad. Europe is angry. Give me an analyst. Let's hear a talking head.
An impact. Whether it's a sufficient impact to halt Israeli military operations is another question. I think the answer there would be no. I think what we see and have seen since basically the hours after 7 October and the Hamas attack on southern Israel is that Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu and his...
Well, guys, if you have missed the beginning of this, we're at a phase now where EU diplomats were shot at by the IDF today. Like today.
Political allies on the far right have essentially used violence, used armed activity in Gaza non-stop as a form of political maneuvering, both internally in order to consolidate their domestic position, but also externally to outmaneuver whether it's US allies, even countries that were supportive. And so, and this is because they're very...
Jesus Christ, that fucking chatter. Sorry, I thought I heard something. Because if the world doesn't push back, they just have proof that their prophecy is God willing. Essentially, yeah, and there is pushback. We're seeing pushback from several European countries. Is the weight what to the fact that they're shooting at EU diplomats, Captain Buggy?
Powerful political reasons, I think, driving Netanyahu. And so, in other words, for him, a cessation of violence, a ceasefire, in other words, on whatever terms, we have seen time and time and time again over the last year and a half, is something that he...
Shard, I know you're mad, and so are all of us at this, but I need you to, like, take a deep breath, because you've been mad. And I can tell, like, you're not doing anything wrong. I can just tell that you're so mad that it's built up and you're uncomfortable. And just, like, all of you, actually. Let's all do this together. Let's all just take one deep breath. And then we can continue. Like, this is a infuriating topic. None of you have invalid anger. I want us all to maintain composure here.
Fundamentally doesn't want.
Well, we're looking at Hitler.
Or specifically because he has huge aims in Gaza of
Fuck
retaking
you,
the whole of it
Homo sapien. It's been 3 weeks.
As the far right would
3 weeks since I've had a vape. 3 weeks. Look, none of this shit matters. It's worse than I could have possibly, like, explained in words. The fact that now there are EU diplomats being shot at is going to change this, though. I was talking to an Irish senator who was in the EU Parliament last Thursday, and she is pushing to get Occupied Territories Bill passed. She was saying that Gaza was not even being discussed. The meetings in the UK, France, and Canada may have shook them to action. Absolutely, yeah. So they fired warning shots at French diplomats. Maybe France should fire warning shots at critical Israeli military and electrical infrastructure. It was actually French, Italian, Belgian, and I think British diplomats, but yes. Look, guys. Here, let me show that bit again, just because some of you came in late. 44 minutes ago.
Could not have come at a worse time for the Israeli government, who doesn't seem to care, incidentally, and it could not have come at a worse time for Israeli-European relations. I'm not clear that the Israeli citizens, and even possibly the Israeli government, are fully cognizant of the damage about to happen to the Israeli economy if the EU does go ahead and in fact cancels or somehow
We're talking about arms embargoes on Israel, guys. The UK has threatened sanctions, so is all of, like, the rest of Europe, but arms embargoes was brought up. This is finally, after 18 months, we're finally at the part where they've crossed the red line.
Changes the association between Israel and the EU that has made the EU Israel's most significant trading partner. What happened today is an incident that could have finished terribly, and if it did anything...
Thank God Trump is pro-Saudi Arabia now. Yeah, for some reason, I don't know why, but, like, now we're pro-Arab.
thing at all. It only reinforced the fear of foreign representatives here that the Israeli army has become extremely trigger happy in the West Bank. I want to add one more thing, which is the former Prime Minister Ehud Olmert today in an interview with the British media. He's a former Prime Minister from Netanyahu's own party. He said that Israel is coming dangerously close to war crimes.
Oh my God, I'm sorry. Dangerously close to war crimes. Sure. Not that we didn't pass that a while ago. Guys, again, like, this is just Hitler shit.
מדוע נוח לגורמים בישראל להאשים דווקא את מזג האוויר בכל השרפות, כך אני מרגיש, ולא לספר שכנראה זו הייתה הצתה.
צריך להביט לאמת בפנים. אנחנו נמצאים פה עם גיס חמישי שהתפתח בתוכנו, ואני אגב לא מאשים אותם, אני מדבר על ערביי ישראל כרגע, כן? ואני לא מאשים אותם. אנחנו...
Every child, every baby in Gaza is an enemy. The enemy is not Hamas. We need to conquer Gaza and colonize it and not leave a single Gazan child there. There is no other victory.
אני אומר לך יותר מזה. כל ילד, כל תינוק בעזה הוא אויב. האויב הוא לא החמאס, והוא גם לא הזרוע הצבאית של החמאס, כמו שהפצ"רית שלנו מספרת לנו שאסור לנו...
It's a group of people that undermines a larger group or a nation from within. He's basically calling them the enemy from within. That's what he's saying.
לפגוע בחמאסניק, אלא אם כן הוא חלק מהזרוע הצבאית, כל ילד בעזה הוא האויב. אנחנו צריכים לכבוש את עזה וליישבה, ושלא יישאר שם ילד עזתי אחד. אין ניצחון אחר.
This is literally just Hitler shit. You want to know what it is, actually? It's this. It's still a baby Jew. But a baby Jew turns into a Jew boy, and then a full-grown Jew. This is a straight-up quote from Nazi Germany that aligns almost perfectly with what that guy just said. It's so insane that they just say this shit openly. Yeah. Of course they do. They don't care. They don't care. They don't feel bad. They have... This guy is a Jewish supremacist, but a lot of these people are insane. Translating an Israeli tweet from Hebrew is like discovering a lost page of Mein Kampf for some reason. You want to see? You want to test this? You want to see what translating... Let's go on Twitter and just find... You know what? Like, there's this one. Sure, we'll have a look at that. The actual original. Translate post. Every baby in Gaza is the enemy. Yep, there you go. Lost page of Mein Kampf. Let's go down. Let's find... Here we go. Here's something else. That's Benjamin Netanyahu directly. Let's find... I don't know. Give me something in Hebrew that I can click translate on, please. Honestly, this is it. This is my experience with Israelis on Twitter for some reason. It's one thing not feeling bad. It's not another thing to be completely unafraid of any political blowback whatsoever. Remember that, like, Netanyahu brings his dirty laundry to America to wash it here because he thinks it's funny. Don't forget, you know, there is that. That's still a factor here. Here we go. Here's a quote from a Nazi as well that's also indistinguishable from what's being said. Will you explain to the tribunal what conceivable threat to the security of the Wehrmacht a child constituted in your judgment? The child would grow up, and surely, being the children of parents who had been killed, they would constitute a larger danger, a danger no smaller than that of their parents. They know this. This is, by the way, something that we learned a long time ago when you're fighting insurgents, is the only way to win a war against insurgents is to kill all of them, because they will have kids who will then get mad and then restart the insurgency, which is why you shouldn't, I don't know, start a war with an insurgent group. Maybe you should, I don't know, be good to your population so that one doesn't form. They're so fucking arrogant and it'll be their downfall. You're not wrong. I'm glad you can read right through my typos. My dyslexia is my superpower, okay? So wipe them all out because blowback you caused, that's genocidal. Like, literally, yes, that is this is a quote from a Nazi, and it's indistinguishable from this. In January 2024, there was a tweet, quote, "I'm just saying, if you killed all of Hamas but also killed my entire family, my first goal would be to found Hamas too." We've had I've shown what was his name? Not Ben-Gvir. He was the defense minister. Gallant, Yoav Gallant, saying on video in 2016 that they can't defeat Hamas, that there's no way that they could. Also, the Israelis funded Hamas. They gave them money. Don't forget, you know, that's not necessarily Look at this. The day that I saw, I didn't expect to see this ever. This is Piers Morgan agreeing with Mehdi Hassan, calling it a genocide.
Mehdi, welcome back to Uncensored. Listen, you and I have talked about this war in Gaza for ever since it started.
Yeah, this is holy shit.
75-year conflict. And I have resisted going as far as you have done in your criticism of the Israeli government. I resist no more. I think we've reached common ground about what we view is happening and has been happening through this period of this blockade, which frankly is just starvation of the people there, including so many innocent young women and children.
It's shocking.
I think that the incessant bombing and killing, and we don't know how many civilians have been killed, but it is on a daily basis. It looks like hundreds of people every day, with no apparent attempt, it seems to me, to have any real plan for how this ends or what happens when it ends, other than if you look at what Smodrich has been saying, probably the most right-wing member of a very right-wing government, he is talking in a genocidal language about kicking all the Palestinians out. So I think you and I have reached a place in the last few weeks where we are in agreement. But my question for you, Mehdi, is how does this end?
I don't know the answer to that question, Piers, and I'm glad we're in agreement. I wish we weren't. Actually, I wish I had been wrong and you were right. I wish that a year ago when I said on your show, you said, well, if it's not about the hostages, what's it about? And I said, it's about depopulating Gaza. It's about conquering Gaza. I wish I'd been wrong. But as you said, Bezalel Smotrich, the finance minister in the Israeli government, said this week, we are there to conquer.
The reason that they're you know, able to out here saying this shit now is because the Israelis just stopped trying to hide it. Is the pro-Israel guy trying to shame them with their disapproval? I don't know.
Cleanse
Who cares
and remain. Those are his words. We are disassembling Gaza, he said. We are leaving it as piles of rubble. He says we're doing something that no one's done in the world.
Piers Morgan called this a genocide, guys. Take that in.
Before he bragged out loud and he said, yes, the Gazans will have to leave. So all of those things are stuff some of us were saying last year. I wish we hadn't been vindicated in this horrific way. The killing is ongoing. The starvation is ongoing. And look, I do hope...
Oh, he's a piece of shit. This is like, he's still a lich. He's just doing this because the media cycles change. Don't look on him with kindness. He's still literally a demon. He's actually a lich, not a demon. He's a piece of shit. Fuck this guy. Fuck Piers Morgan. But I'm glad he's doing it. I mean, he's less of a piece of shit than quite a lot of other people that I could think of.
A dam is bursting. You mentioned the genocide word. Shmuel Lederman, who is an Israeli researcher of genocide, spent much of 2024 saying it's not a genocide, it's not a genocide. He was interviewed by a Dutch newspaper last week. He said, I've changed my position. It is a genocide. He said, in my field, there's a consensus among genocide scholars that it's a genocide. In fact, that Dutch newspaper interviewed 7 leading scholars of genocide. Every single one said, we think what's happening in Gaza is a genocide.
Including the Israeli one.
In fact, this week, Piers, you have an Israeli former general, Yair Golan, saying a sane country does not attack civilians, does not kill babies as a hobby, and does not expel civilian populations. That is Yair Golan, the former deputy chief of the Israeli military, prominent Israeli politician. He was a hero.
We're coming to the stage of everyone will always have been against this and nobody thought it was a good idea. That's literally, like, that's the pivot that they're trying to do now is, oh yeah, we would never have been for this. We would always against this. This was never something that we were in favor of. A year ago, they would have said said people with degrees were woke. A year ago, they would have said that these people are Hamas supporters.
On October the 7th, fought Hamas himself on October the 7th. This is what he said this week.
That's not what he said. That's black. But like, what bit can the guy shaking his head disagree with? Literally just kids existing alive in the state of being Palestinian. It's just people who are Palestinian and get to stay alive. That's what he's shaking his head at. It's evil shit. They did the same with the civil rights movement. Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, while all of this is happening, Israel's pissing America off too. Because America's trying to make a deal with Iran. And we have said that, you know, in that deal with Iran that we're trying to make, they might be able to keep some civilian nuclear power. Well, Israel doesn't give a shit. Even if Trump says no, they're going to do it anyway.
U.S. officials have obtained new intelligence suggesting Israel is making preparations to strike Iranian nuclear facilities. These officials caution it is not clear Israeli leaders have made a final decision, and there is deep disagreement within the U.S. government about the likelihood.
The arrogance is so fucking wild. Yeah. Literally, like, imagine what would happen if they did this. America and Europe would just drop them. Fuck Israel at that point. Trump, maker of deals, destroyer of Israel. It's very funny. So sad that Jared Kushner doesn't want to come back and make deals, the best deals. I think Jared Kushner gets to run a Trump tower in Saudi Arabia now instead. Netanyahu knows how weak Trump actually is, except here Netanyahu's weak. Because Europe is like this close to arms embargoing them, or talking sanctions right now. Israel just shot at European diplomats, and Trump is making a deal with Iran. Actually, Trump kind of, I hate to give him credit, but this was a smart move. The allying with the Arabs, that was actually a really smart move. I mean, it's horrible for the American people. Don't get me wrong. Like, it's not going to help you in any way. It's going to make the rich a lot of money, though. And it's going to make the U.S. A bit more stable on the global stage. But if we're trying to broker a deal with Iran, a diplomatic, non-military deal in which they get to keep some of their nuclear infrastructure that's civilian, and Israel is like, no, we're going to bomb it, then they're going to lose the support of the U.S. Because the only reason that we fund Israel is a wedge against Iran. If we make friendly with Iran and Israel's being a little shit, we're just going to cut them off.
Of such an attack. However, the U.S. assessment is based on both intercepted Israeli communications and on Israeli military activity, including the movement of air munitions and completion of an air exercise.
If there's anything Trump is kind of good at, it's somehow washing his hands and blaming everyone else around him when being overtly implicated in some evil shit. That's true. Trump makes deals with allies, with whomever he thinks makes him look smart and strong at the moment. His word is worthless. No, this isn't about that. This is about money. And also, he wasn't the one making these deals. These were deals being made by Facebook. These were deals being made by Meta, by X, by Oracle, by Amazon. Like, it was a integration of Saudi money and funding into AI that's going to be integrated into American tech. That's what that was. It was a deal that was actually incredibly smart from the fascist perspective, because it gets them a jump start on creating a surveillance infrastructure that is inescapable, which we kind of already are in, and I'll talk about that when we get there. But essentially nothing you say is private anymore. It's almost like you have to go out of your way for it to be private, and they can still actually access your air gap networks. So,
one person familiar with the U.S. intelligence on these issues told us, quote, the chance of an Israeli strike on an Iranian nuclear facility has gone up significantly in recent months. And the
if they do this, that's American money cut off.
That does not remove all of Iran's uranium makes the chance of a strike more likely. My sources tonight: Jamil Jaffer, founder of the National Security Institute at George Mason.
I don't care about you people. It's just the idea of, like, after all of this is happening, Europe is calling for sanctions and arms embargoes against Israel. America is making friends with all of the countries Israel hates. Trump visited the Middle East, went to Syria even, but didn't visit Israel. They're like this close. If they bomb Iran when we're trying to make a deal, we're going to cut them off. Also helps that all of MAGA will forgive him of basically anything and everything. I mean, yeah. I have no criticisms for the U.S. government. Long live Emperor Trump and his glorious dynasty. Yeah, you don't want to end up with, like, in a gulag. Look, I got two things to show you. One of them is, I think my favorite clip that I've heard in a long time. But the other one is, you know what? Let's start with this. This is the average Karen in the UK. And I want you to understand that we have come to a point where these people are on the side of not Israel. I mean, they're not on our side, obviously, but this lady, yeah, she'll be mad about this.
Are you right, Devil?
No, actually, I'm not. Excuse me,
It's
young
also
man.
incredibly funny.
May I ask, what are you doing here?
What do you want me doing here, love? I'm just parked in my car.
I'm sorry, this is a gated community. We don't really like people
This is Death of Society shit, mind you, but...
loitering.
I'm not loitering, love. I'm parked in my car.
No. Please, would you like to move your car away from here? You see, we're gated.
Okay.
We are private people.
Okay, I'm outside the gate, love.
I'm not saying you're suspicious.
Comrade Lenin, you want to know what a good idea for a wellness camp is? Is a nice, like an actual proper nice camp, where people like this are just forced to hang out with black people. Like, it's like literal, like, if any of you went to summer camp as a kid in the United States, you know, there's like activities, there's a swimming pool, there's the, like, you all eat dinner together, rehab, but yeah, forced engagement with people that they dislike. Listen to the rest of it, it's actually phenomenal.
Dream of saying you're looking suspicious to me, but I would like you to.
That's so
remove your
British.
car, otherwise,
My car.
Philip is going to get rather annoyed.
Philip?
Philip, my husband.
Philip!
My
Little boy
husband,
Philip.
Philip.
Your husband's Philip.
Probably watching right now.
All right.
And if you're not careful, he will be down here in a few moments, wondering why I'm talking to a very strange-looking young man
I'm not
wearing
that
a
strange.
baseball cap, bearded, and in a monster of a car, and wondering why you're not moving your car away from
This is so British.
our gated community.
Yeah, but
I'm sorry. You're
yeah,
going
but
to have to
darling.
move.
Yeah, but
If you
sweetheart,
don't
I'm
move,
not.
I will get Philip down here, and you will
Philip,
be.
little boy Philip.
You will
Philip D's nuts into your mouth about that.
be
You're right there, Phil.
If Philip comes here. Now, if Philip comes down here,
Yeah.
let me make myself quite
He's gonna
clear.
fill me in.
Philip will probably make sure that you are.
This is so British, though. I love it. Like, unironically, I actually adore this woman. She is insane, but I adore her. She's so upset by him laughing. I would not be able to. I would probably pee myself laughing if this was me.
Moved along, if you get my meaning.
Philip.
You don't want.
Love both of them.
You don't want to mess with Philip.
I don't want to mess with Philip.
No, you don't want to mess. Philip is the sort of person who will not wear a helmet when he's playing cricket.
She's so polite. This is the best Karen.
He doesn't even wear shin pads sometimes.
He doesn't wear a helmet or shin pads when playing cricket. Oh my goodness. Ma'am, please just go back inside. The commercial break on your shitty reality TV show ended. Philip doesn't wear or knee pads, Captain Buggy, or knee pads. Philip is one tough bugger.
Philip.
He's very, very, very strong.
He's gonna hit a
He
six.
will take care of you. I'm warning you.
What's he gonna do? Hit a six with his shins?
I'll give you one
Well,
moment.
yeah, but hold on a minute, yeah. Why can't I park
Philip is going to
here?
be down here.
Hold
You
on a minute,
will not like
Philip?
it if Philip is coming.
Is he
and
gonna fill me
he'll
in?
Deal with you. He'll deal with you. He'll fill you in whatever works for you.
Can't believe you just done that.
I love her so much. I'm sorry. You're going to have to move.
Love,
I
get it.
adore
Go.
her.
Bloody hell.
I'm going to phone Philip in a
Yeah,
moment
but
and tell him to come
yeah,
down
but love,
and
love,
see to you.
love,
I would be being like, please bring Philip down here. I need to meet him now. Like, we should play cricket.
love.
Please don't love me.
All right. Sorry, darling. Why can't I park here? I'm not.
Yes.
I'm not in your gate. I'm outside the gate.
We are very suspicious of people who just park.
I thought you said I wasn't suspicious.
Who just loiter, and that's what you're doing. I'm not going to carry on much longer with you. Move your car, or I shall have Philip come down. That's all there is to it. He will see to you. He'll sort you out.
Philip, little boy Philip.
This is the sweetest fucking aggression ever. Honestly, I need a unit. Like, give me a brigade. Give me 10,000 of this woman, and let's send them to Ukraine. Philip must be happy that he's alone to watch the game for a couple of minutes. Shout out to Philip, yeah. Holy shit, it's incredible. Love it. This also, though.
Afraid that your son will be subjected to bourgeois liberalism.
I never afraid about this because my son is very good boy.
I love it. Are you afraid that your son
will be subjected
to bourgeois liberalism? No, I'm never afraid because my son is a good boy.
Bourgeois liberalism.
I never afraid about this because my son is very good boy.
I don't know who that is. I have no idea. I have no idea where this interview. It's Jiang Zemin. Apparently, he doesn't look like he's a good person, but this was very funny. Okay, I gotta pee. I'll be right back, and then we're gonna jump over to some like positive news. Actually, we have some incredibly funny and good news coming out of Australia. We're gonna talk about America today. Don't worry, but like I do want to get some good in here after the atrocities that we just witnessed. So give me a minute. Gotta pee. Be back. Okie dokie, I'm back. In 20 minutes, I'm going to have to get up because I have stuff in the wash that I need to throw in the dryer, but that'll only take me like a minute. Oh yes, congratulations to Brain Matter for being elevated to mod status. You are awesome, you deserve it. You are one of the most base chatters that I know, and welcome to the mod team. Everybody say thank you. Everybody is... Wow, I really love the emotes, actually. That looks awesome. I'm just catching up on stream. Jiang Zemin is the secretary of the CCP from 1986 to 2022. Or to 2002. Okay, fair enough. Cool, cool, cool. All right, let's jump over to Australia because... So remember that the Labour Party won massively in Australia, right? Well, it won so big that now the coalition has collapsed. I don't know how this happens.
There's deepening division tonight over the collapse of the coalition, with revelations some national...
They won so big that the opposition party broke apart. Take that in.
Members had reservations over the shock move to split from the Liberal Party. As the opposition mops up the mess, the Prime Minister returned home today with a spring in his step.
Back on home soil after a whirlwind world tour.
Good to be back.
The Prime Minister on a victory lap as the mastermind behind Labor's sweeping election success delivered his verdict on May 3.
The ideas that the coalition put forward in the term and in the campaign were a pitiful crop cultivated in the poor and infertile patch of common ground that the coalition could agree to stand on.
The opposition's loss taking centre stage.
They are more concerned with the prejudices of
It's so bad. Hold on. It's so bad that this is what the government looks like now. Sorry. This is what it looks like. We have 93 to 28 majority. Yeah. Like, I don't know what to do other than laugh at this. Like, it's like their party like, these 28 will not remain either. Like, I don't see this party pulling it back together, you know? The Nationals demand the coal half of the coalition. The Nationals left the coalition, so now it's just the Liberals and the Nationals. They are not working together anymore, which also reduces their power. They're literally fucked for a decade at the very least. Yeah. This is how Bob Catter responded when he was asked about his thoughts about the breakup of the coalition.
I mean, you know, people are entitled to their sexual proclivities, you know. I mean, let there be 1,000 blossoms bloom as far as I'm concerned, you know. But I ain't spending any time on it because in the meantime, every 3 months, a person is torn to pieces by a crocodile in North Queensland. I mean,
yeah, you cannot win any harder. The new House of Labour, the rest of you can wait outside till we're done. Oh, by the way, not only did the Liberal Party's candidate lose his parliamentary seat, so did the Green Party's. They took out the leaders of their two main opposition parties that were a threat to them, as well as just win. They're tired of winning, they say. Please stop winning. I can't take it anymore. Literally, I mean...
Nothing could be further from the truth, Veronica. We want all Australians to know that, sure, it's been a tough few weeks here at the Liberal Party, and yes, we've had our disagreements, but we want you to know that's just made us even more united. We fully back Tony Abbott to go to the next election, to fight Kevin Rudd, and to win. So, Prime Minister...
this is like a century-changing level moment. Yeah, you're gonna make some chatters angry with your anti-Greens bias. I know I am, but, like... I have made it clear that there are Greens that I like. It's just on a federal level. They don't tend to do what I want them to do. They have blocked Labour in the past. If we have good Greens, that's fine. But I am glad that the leader of the Green Party lost his seat as well, and that Labour won this big of a fucking of a majority. If Labour starts like really delivering shit right now, they can usher in a fucking FDR level new shit. No, that's what I've said. I've said this too. If right now Labour has the opportunity to make Anthony Albanese a name that Australians remember for a century, he can be the FDR of this country. Fusion Party, let's fucking go. That's the new Green Party, the Fusion Party next time. Captain Buggy, I know that you would have liked the Fusion Party. You know why? Because the Fusion Party is the the climate change party, the anti-religion party, the piracy party, and the pro-science party put together. That's what the Fusion Party is. Like, actually. As long as China doesn't try to, like, conquer it, well, I mean, we are China's largest trading partner. And... we'll see how we go with that, and that'll depend on whether or not we're going to have a war with China. We need a pirate emote. We do. Illegalism does sound based. Philip would approve. It's not an illegalism. It's just piracy, but, you know, government approved. Unlike this is theft.
Police are hunting rustlers caught on camera stealing a life-sized fiberglass cow from a Truganina business. Betsy is worth thousands of dollars and her owners are desperate to get her back.
A high-stakes heist in Melbourne's west.
The cow has been stolen. Betsy has been gone, and we're like, is this a joke?
Two masked bovine bandits bagged Betsy, the fiberglass
Two masked bovine bandits bagged Betsy. I love this. Like, Why are the criminals here and the news here is actually funny compared to everywhere else?
Heist in Melbourne's west.
The cow has been stolen. Betsy has been gone. And we're like, is this a joke?
Two masked bovine bandits bagged Betsy, the fiberglass Frisian, in the dead of night before strapping her to the back of a stolen trailer and moving off.
You see two people knowing what to do because they really unstrapped the cow. They really unstrapped Betsy.
The life-size cow was flown in from the Netherlands, a gift to celebrate Dutch agricultural company Lely's new Melbourne headquarters in Truganina.
We assemble milking robots in the Netherlands and we sell that here to dairy farmers in Australia and New Zealand as well.
The red and white girl weighs around 90 kilograms and cost around $3,500.
Always happy to say moo to who come in.
As you can imagine, her owners are utterly devastated.
We are wondering where is Betsy and where is our cow?
The company says their only consolation is that the cattle rustlers
It's 200 pounds it weighs.
didn't take Betsy's best friend, and to keep it that way, they'll be bolting her to the ground.
Oh, well, now they're bolting her to the ground. I wish they took both. What? Okay, what is this now? I'm sorry, what did I just pause on? Your media is fantastic. It's all puns. I love puns. And why not have puns in the news? The old Ronald McDonald statue theft was so common in Logan. Summarily executing the criminals. Chick-fil-A mascot.
Betsy's best friend, and to keep it that way, they'll be bolting her to the ground.
Her other farmland friend, one of Seven's very own.
The cash cow must be very
A construction
worried
site
and
near us had a whole-ass crane stolen in the early morning hours a few months back. It still has not been found. That is so fucking funny. Australia's about to be the new global superpower. We have a potential for it. We have resources. We have a lot of rare earth minerals. We have a lot. Imagine being a reporter and going to work and being told to read that script. Imagine yeah, exactly. Masked bovine bandits. Wait, no. What was it? 2 masked bovine bandits bagged Betsy is the best thing I've ever heard on news media. Ever. So they'll have to bring in an angle grinder next time they nick the cow. The only way this gets funnier is if they go to Peter Dutton and say, we need you to dress like a fiberglass cow. So we don't insult the Dutch when they visit. It's not like you're doing anything else. I was going to make a joke about Peter Dutton being in line for Centrelink payments, but unfortunately he owns like a shopping center, so they left the keys in the crane. I don't blame them. Fair enough. I don't blame them either. So on that, a little bit of bad news too coming out of Australia. We've been seeing a lot of weather events in the US. Well, we're also seeing weather events in Australia.
Rescue operation is continuing this morning in parts of New South Wales, with emergency services warning severe weather.
That should have been the title, Depraved Ambiance.
Will continue to affect communities for days to come. Over 100 warnings remain in place, with minor to major flooding occurring in catchments across parts of the Mid-North Coast, Hunter and Central Coast.
State Emergency Services personnel have rescued hundreds of people from floodwaters and rooftops, while thousands have lost power or been isolated by cut-off roads. We are going to hear from the SES this morning, the Weather Bureau, the New South Wales Premier, and of course, several of those people on the...
Oh my God. Lennon. New format. Do nothing, win, Albo. Do nothing, win, Albo. FEMA spotted? Yeah, unfortunately, not over on your side of the pond.
Ground this morning, but let's start our coverage with Emma Siossian, who is in Port Macquarie for us. Good morning, Emma. Just take us through what's the latest.
Good morning. Well, as you can see, we are expecting some more severe rainfall across the region today. The skies have just opened up again here in Port Macquarie, where I'm standing on the banks of the Hastings.
Balaclavaed brazen bovine bandits buddies bag Betsy's. Yeah, that works. When interviewed by the news, the construction worker admitted that all the keys were left and everything, despite it being protocol to lock them up. I'm pretty sure, like, for a long time, most, like, construction, like, cranes and shit people just leave the keys in that. I'm sure I've heard that before.
River, which, as you can see behind me, has well and truly broken the banks and inundated some homes and businesses.
Yeah, like that sounds very
Some
standard
residents
to me.
were urged to evacuate last night. The SES was helping people move from their homes, an attempt to move cars. Further south in Taree, where we saw the record levels of flooding yesterday, major flooding is continuing today.
It's fucked that, like, New South Wales is flooding and I'm in a drought. I've been in a drought for, like, ages, too. Massive fucking drought. So, good to hear news that can be humorous. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. That's one of the things I like about Australian news. Australia has range.
The ABC...
Yeah, we do. In fact, we even have range when it comes to Americans.
has tracked down a man on the FBI's most wanted list. The Australian, who's accused of wire fraud and money laundering, had been quietly living in Sydney's south for decades. Investigative reporter Amy Greenbank is with me in the studio to tell us more. Hi, Amy. So how did you come across this story?
Hi, Rose. Well, the FBI recently asked the public for tip-offs to try and locate this Australian man. His name is Jeff Bush. He's been accused of wire fraud and money laundering. Basically, it was around an alleged get-rich-quick scheme operating out of Florida in the early 2000s. So we checked US court documents. Turns out he has been indicted by a grand jury in Florida in 2007 in relation to this scheme. He's accused of basically fleecing US investors. The scheme itself, the allegations are around $12.3 million. The US labelled him a fugitive, and the FBI recently requested additional help to find him, so we thought we would look for him.
Yeah, boo, snitches. That's my view of this as well.
That's the most surprising part about this whole story.
Oh, fuck, we have to talk about America next. I'm looking at what's next, and I have AI, America, and the Ukraine war. And I'm like, we're going to do Ukraine. It's going to take a while. And I have so much America to talk about, but I just don't fucking want to.
Is that he's clearly not hiding. He says he's not avoiding arrest, and he wasn't difficult to locate. I mean, he even
I just don't want
lists what city he's living in, Sydney, on his social media page, and he makes no attempt to conceal his location, which is just fascinating. So Jeff Bush is living a rather ordinary suburban life in Sydney's Sutherland Shire. We thought we would approach him and ask if he knows that he's being hunted by the FBI, and this is what he told us. Are you aware of this, though?
I'm aware of that posting, yeah.
And how have you managed to avoid arrest so far?
I'm not avoiding arrest. I've done nothing wrong. It's a travesty.
Based. Turning in money launderers and scammers is bad. Now these people directly hurt vulnerable people. Guys, you don't understand. Do you know how easy it is to launder money in Australia? Like, there's videos on it of people just like friendly Geordies and Boy literally just walking into a casino with t-shirts saying, I am laundering money, and a briefcase with $10,000 where they just entered the money into the machines at the slot machine, and then they have like a little card. So they spin the slot machine once, $10,000 is now on the card, they've put all of the bills in, and then they leave and they say, I want, you know, the money on the card back, and now you get a receipt and you can go put that in a bank. Like, the gambling industry is incredibly corrupt and has a lot of hands in parts of the government here. So I launder my money there. Don't admit to committing crimes. But if you needed to launder money, a casino in Australia is a great way to do one. Oh, not even a casino, really, just a pub, really. Because every bar has a pokies room where people are just like sitting there and gambling. Every bar, every restaurant likely has one. Every hotel has one. When I first came to Australia, it was like I went to Vegas for the first time. Yeah, gambling is massively a problem here. Bris Vegas. Just because it's easy doesn't make it right. Am I off my ethical rocker here? I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't listening to what they were saying, so like I may have missed the part of it where ethics comes in. Depraved ambiance, my bad. Even banks at one stage in Australia? That's kind of true. Shouldn't even the banks be like aware of random dudes always cashing 10,000 receipts from fucking casinos? Well, it doesn't have to be 10,000. You could do it 1,000. You could do it 570. Australians gamble like fucking crazy. So no, not really. Also, like, you wouldn't put it in the bank anyway. Like, have cash. Don't put, like, honestly, Australia's fucking up because they're talking about, like, by 2050, they want Australia to be a cashless society, only digital. And that's bad. I want cash. Cash. Isn't it usually done by giving people money and then they spend said dirty money at your business, making it taxable and clean? That's a way to launder money. But in Australia, we've made it easier. Just go to the fucking pokies and put your dirty money into the machine. And then, I don't know, you don't even have to play around. Just, I'm done playing. How the fuck are you supposed to go to the strip club in a cashless society? I don't know. What's up, Cheeseburger Murray? It's been a hot minute. Cashless would show how fucked the economy really is. Well, the reason I don't want cashless society is because that means that you have no ability to hide what you're doing. We're already in a state of which, like, I was going to talk about this later, but really I should bring it up now. Everything that you do is being watched. Like, everything that you do. And everything's being collected. And when we live in a society like that,
fun fact, people
you have to be I don't know, incredibly careful in keeping yourself safe, but it's also incredibly easy for malicious threat actors to come and steal from you. Best part of gambling in Oz is it's not taxable income. That's fucking insane. Oh, by the way, we passed no tax on tips, so I don't think I have to pay taxes on Twitch donos now. So donate, please, because I don't have to pay taxes on them in the US. I do have to pay taxes on them here, but I think I get the taxes on here back. Oh, it's weird. So in the US, yeah, they passed the no tax on tips bill. The Senate passed it. It's gonna go to the president. It's not gonna be good, by the way. Everyone forgets that the people in charge are evil and fully in charge. So if you make it that there's no tax on tips, they can just declare whatever they fucking want as a tip. Anything you win in Australia, you don't get taxed, lottery, gambling, etc. Well, that's nice. You should stop gambling, though. Because gambling is just a tax on the poor, but... Let's talk about one of the reasons why I don't want a cashless society. I don't want digital money. And it's because you don't have privacy or anonymity anymore. Look at just some of the stuff that is already being collected.
Fun fact, people both over and underestimate the amount of data that their phone and other tech devices are collecting about them. And what I mean by that is, everyone seems to believe that their camera and microphone are being used without their consent, and that's simply not the case. It would use far too much data.
They are, just not all the time.
A lot of what you say would get processed incorrectly.
They are, just not all the time.
And frankly, you're not saying most of what you're thinking out loud, so it would be a horrible way to actually advertise to you. So I'm here to tell you some of the things they are actually tracking that you've never thought of before in your life. Well, some of you might have thought about some of these, but I digress. Okay,
before we get started on this, let me make some stuff clear to you. If you are on Windows 11, Microsoft has put a keylogger on your computer that you can't remove. Like, if you open your start settings, you can see, recently used apps. That's because of a keylogger that's tracking every key stroke that you do and storing that and saving it, sending it to Microsoft. As well as, there is no way for you to get past this once they add Copilot to your PC. If your PC is capable of using Copilot, it's already installed, even if it doesn't look like it. And Copilot is run by ChatGPT, but it runs on Microsoft servers. It is analyzing all of the information of what you're doing and then telling Microsoft what it should advertise to you. Now, if you go and buy a new laptop from Microsoft in the next year, they are adding new little microchips that can run AI locally inside your computer without your knowledge, so that you can never turn this off.
The first one is your mouse movements and your scrolling patterns. So when you're on your phone and you're scrolling things, we all know TikTok works through scrolls, right?
All of that, all of this is being analyzed by the AI on your computer now. Also the same with the AI on your phone. If you have Gemini on your phone with the new Android update, if you have Apple Intelligence, this is what they're doing. Yeah, lovely, exactly. Getting to a state of being able to be anonymous is incredibly difficult. And it's worth the effort putting into, but right now you basically need to be able to use Linux. And even that doesn't help you because Tor just removed a feature that hides your like operating system if that leaks. Now it's already like supposed to be hidden. If you're already on Tor, you should have that hidden. But let's say your system leaks, because it's not necessarily needed according to the developers, that like 95% of users are already covered. And it is causing some like issues with interference with other code, but instead of fixing it, they got rid of it. When the issue is, this is incredibly dangerous. Think about this, right? So Tor functions by making you all look like you're all the same. Everyone is using Windows, even if you're not on Windows. Now that function being removed, that's fine. You can still hide your OS. There are ways you could do that. But let's say yours leaks and now it shows that you are using Linux. Well, now they can say, well, only like blah % of computers in the world use Linux. So now they have already managed to cut out the vast majority of the planet in figuring out who you are. Let's say you are using a type of, let's say you're using Cube's OS. So there's like 7,000 people on the planet now. You've already like reduced the level of search by a factor of billions. We already knew Windows 10 specifically was spying on people. It literally admits it when you first install it. Yeah, Windows 11 is making it worse and impossible to get away from. Not sure why Twitch thought that message needed to be not moderated. I have no idea. Cybersecurity is crazy, guys.
If you scroll through a video and then you stay there for long enough, whether or not you like the video, TikTok's
This
like,
has been my new hyperfixation.
I might want to show you more of this content. Instagram works the same way, and so do most other websites. If you stay on a certain block of text on an article for long enough, then some tracker is going to be like,
Cortana.
Okay, the words in
Captain
that
Buggy.
block of text were interesting to you, and we're going to find keywords with similar words. The next one
especially with phones, long and Homo sapien. Honestly, yeah. Like, if you don't want, like, honestly, I'm not even doing anything, and I don't want to have this. I don't want this. I want to have a dumb phone. I might actually, like, if I didn't need this for work, I would not have it. I might just get a dumb phone and then only keep that, I don't know, in a specific part of my house.
Is your wireless network. So let's say you go to a friend's house. You say, what's your Wi-Fi? They got you. They know you logged onto your friend's Wi-Fi, and they know who your friend is, so they know, oh, okay, you have common interests. We can figure this out. The same thing if
you send an email to somebody, and now both of your contacts lists are connected together. Everyone that you know and everyone that they know has a connection.
In a particular hotel, and you connect to that Wi-Fi. And even if you don't connect to Wi-Fi, they can look at, okay, which users are all in the same area on the same cell tower. Well,
also, most devices, even ones that aren't cellularly enabled, are also working when they're not turned on. So not having a smartphone is a privilege. Sure.
Why are they all in that area? Is this a more remote area where people wouldn't be together, or is it the middle of a busy downtown area?
I'm not allowed to petition my government yet. Once I become a citizen, I fucking plan to, Shard. I have a couple things I plan to petition my government for. One being making the ban on 16-year-olds using the internet, 16 and under, include Telegram, Kick, and Rumble. And secondly, passing stricter tech laws. But we're already kind of talking about passing stricter tech laws anyway, so that's good. I'm not sure dumb phones will work without 3G in Australia. Not sure. It's fine. You can make them work. Like, even like if you want to get a fresh computer or fresh iPad, you want to get an old iPad. Everything needs a phone number now. You buy a new PC. You want to sign into your Microsoft account. You want to make a Microsoft account. Sorry, you got to enter your phone number. You want to create a Signal chat. Sorry, your phone number. None of these are secured, by the way. Your phone number is the way that the government tracks you the most, but it's worse than that. When you fresh install Windows 11, if you don't manually remove this, it will enable OneDrive, which is a feature automatically uploads and mirrors all of your files to a user's folder in the Microsoft Cloud. Shit blew my mind. Yep. Your phone number is essentially your SSN now.
Shopping center? Is it a private residence? And so forth. They can learn so much just from the network you're connected to and what other devices are on that network. Your linguistic style also comes up. So for example, let's say you're on Facebook, but you're using TikTok slang. Well, that's going to tell Facebook a lot of things. It's going to tell them the age demographic that you likely fall into, because older users are not going to know TikTok slang. It's going to...
Everything you choose tech-wise is a cost-benefit analysis. It should be. Hold on. I need to go and throw my stuff in the dryer. But like, yeah, no, there's a lot here. In fact, while I do that, I just want to show you guys something. This is like, we're not going to do a segment on this because I am not anywhere near knowledgeable enough to talk about this, but I do want to show you something. There you go.
And how we got to know that?
This, by the way, this is how they can spy into air-gapped places. It's fucked.
That is the brain behind this bug. And how we got to know that is because in 2013 a catalogue of AT&T's products was leaked online. That was unrelated to the Snowden leaks that were happening around the same time. The catalogue included several capabilities that AT&T was able to provide to the NSA, including this, the Firewalk. Firewalk was a bidirectional network implant capable of passively collecting gigabit Ethernet network traffic and actively injecting Ethernet packets onto the same target network. We also read that Firewalk is a bidirectional, for that bandwidth, Ethernet network implant residing within a dual-stack RJ45 USB connector. This, in other words, Firewalk is capable of filtering and egressing network traffic over a custom RF link and injecting traffic as commanded. This allows an Ethernet tunnel, VPN, to be created between target network and remote operation center, or an intermediate redirector node, such as DNT's Danter's Bridge tool. Firewalk allows active exploitation of a target network with a firewall or air gap protection. There is a diagram to help us understand this better. This is NSA's ROC, Remote Operation Center, and this is the target's network, which is assumed to be protected by firewalls or to be air-gapped, meaning it has no direct access to the internet or other public networks. As explained, NSA operatives physically
an example of TikTok slang is like unalive, Captain Buggy. I don't use my personal drive, only business OneDrive, so it's a little more secure. Honestly, just make your own cloud network. Like, it's not easy, but if you know somebody overseas, let's say anybody overseas that you trust, it is gonna be easier to just set up your own cloud server in a different country, and it's just your server. Like, it is only connected to you. And it doesn't cost all that much. You would think that it would cost a lot more than, I'm looking at you. Well, I mean, like, kinda, yeah. So think about it. You pay a monthly subscription to, like, Microsoft or Google to keep your drive working, to keep your cloud network open, but it would cost less money overall to just run a local network and have it be the network, the cloud that you connect to. I just delete OneDrive altogether. I do too. Fuck that. I also don't use Google Drive anymore either. All of this is intelligence gathering. All of it. Like a massive amount of intelligence gathering that comes from this. In fact, like I mean, I was it's too long to watch on this stream, but there's a video that I was watching just yesterday. Well, let me pull it up and I can link it. And it's rather old, actually. It's from 7 months ago, but it talks about how specifically tech companies are shifting away from trying to market privacy, including like Apple. Apple used to be the brand that like security is Apple, you know? And people used to not be able to have their phones broken into. Let's say you have lockdown mode on an Apple device. Well, that's not necessarily safe anymore. It's not, because when's the last time you heard about that? being an issue. They now have AI. So Apple's claim that no human, no Apple employee is looking at your data is still true because the AI is looking at your data. It's pretty bad. I just linked the video. I would recommend watching it on your own time. Everyone gets their bank info stolen every 2 to 3 years. Privacy isn't a thing. So you can be someone that keeps your shit secure. Like, there are ways to not get your info stolen, Captain Buggy. It's just not easy. Visora Wix panel is a train wreck. I'm missing your strong voice. What are they even talking about? And honestly, I'm not sure I care. It's not surprising to me, no Cal Mike, but I am glad that you missed my strong voice.
To tell them
We're
what
talking
kind
about
of
how
videos you like.
everything is spying on you.
Because certain niches would have different slang that you would have picked up. And Facebook's
Should
not
women
on
have rights? Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me?
TikTok, but you leave a comment on a Facebook post and all
We
of
have
a
a
sudden
dead country.
they figured out what you're watching on TikTok and they can then advertise to you based on that. Speaking of comments you leave,
You might need to crash that debate. I would rather crash a car into a tree than go and discuss whether women should have fucking rights with a bunch of idiots. Genuine, like, anyone who's actually taking that argument seriously, I don't take seriously as a person. Are you fucking kidding me? One issue is one of the women is barely pro-woman in the first place, so it's 3v1. Just stop watching it. Honestly, stop giving this kind of shit attention. That's why the brain rot keeps perpetuating, is because people keep giving it attention. It's the same thing with, like, the Ethan Klein Hassan shit. I don't care, and move on. I have more important things to talk about. Yeah, that's why I'm here now. Exactly. You're smart, no Cal Mike. The people who are watching that are getting their brains put in a blender. That's what's happening every time they look at that video. Hold on. You know what? Where are you? Where are you? This is like the average right-winger. Oh no, don't tell me I can't move tabs again. All right, 1 second. This is gonna break because I have to unplug my mic and plug it back in, which is gonna break the sound. Can you guys hear me now? All right, we're back. Lovely. Cool. For some reason, my computer does that sometimes, in which it just freezes. This is the average American right now. And so talking to them intellectually about anything is kind of a waste of time. All the stupid red pill, stupid debating feminism shit was kind of cute in 2021, maybe, like, but we have fascism now, so there's no room for that shit. Yeah, like, there's no room for drama slop anymore. Proud white man, Christian man, build the wall, suck on it, snowflake. Like, these people are the biggest pussies too. Like, you put one trans pride sticker on this car and this guy will literally explode. He will self-destruct. Should water be wet? Well, I mean, water isn't wet, hyena. I will argue, water makes things wet, but water itself is not wet, because the meaning of wet is to be covered in water. So, next week's debate, do humans really require oxygen? Misgender his dog, see how he feels? Literally, yeah. This is the level of brain rot that we are on. To be clear, this is not real, but it's funny.
China is putting gay chemicals in the vapes, coupled with fruity pina colada flavoring agents. Many nicotine enjoyers in this country are on the business end of an all-out circus of predatory endocrine warfare. Life isn't meant to be a strawberry margarita sideshow for flamers, okay? So my team and I have partnered with Tucker Carlson and Alp Pouches to help pivot away from the blight of vaporized Chinese homosexuality. Questions?
Vaporized Chinese homosexuality might be the favorite thing I've heard in a while. I think private citizens got to worry more about AI looking at their data rather than people, public figures. Exactly, Oxpecker, and that's what we're talking about right now. Actually, perfect time to come into the segment. I'm a little distracted now showing this funny shit, but like, yeah. This could have been real, by the way. I didn't understand, like, right around where he said flamers is when I realized this isn't real. The first time.
China is putting gay chemicals in the vapes, coupled with fruity pina colada flavoring agents. Many nicotine enjoyers in this country are on the business end of an all-out circus of predatory endocrine warfare. Life isn't meant to be a strawberry margarita sideshow for flamers, okay? So my team and I have partnered with Tucker Carlson and Al Pouches to help pivot away from the blight of vaporized Chinese homosexuality.
It's the
questions.
It's the vaporized Chinese homosexuality. Whichever ones come from China, Ludwig. It looks so real. So real. But remember, that's also AI. And the reason that AI is able to do that is because it's getting smarter. I disagree with the people who say that AI is starting to eat its own data because we're now giving it access to significantly more data that it didn't have access to before. To be honest, a vape that makes you gay for a few hours would be kind of base. I want to vape Chinese homosexuality. Secretary Kennedy got his information in this committee from a Jordan Peterson tweet. Unsurprising.
The way you type can also be tracked.
Remember, like, all of this is being watched right now, not just for you, not just on a broad scale, but I mean personalized individually. If you have a new phone, you have AI on it. If you have a new computer, you have AI on it. If you have a new tablet, you have AI on it. They are putting it in everything. And all of these are analyzing materials based on you, your behaviors, as well as your cohort. It's a map.
The way you
as well
type
as
can also be tracked. So
data
do you
gathering.
Type fast? Do you type slow? Do you type with one finger on a full-sized computer keyboard? Or do you type 10-fingered? Do you type with a lot of errors and you have to backspace a lot? Or do you have a really good accuracy? These things will tell them, for example, someone who makes a lot of mistakes might be a more impulsive person, whereas someone who types slowly and accurately might be a less impulsive person.
Now remember, we're talking about this in the context of corporations who are spying on you to give you ads. But remember that governments also have access to all of this information. Remember that Elon Musk went into the Treasury Department and put in hard drives and stole all of your data and is now feeding it to XAI. So, yeah, when your typing behavior indicates a 66% chance of communist sympathies, therefore El Salvador, yeah. What I'm hearing is switch up the way you type, search, pause, move, yeah, mess up their data. In fact, when you type out a sentence, maybe throw it into a translator and translate it to like a different language and then back to English to fuck up some of the syntax. And like that would be something that you could do to get around this if you didn't want your typing behavior to be connected to that. That's an option.
So they're going to advertise different products to the person who appears
Virtual
impulsive.
keyboards are also the other important thing. Unfortunately, like the AI on board on your computer, especially if you get a newer one that's going to have the AI chips installed that can run them locally, that won't help you. But also, like, if a state wants to spy on you, they can tell what you're typing by listening to the keyboard clacking. Like there's an algorithm that can tell you based on the sounds of someone typing on a keyboard with no visual exactly what they were typing. So like virtual keyboards are already kind of important. We're putting AI in everything, but we only retroactively would be horrified kind of asbestos. Future generations are going to wonder what the fuck we were thinking. Well, I mean, like, this is bad on every level.
Another thing they can learn from your typing style is your mood. Angry people are also going to type faster and make more mistakes. Sad people are going to type and then delete big portions of text because they're feeling vulnerable and maybe, oh, I don't want to say all that, right? So they can learn quite a bit from not just what you post, but what you type and how you type. The keyboard on your phone and...
I need you guys to, like, practice being intentional. If you're going to click something, think about it before you click it, because know that you want to click it. Think about what you want to write before you type it out. because if you type it, you're already writing it. Goddamn, they must be really confused about me. I relate to that one, Shard. I just type fast as fuck because I've typed so much on a keyboard, and they'll be able to tell that based on other things that they can find from you. Lexilagos has a virtual keyboard in pretty much any language, so you click letters, copy, paste, and practice use to diacritics and language learning. Journal on paper, not on text. And like if you want anything kept secret, honestly, just like burn the paper. Learn PGP encryption, that's another option. Can they tell when I'm jerking off while I'm typing? Absolutely, they can tell. They 100% can tell, Ludwig. That's not even a joke. They probably do have something in there of like, let's give you an ad right when you're in the middle of jonking it. So like, you buy this specific thing. Typing behavior data must be hilarious. Disable W. You can't disable it either, unfortunately. Journaling on text is also much more satisfying. That's true.
Trackers in your browser and in apps are tracking that sort of thing. Here's one that's pretty obvious, but it's worth mentioning, is your sleep habits. Your phone is,
fair enough.
You might already have something that's tracking your sleep, but even if you don't, if you're on your phone at 2 a.m., they know you're on your phone at 2 a.m., and that tells them something about, oh, maybe you have insomnia, maybe we should start recommending sleep aids. Or they could figure out, well, you're using like Slack late at night, so maybe you have an international job that works with other countries in different time zones. Stuff like that. This one's kind of crazy. Based on the way you use an app, they can learn how you think, like how your brain is structured.
Do you understand why I say that all of these phones are poison? Like, this is evil devil tech? Do you understand? Like, they are literally doing math. A psychologist there being like, all right, well, you moved your mouse up 3 inches on the right side, but you didn't click the thing. Like, they are psychoanalyzing you through this shit. Holy shit, no, I wonder if porn has porn ads tethered to people's preferences. I never even thought about this. They're turning the youth into gooners. They've got no idea what my schedule is. I mean, they kind of do, Shard. They do to a little bit. I always get ads around health, fear-mongering, and I always click.
So, for example, someone with, let's say, ADHD might spend a lot of time going to way all over different parts of the app. Oh, I'm going over to the profile, then I'm going to my notifications, then my home, then I'm clicking through comments, then I'm clicking through to a profile.
Why are none of my ads relevant to me? Because they don't actually care right now. Right now, they're gathering data. But also, your ads are relevant to you. They're just relevant to what they think that you want. They're not right yet. But that's a good thing. You don't want them to be relevant to you. Like, you want them to give you things that you don't want. That means that their data is not full. They don't know you yet. Porn has been farming your data preferences forever. They were way ahead of this. Yeah, that too.
Then I'm doing
We're getting farmed. We are livestock. We're the cattle.
Another thing this can tell them is just how digitally native you are, like how familiar you are with the app. That tells them a lot. But then someone, for example, who's got more of a type A personality might be doing things in a more structured way. We're going to the home page and we're scrolling through every new
Like, do you know how terrifying it is to not be able to keep yourself... If I have an encrypted router, I bought one, right? I bought an encrypted router and it's on its way to me. Oh, sorry, the NSA is like, we gotta open that package up and open it, put a little thing in it, and then close it up, pretend it's perfectly new, send it to you. How the fuck would you know without opening that? How the fuck would you know? If you are using any operating system, you're like, it can see you. If you're not on Windows, if you're on Linux, okay, you have some more protection, you have degrees of security and privacy, but they can see that you're on Linux, and if you want to do something, they can see that you're on Linux. Really, you would need something like Unix, which is, you install it onto your operating system, and it opens a in-app operating system that has 2 boxes of its own. So it's like an operating system inside of an operating system, and the first box is the entry, so you don't connect to the internet there. That's where, you know, their trackers might get stuck, and then the second box that's connected to the internet is where you do your stuff. You have to sandbox the sandbox. Yeah, exactly. You have to sandbox the sandbox and the sandbox. Y'all know what the fuck pisses me off? Targeted ads for medication. Sometimes medication I already have taken before, sometimes not. I always click to see that. I'm served ads for medicine. That's illegal here, Brain Matter. Pharmaceutical ads don't happen here. It was actually hilarious because when I used to live with my ex, I had plugged in my laptop to like the TV, and we were watching something on live US television. I think it was like, I don't know, we were watching something from the CW, and ads came on, and there was pharmaceutical ads, and everyone in the house were like, what the fuck? How is that shit legal? Medical advertising is basically only legal in the USA, yeah. Having worked in an adult boutique chain as an entry-level employee, I could see every purchase you've ever made. If you want a account, I doubt that level of information is limited to those who have signed up for the rewards program, unless you always pay in cash. Yeah, honestly, like, your digital fingerprint is everywhere. They know everything about you.
On the home page. Then we're going to the stories and we're watching every new story. Then we're going to our Explore tab and we're doing things in a very regimented and segmented way that tells them...
This is a problem for the whole world, not just the US. If you live in a country that is part of the 14 Eyes, you are being spied on, at the very least.
About your personality and how you think. I'm still just like scratching the surface here. For example, in 2018, Facebook came up with a method to track people based on dust on a camera lens. So for example, let's say you were at a wedding and there was a wedding photographer who took pictures of everyone at the wedding, and then they got emailed to all the guests later, and then multiple of those guests all uploaded the photos to Facebook, but there was no other way for Facebook to know who was at that wedding. Well, Facebook would analyze the photo, find dust in the photo from the camera lens that you couldn't even see in the photo because it's a professional photo. And it would use that to say, oh, the same dust is on the camera lens of...
Like, this is wasteland shit. I don't know how we got here. Cheeseburger Murphy, should crowdfund a based OS, or is that basically impossible? No, it's not impossible. Those exist already. There are operating systems that are safe for you to use, that are secure. Kick Secure is one, because Unix itself is not totally secure, but Kick Secure is a clone of Unix made more secure. You would use Kick Secure and ideally combine that with cubes so that you have a sandbox in your sandbox in your sandbox in your sandbox. And if you have Kick Secure and cubes, and let's say your Tor browser leaks your OS, it's not actually leaking your OS, it's leaking the box's OS, so you can still be somewhat, you know, anonymous. But like that, you need to know how to use Linux. You need to learn how to code. I'm trying to learn how to code because I want to switch like to Linux. I don't like the fact that every key I type is being tracked by Microsoft at the very least. It's terrifying how much data they're gathering. This video is only the surface.
After a quarter.
And again, right now, just today, Google rolled out their major AI update with Gemini Assistant. So now your phone has AI in it. Mine has it. Mine auto-updated last night. I'm pissed, and I can't get rid of it.
Of a century of us Googling just about anything, the tech giant behind it all unveiling a new era of searching the internet. It's still Googling, but now with the help of a full-blown AI assistant.
I see. We're not going to listen to this. This is now spying on you on your phone too. The safest phone that you could possibly have is no phone. And the second safest phone that you can have if you really need a smartphone is probably a Google Pixel that's been hardened with Graphene OS. But like, look, like even the people who, I don't know, are rich are warning about AI. Look at this. This is the Fiverr CEO.
No, there's lots of talk about artificial intelligence and concerns that it could make many people's jobs obsolete. Well, the CEO of Fiverr, that's a platform that connects freelancers and companies looking to hire them, sent this email to his employees last month. And as you see there, it says in part, quote, AI is coming for your jobs. Heck, it's coming for my job too. This is a wake-up call. Michal Kaufman is the CEO and joins us now to talk about the future of AI and the workplace. You know, as much traction as this email has received, you've really stirred up the comment section. It's been a popular refrain in the past few years. So give our viewers a bit of a pulse check. How alarmed should people be that AI is already here?
Well,
pretty fucking alarmed.
It's absolutely here. And you know, I think the email came at the backdrop of our employees that are wondering if they have a future in their professions. And they weren't really waiting for my email. And if anything, this email was a validation of the things that they feel. And it was all about, talking openly and directly to our team, like grown-ups. They're not kids. They don't need to sugarcoat anything. And they really needed the validation that their fears are valid, but also a leadership perspective of what they can do about it.
And let's talk more about that. How can someone who believes their job will be made obsolete by AI, how can they differentiate themselves
I
to
got a
make
channel warning, which is weird. What do you mean? What's a channel warning?
themselves useful, I guess, to be able to work with these AI systems?
Yeah. So look, I think that the way I'm looking at this from an executive standpoint is, I think we were given with superpowers, but this should reflect in how people work. So my expectations are double or triple the output per unit of time, and the same for the quality per unit of delivery. And the reality is that
the shitty part is that a trash, dog shit, ineffective AI is still very appealing to capital, and you can justify firing you. Yeah, absolutely. Said something about misinformation on my channel. I mean, that tracks, because Twitch probably fucking hates me. Look, you can run an AI locally on your computer. Like, you don't need to have much. Like, you just need a decent computer that has a processor, some good RAM, and you can run a local AI. It's pretty bad. It's actually kind of scary. People I've seen, like, even just on TikTok, have access to dark web unlocked.
We need to get these fucking immigrants.
AIs. I gave you a warning for spreading. Oh, that was you. Okay, cool. So it's not about me. Love that. Love that. Love that. All right, we're going to switch to the wasteland now, but we're going to do it slowly. We're going to ease into the wasteland. No. Twitch doesn't say that I'm misinfo. Shard gave a warning to Genghis Khan saying, don't do misinfo. So, let me ask you guys something. If you're in a hotel and you wake up and you hear this, right?
An emergency situation requires you
Oh, fair. By the way, if your volume is loud, turn it down, because this is going to get loud.
to shelter in place for your safety. Please stay inside your hotel room or remain in a secure location.
Very calm, very, just dim your voice.
Do not exit the building or move to other areas.
I am misinfo. I like that.
As more information becomes available.
You should know better, Genghis Khan, by the way, because you've been here while I've made that distinction and shown people the differentiation, like, multiple times. It's unsettling. No, like, literally, why have such a calm talking tone and then that?
Attention valued guests.
This, like,
An
I don't know,
emergency
confused me.
situation requires you to shelter in place for your safety. Please stay inside your hotel room or remain in a secure location. Do not exit the building or move to other areas. We will provide updates as more information becomes available.
It's actually kind of funny. I don't know. I enjoy it. I think it's funny. It's not entirely correct. There is a form of socialism that falls under, but that is the minority of socialism. Most socialism is not National Socialism. National Socialism is the worst socialism that everyone hates. There are no socialists. By the way, hold on, don't mute anybody. Genghis Khan. Also, the Nazis weren't socialists. They were about as socialist as North Korea is democratic, the DPRK. Immediately when taking power, they shut down workers' unions. They arrested other socialists, communists. They specifically went and did the opposite of socialism. They took the power and the control of the wealth and gave it to oligarchs that they were controlling, that the people that they decided, like, you can have this industry. That's not socialism. It's the opposite of socialism. It's just like North Korea can call themselves the Democratic Republic, but they're not a democracy. The first people that the Nazis put in concentration camps were communists and socialists. It's true. The alarm reminds me of an old house whatever. Do you understand what I'm saying here, Genghis Khan? That, like, just because they have socialist in the name does not mean they were in any way socialists. They did everything that is opposite of socialism immediately when taking power, and then continued on that track. The Nazis invented the Volkswagen and sold it abroad. The US corporations did plenty of trade with the Nazis. Don't ask a Nazi how much Fanta he enjoyed in the 30s. That's also true. The only reason they used socialism in their name is because they wanted to steal the popularity of the left-wing policies, which is true. Which is, you can see again, by the way, today, by right-wingers that were far more Hitler-right before the election, now sounding a little bit socialist in some of their rhetoric, talking about billionaires and representation. It's the same thing. It's the same idea. It's the same concept. We really do live in a dead country, though. Like, America's fucked, guys. You do, crazy enough, Fanta is quite popular all over the world. Crazy enough, Fanta was made by the Nazis. Was it made by the Nazis, or was it sold to the Nazis? It was made by the Nazis. Hitler said that he was going to take away the term socialism from the socialists before he, like, way before he did. Yeah. Like, there was no doubt that Hitler wasn't a socialist. It's only Nazis that say that, and people who have been tricked by Nazi-like propaganda say that. Those are the only two people. There is no socialism in Nazi Germany. Also, like, this is the society that we live in, and I don't know if this can be saved. PBS, Cookie Monster. Fuck you, fascist. You're a postmodern psyop. Pure evil. I mean, Jordan Peterson gets mad at the Elmo Twitter account, but, like, why are we all fighting with Sesame Street now? I think it was produced by the Nazis, but even with the Volkswagen, this was coordination with Western companies. Yeah, because, like, Fanta's owned by Coca-Cola, so, you know. Remember, Hitler did get a lot of his ideas from America, so, you know. They weren't even North Korean-style socialists, just straight-up capitalists and fascists. Yeah. Yeah, they were capitalists. Capitalist fascists. Dead society. I don't know how this country can be saved. Joe Biden has ass cancer. Joe Biden has been dead for over a year. What? Yes, he was AI. Kamala killed him. Long like Homo sapien. Your 6 question marks, if I could have like a physical reaction that was that would be that. That would be my physical reaction. It's the equivalent of 6, 7 question marks back to back. The European mind cannot comprehend this, and neither can mine. Sorry, I can't play the music because it's copyright. My guy. Is this what people are like in Russia? Yes. Actually, honestly, probably we might be worse. The European mind and Visora's mind cannot comprehend why you need a fucking wheelchair-mounted assault rifle. I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me.
We need to get these fucking immigrants out of our country. I don't support letting potatoes take our country over. Hey, you're right. It's a bunch of white South Africans coming over here. We gotta stop them. Hold the fuck up. Wait, what you doing? What the fuck? You said white South Africans? Yeah. It's a bunch of white people from fucking South Africa. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. He already know what job he finna steal. He probably finna steal my job. We gotta help them. What the fuck? You just told me that you wasn't even racist and that the immigrants is fucking us up. I'm agreeing with you, like, we need to fix this shit. Let's get them. You're right, but not them immigrations. So which ones then? All the brown ones. Yeah, because America's starting to get too fucking dark and the sun out.
Like, literally, this is the state of things right there. I love that guy. That guy has very funny videos. Look at this. Excuse me, why did my daughter get handed this at school? This is 5th grade, and I didn't sign any paperwork allowing her to attend sex ed. Boys were also handed this. Your kid should get sex ed whether you want it or not. And the fact that, like, boys were handed this, like, what do you think? Do you think that the boys are out there jonking it to this image? That's what the boys are masturbating to, right? Mm-hmm. God forbid they learn about their own bodies, literally. You need to go back to school. You're a fucking author? Sex workers' rights activist? What the fuck is this? What the fuck? How are you a sex workers' rights activist and you're angry that your 5th grader got anatomy fucking pictures at school in her sex ed class? That your kid gets to go to sex ed without your consent? Fuck you. You don't own your kid. Quite controversial topic and also very incorrect. No, it's not, Genghis Khan. I think that everyone who's mad about kids learning sex ed needs to shut the fuck up, and you need to teach kids sex ed. I'm sorry. I don't care. Just because you're uncomfortable with it doesn't mean that your kid has to suffer from not learning. The parents in America are killing the kids. All of these parents are responsible for the death of human society. They're killing their kids. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what Brain Matter said, which was what? God forbid they learn about their own bodies? That's the last thing I saw. Or our animal agriculture literally inspired the death camps. That one, that's partially true. The other half of it was, you know, our treatment of black people during Jim Crow inspired how like the Nazis were going to act against the Jews, and then they put some of those ideas together and bam, they got the death camps. My bad on that one. I didn't see what you were talking about there. I opted out of sex ed because I kept gagging at the nasty pictures of STDs that showed up. Yeah. You need to learn how to be uncomfortable and sit there and watch it. They showed us videos of chlamydia. They showed it like you need to know this shit. Children should know sex exists. Children should know what consent is. Literally not teaching children about this makes it easier for parents to sexually abuse their kids. Not having kids learn sex ed in 5th grade means their pastor might be able to sexually assault them because they don't know what that is. That's like, it's that simple. In South Carolina, the fear-mongering just don't have sex isn't actually sex ed. Yeah. It's the fucking Christian abstinence culture bullshit. And it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't exist. No one actually behaves like that. Nobody. No, not a single human being. My state, that's not sex ed. It's, hey, look at nasty STDs, don't have sex. Yeah, see, in my when I grew up, it was learn about the body, learn about anatomy, learn about pregnancy, learn about, like, I don't know, what the inside of your anatomy looks like, learn about puberty, learn about STDs, learn about safe sex, how to put on a condom. I had to practice putting on a condom on a banana in school, all right? I was 14. That was 14, but, you know, I learned sexual education, but not from school, just read books at the library. Most people can't read, Genghis Khan. So, like, that doesn't work for most of society now. More Americans cannot read than can read. You need sex ed, and also they're burning the books in the libraries that you learned sex ed from. So, most people can't read, they're burning the books, and, that it's required. You need to teach people this. Every kid deserves age and developmental stage appropriate sex ed in a non-judgmental environment. Also, disabled kids need sex ed. True. I never learned how to put on a condom or what dental dam even looks like. Yeah, we practiced that in school. Now, where's that from? What source? Do you need me to cite you book burnings? Google. Google book burnings in America. Like, I don't know what the argument is there. No, hold on. Don't time him out, because, like, I know he's trolling, but I got him. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Like, it's so stupid. The idea that there isn't book burnings happening. We've been seeing them for over a year. Like, since last year. Since 2023, even, I've seen book burnings. Sex education in school is very important, and it's done right in the right age. I feel like 13 or 14 is old enough. No. It's age appropriate, Backcast. It's not, like, this was 5th grade, and I think it was appropriate. Hold on. And beyond that, I don't think that, like, it matters at all. I think you could teach, like, 5th graders full-on sex ed. I don't think you need to, like, worry about how old they are. Kids can comprehend a lot more than you think they can. This is appropriate for a 5th grader. Well, how old are you in 5th grade again? What are you, 14 when you start high school? It's like 13 in 8th grade. Sorry, 13 in 6th grade. 12 in 5th grade. 12 years old. This is definitely 12-year-old suitable. This is 10-year-old suitable. It's literally anatomy. This is what your body is. This is what your body parts are. That's it. Grade 5 is like 11 to 12, I think. Yeah. Grade 5 is when I started getting sex ed classes too. It was like every other year from there. I was so confused about women's biology prior to actually being a woman, being with a woman. School here taught us nothing. You know, like a lot of people don't even know that there's a third hole. Like women, even. There's a scene from Orange is the New Black where all the women in prison are like, wait, you got a third hole? It's your pee hole. I don't believe it. Like, people don't know. Kids can understand and handle a lot more than society at large thinks they can. I think that, like 14-year-olds right now are probably about the same mental capacity as like a 21-year-old, because we stay like mentally young for longer, and also the brain rot kind of reduces into like ability as they grow older. 12 years old to learn this is perfectly fine. And also, I learned this well before I was 12. So, you know, not well before, but like I learned it on my own because I have access to the internet and I was a curious kid. If I can find it online, then it's fine to show me in school. If I can find it online, it's fine to show me in school. Everyone has a phone now, don't they? They can find it online. So you showed in school. Let me get some of these links open, and then we're gonna jump to the wasteland. All right. Where is that fucking link? I had one right here. That's fine. As someone who's nearly 30, I still stand by a lot of things I thought as a kid. I genuinely was just a smart, like literally, yes, exactly. Captain Buggy, your thoughts don't change all that much into adulthood. I mean, like they do, but they grow and evolve. But you are able to acknowledge and identify things in your surrounding. 12 years old, there are kids that like went to war at 12 years old in history. Not that that's a good thing, that's a bad thing, but you're old enough to comprehend the world around you. That's why, like, when people are like, oh, what are the kindergartners going to think if they see a gay couple kissing? They're going to ask a question, and they're going to say, oh, I didn't know that that was a thing. And you're going to say, yeah, that's a thing. And then that's it. Kids don't get confused. Adults get confused. Up until last year, she incorrectly referred to her anatomy. My own mother, nearly 70, did not know the urethra and the vagina were two separate holes. I had to explain it to her over the phone with medical reference images. She was shocked. She also has chronic recurrent UTIs, which makes a lot of sense now. There you go. That's pretty fucking common. My mom's family health book taught me, read that at the age of 10. Based. Honestly, probably should keep one in your house in case they burn the rest of them. Just being a kid with empathy gives a massive advantage over most adults. I agree. All that really changes my knowledge and that has expanded. Yeah. To be fair, I was a little bit of a little shit when I was a kid. And I got better as I grew older. But that was because of like the people I hung around with. And so like cutting off that influence is what made me less of a little shit. At school, all I wanted to do was mess around with my mates and talk about what we were doing after school. I learned far more after I left school, to be honest. That's because school isn't built to teach you things, Spatcast. School is built to teach you how to work a factory job. That's what it is. It's there to teach you class structures and social cohesion, as well as how to do a factory job. Can y'all imagine living 70 years on this planet and finding out you had a hole that you didn't know about? No, that shit's crazy. Even as a little shit, I was still more empathetic than the Nazis today. True. Same. I went on 4chan. I was a little shit. And, I mean, like, I found some of the bad stuff on there funny, but as I grew older, I learned, oh, that's actually horrible. Empathy kicked in. And then, yeah. All right, give me 2 secs before we jump over to this. Let me get, a good stretch in. Oh. Go fill my water bottle, and then we will jump to the wasteland because we got a decent amount of news from America, but we still have to talk about Europe and Ukraine because there's a lot going on there. There's a lot been going on, really. do also got a pee, so just give me like another minute, because once we start. Alright, we are back. Why do I always feel like I'm fucking Cenk Uygur saying, back on the Young Turks, like every time I say we're back, when coming back to my chair? What are we talking about? Let's catch up. We were talking about sex education, but now, I'm gonna jump to America. Holy shit, there's a lot of chat here. Ooh, I think homeschooling should be illegal, by the way, Hyena. I think you should be not allowed to homeschool your child unless you have a teaching degree. Unless you have a teaching degree, or unless someone who does have a teaching degree is homeschooling your kid. But honestly, based, like, you got lucky. I will forever be grateful to the history teacher who throughout the entire day's lesson plan to ask me if I was racist and dismantled the ideology I wasn't even aware of that I'd been indoctrinated into. Based ass teacher. Homeschooling should be illegal, but that was one case in which it was not a bad thing. Most of the time, it's pretty bad. I also will forever remember the best history teacher I ever had, who taught me history by learning through the song We Didn't Start the Fire. That's how I learned world history in 8th grade. Okay, so remember before when I said the white South African immigrants or refugees, or whatever the fuck they are, from South Africa that have been brought to the United States? Well, this is kind of Operation Paperclip Part 2, and it's bad. Oh no, the homeschooling was terrible. The public school teacher was base as fuck. That's okay. That's my general experience as well.
Fucking presses. Pumpkin Spice Palpatine just pulled a Operation Paperclip Part 2, the Electric Boogaloo. Real quick Saturday history lesson for those not in the know. Operation Paperclip was the American plan to secretly keep a whole lot of World War II rocket scientists from Germany and send them to Alabama. More specifically, Huntsville, Alabama. It's why the Huntsville Civic Center is still to this day named after Wernher von Braun, a well-known Nazi.
Which, by the way, Wernher von Braun wrote the book that Elon's dad read and named Elon after the main and protagonist of that book. That's where Elon Musk's name comes from. It comes from a book written by a German rocket scientist who writes about a fucking civilization that lives underground on Mars that is somehow weirdly fascistic and communist at the same time. It's Nazi babble. And the main character, or the leader of the group, was called the Elon, which is where that name came from.
Now it seems that President Shits His Pants has decided to send these South African people to the exact same place. Real quick, will somebody explain to me why the right-wing Wonder Boy only wants to do the dumbest shit that both sides did during World War II? I mean, we all know which one of his predecessors' playbooks he's picking from, but it feels like someone pulled out all the parts that partially worked before they let him play with it. And before y'all say some stupid shit in my comment section, like we had to take in those scientists, we wouldn't have won the space race if we would have allowed the Soviets to get them. We shouldn't have let the Soviets have them either. We should have strung them up.
Base.
Now that's gonna be it for me today. Y'all have you a wonderful Saturday. Keep the motherfucking boots out of your motherfucking mouth, and remember that the golden rule will always remain: yeehaw, fuck the law. I love y'all. I'll see you down the line.
I love this guy, genuinely. The right wing, I love it. President Shits His Pants, I love it. And of course, the end, his outro, yeehaw, fuck the law.
Hey, y'all have you a wonderful Saturday. Keep the motherfucking boots out of your motherfucking mouth, and remember that the golden rule will always remain: yeehaw, fuck the law.
Keep the motherfucking boots out of your motherfucking mouth. I love that as well. Oh no, not holes again. Yes, but after World War II, a lot of the Germans were sent out to different countries because they were quote unquote more scientifically advanced. And that was because we didn't kill all of the Nazis. They should have all been sentenced to death in Nuremberg. Like, not a single one of the Nazis that was proven to be a Nazi should have been left alive. Not, obviously, all the Germans. All the Germans weren't fucking Nazis in the fucking, what was it called? Whatever, the Nazis, like, military government structure. They weren't the ones doing the things. Some of them were. And the ones that were should have not been left, you know, let go free. Yeah, welcome to Argentina. And also South Africa. Remember, Peter Thiel, J.D. Vance's owner, went to the last school on Earth that greets each other with Heil Hitler in Nambia.
Oh, I love y'all.
And also all of the soldiers, depraved ambiance.
I'll see you down the line.
All of them. Unfortunately, like, you can't let Nazism fester. It's actually, unironically, their rhetoric is correct, but only when applied to themselves. They are infectious. They need to be rooted out, and not exist in this plane of existence. That ideology should no longer exist. Who is this guy? I would like more yeehaw fuck the law on my feed. I will send you a link.
Stop.
Unfortunately, like, we can evidentiate this as well. We know that giving the Nazis ability to regroup makes a lot more Nazis, like, really quickly. The Soviets forced these people to clean up those death camps that they recognized those civilians were allowing it to happen. I mean, like, yeah. The only good Nazi is an ex-Nazi. There are multiple ways to achieve that. Yeah. But it has to be achieved, you know? Sorry, who is the guy again? I just linked him. Pissed off bartender. Pissed off bartender. What about someone with different opinions? What would you call them? Well, it depends on what the opinions are, Genghis Khan. If you're asking me, like, Nazis, like, let's bring us back to 1945. And on one hand, I have a guy who was in the Wehrmacht, or was the Wehrmacht? What was the army called? I can't remember. Wehrmacht. What was their fucking military, right? Yeah. So we got one fucking Nazi from the Wehrmacht, and we got one German that lived in Berlin. They ran a bakery in Berlin, right? What is your question to me? I don't understand what you're asking me. Because the one in the Wehrmacht should die. He should be hung up and strung up by the Hague. Like, I don't believe in the death penalty, obviously, like today, but we're talking about historically. In the context of post-World War II, what I think should have happened. This is past, obviously. So we can hypothetically talk about this. The soldier, I don't care what their opinions are, because they still did the things. I was just following orders is not an excuse. But the one who was a baker? Let's say the baker even voted for Hitler. No, you don't have to die. You didn't kill anybody. You made a horrible mistake and you should be shamed and feel guilty for the rest of your life. No, we're not talking about the modern day right now. We're talking about history right now. In the modern day, if someone had a different opinion on a certain topic, you're asking me vague questions and trying to bait me. Understand that. Give me an actual question. Be specific. What if they had certain different opinions? Okay, they have different opinions. Why do I care? I'm just going to talk, and that's it. If you have a different opinion than me right now, what do you think is happening? Am I putting you in a camp? No, we're talking. Be specific and material. Thank you, Long Homo sapien. Like, ask me the question that you're asking. Thank you for so much. Also, human rights are communal privilege. If someone thinks insert people here don't deserve human rights, they can volunteer to surrender theirs first. I, like, 100%. Chat logs on the screen, please. All right, all right. Why is this so small? Why don't I make this bigger? Can I make this bigger? Ah, there we go. So, what we got here? what we got here. So, talking about the modern day, if someone had an opinion on a different topic, well, give me one. Misinformation. Not knowing something is misinformation is not an excuse to present it as fact. If you genuinely posting something that you believe later found it was inaccurate, please take down your post. That's fine. The Espeon in your room is a nice touch. Always seen it, but just kind of now appreciating it. Thank you. The Espeon is lovely. If you think about it, socialism shuts people down, therefore Nazism. Like, we know that what you talk about. So are you going to ask me a question, or are you going to run away now that I've put you on screen? That would be kind of shitty. Like, I'm very willing to engage with this topic. In the meantime, while we wait for you, let's talk about history again, like we were doing originally. Yes, I know. I know they are. Depraved ambiance. But I'm trying to make a point here. I mean, to be fair, it doesn't even matter, because I called Gibbs, what was his name? Captain Gibbs. I called him a demon, and he said, yes, I am. And then he said that I called him a Nazi when I never called him a Nazi. Genghis Khan, you still haven't answered my question. Why are you replying to a different chatter and not me? I'm the one you're talking to. We're waiting. We're waiting. Anyway, historically, we shouldn't have let any of these people go. Any of the Nazis that we knew were Nazis should have just been strung up and hung. Giving them any breathing room makes them grow. Again, I've said this many, many, many times. If you go look up denazification, go to the the Wikipedia page, scroll down and look at the polls that we did in post-Nazi Germany, areas that were occupied by the United States, where we went out and we asked civilians what they thought. And within 4 years of the end of the war, 1/3 of that population, you're still not answering me. That's why you're a coward. Genghis Khan, the next chat you sent, if it's not directed at me, answering my question, you are getting banned. Like, full on, I will permaban you. I will permaban you. Answer me. Don't be a pussy. We can have a conversation. I don't know why you're, like, avoiding it. Trying to fucking, stun lock me? I'm still going, motherfucker. Like, I can say I don't agree with certain topics, and that's fine. Obviously, you can say that. But depending on the topic, that either makes you a shitty person that we don't want here, or wrong, or correct. Like, there are options. You might be right, and someone else might be wrong. You might be so wrong that you're essentially agreeing with demons. You might be both wrong and not bad. Like, there are many options in that box. I'm sad girls banned mod. I ban. Oof. No. I want this one for myself. If we're banning him, I want it. None of you, but mods, please do not. This one's mine. Oh yeah, America's going downhill. I agree with that. Okay. We're moving on. Speaking of America going downhill, we have a congresswoman finally being arrested, as we've all predicted that the fascist government is going to arrest political opponents. Look here. Here is a Democrat congresswoman that the government doesn't like that is now being arrested. I mean, like, this is the same congresswoman that went along with the mayor into the ICE facility, the mayor of Newark in New Jersey, that was also arrested. Although she was allowed in, he wasn't. They're arresting her for assault, when in the video that we've seen, none of what they're claiming exists. What's up, Arberlin? They're claiming that she body slammed a fucking ICE agent. Meanwhile, in the video, it's just her with her elbows up in a crowd trying to, like, you know, not get pushed side to side because it looked like a fucking mob in there. It looked like a mosh pit in there. So the criminal complaint filed in the U.S. District Court in Newark alleges McIver slammed her forearm into one agent forcibly and grabbed him. Well, okay, that did happen, but that was because they're all fucking pushing against each other. Shard! Why? I said don't touch him. He's mine. Aye. Whatever, next one. I'll take the next one. She got physically thrown at the ICE agent, and then they said that's assault. Yeah, the one behind her pushed her. She put her elbows up. You said don't ban him. To be fair, I did say don't ban him. I wanted to, but good work. Exclusively, the little ICE agent feared for their lives. I mean, they're all cowards anyway. To be in ICE right now, you're a coward, a piece of shit, or a Nazi, and there's no in between. No good person is in ICE right now. There are no good ICE agents. All of them are demons. Because anyone who wasn't a demon would have left by now. Complaint was presented to U.S. Magistrate Judge Stacey Adams on Monday evening, shortly before New Jersey's interim U.S. Attorney, Alina Habba, announced the charges on X, escalating a confrontation between political branches. Habba also agreed to drop the pending trespassing charges against Newark Mayor Ras Baraka, a Democrat who was also running for governor, and a traitor. Such a good word, yeah. So, this is bad, but, I mean, it was expected. I'm honestly surprised that it's not AOC first, but, you know. We're at the stage where Congress people are getting arrested now. All the people who gleefully jumped up to be ICE agents need fucking therapy? No, they need redacted and they're redacted. Is what they need. That can be anything, by the way. Like, I'm not talking about violence here, but they just do need some redacted in their redacted. So here's Senator Josh Hawley. I'm not apologizing for this one. I've been warning that chatter for literal weeks to behave. No, you're fine. You don't have to apologize. I was just like, I was excited to hit the ban button, but they'll be back. It's fine. Thank you. I do appreciate the work that you do, Shard. Same with the DEA, CIA, Fed Enforcement, Military Police, local law enforcement, National Guard. National Guard, not so much, but yeah. The rest of them, yes. Not so much the National Guard, because I know a lot of people are in the National Guard after, like, they come back from, like, a military deployment and they just want to serve the country. Like, they do it so they can help in, like, natural disasters. Kind of like what we're talking about here when it comes to Josh Hawley in natural disasters. This is the kind of National Guard that I don't hate.
Commit to helping for those 3 major disaster declaration requests that are pending. Will you help expedite those, Secretary Noem, and get those in front of the president, get those approved? We are desperate for the assistance in Missouri.
Yes. I'm sorry, is FEMA gone? Are you desperate for assistance in Missouri? I thought paying for your disaster relief was socialism.
Noem, and get those in front of the president, get those approved. We are desperate for the assistance in Missouri.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank
Make
you.
sure the application gets to the White House as soon as possible.
Fantastic, thank you. And can I also have your commitment that if and when the president approves a major disaster declaration for this storm that just happened on Friday in St.
Yeah, I thought the states could handle it.
Louis, will you expedite as much as possible FEMA individual assistance for those who qualify
I'm sorry,
for it?
what happened to FEMA? I thought FEMA was gone. Motherfucker, FEMA doesn't exist anymore. What are you talking about?
Will you expedite as much as possible FEMA individual assistance for those who qualify for it in the St. Louis area?
Yes.
And
Oh, sorry. Those who qualify for it. Now I understand. It's like the 6 rich people. Is Hawley asking for FEMA help? He's actually saying he's desperate for FEMA help. States' rights to be responsible for their own disaster recovery.
I want to tell you just how important that is, because as I toured these streets and walked and talked to the residents, what I heard over and over is many of these folks don't have insurance.
Yeah.
You know, many of these folks, they either got their
You are a rich Republican.
homes from a family member, or they bought them from a family member, so they don't have a mortgage on the property, and therefore they don't have homeowners insurance. So, as you know, having been a governor, in many instances, FEMA assistance is going to be the only assistance that they're.
Yeah, he forgot he's in the no FEMA party. Like, literally every time with these motherfuckers, they will take away everything that helps not only them, but everyone around them. And then the moment that it's an inconvenience to you rather than someone else, everyone's a socialist after a natural disaster. Who the fuck buys a home from family wealth? What kind of wealth? I mean, like, rich people do. Is this the tornado thing? I mean, there's a lot of shit going on. This could be tornadoes. This could be, I don't know. Didn't we Doge the tornado reporting team? We did actually do that. Yeah. But like, at the same time, right? We got the no FEMA party begging for FEMA assistance because God is punishing the United States with wild weather. Because it's been nonstop tornadoes, fires, and floods since Trump got elected. I genuinely, maybe the Christians are right and God is just punishing America. They love fucking over their constituents and then being surprised when their constituents are fucked over and fed up. Example A.
On lowering the price of groceries, how do you justify cutting food assistance in this bill?
Let me just tell you, the cut is going to give everybody much more food because prices are coming way down.
Exactly, brain matter. The perfect timing. Cutting food assistance is actually going to give everybody more food.
Groceries are down. Eggs. You told me about eggs. You asked me a question about eggs my first week. You said eggs. I said, I just got here. Tell me about eggs. And it was going through the roof. You know that eggs now are way down. Everybody's buying eggs.
Yeah, Yahweh
Groceries
showing an
down,
unexpected
energy's
righteous
down.
streak. Can you up the volume a bit over there? Like, I'll whatever your name is, you know, God, Allah, Yahweh, whatever, up the volume a little bit. My groceries are still high as fuck. I live in a supposedly low-cost state. Yeah. Why does the media even ask Trump questions at this point? Because only the ones that do are allowed to talk to him.
Gasoline is
He just banned NBC from the White House today.
now they're buying gasoline now for $1.99. If you look back, you'll see $3.50, $4. This country, we're going to lose this country.
GDP down, inflation up, unemployment up. Don't worry. GDP is going to go down more. Inflation's going to go up more. Unemployment's going to skyrocket. It's going to be great. You're going to be so tired of winning. He wasn't lying, you know, because they won. And by the end of this, the people who won are going to be fucking tired of winning.
Our country now is respected all over the world. All over the world we're respected. We were a laughingstock. The entire...
Oh yes, of course. Yeah, now we're not a laughing stock at all. It's not this. It's not, you know, like fucking Kristi Noem not knowing what habeas corpus is.
What is habeas corpus?
Well, habeas corpus is a constitutional right that the president has to be able to remove people from this country and suspend their right
let me stop you, ma'am. Habeas corpus, excuse me, that's incorrect.
President
Habeas
Lincoln
corpus,
used it.
Excuse me. Habeas corpus is the legal principle that requires that the government provide a public reason for detaining and imprisoning people. If not for that protection, the government could simply arrest people.
It's not funny anymore. It was never it's not. It's funny in the like not ha-ha way, but in the we're coping way. It's straight Nazi shit. So he's right. We're not a joke anymore. We're a real thing. It's Nazi America, except for most of the planet. They don't see that yet. Everyone go like the stream. I'm going to be gone for a little bit. Those numbers better be up when I get back. I'll see you in a bit, Shardspork. Thank you. Please go like the stream. It does definitely help get the word out, grow the stream. I want to be able to keep doing this. That'd be nice. And, you know, I don't want Donald Trump to liberate me from my job like he's liberating you from your jobs. So help me not be liberated from my job. Remember this moment when you doubt yourself? Kristi Noem doesn't, and look where she is. That's true. That's true. You could do whatever the fuck you want because Kristi Noem is head of Homeland Security and she doesn't know what habeas corpus is. You can do it. Just like with the aid example, I want to remind everyone that yoinking food assistance from non-wealthy people is intentional cruelty and will have generational consequences. Yes, it will. I hope the USA citizens are more welcoming, or I hope the USA citizens are more than welcome to come to Canada. They're not, unfortunately. Like, they are, but they're not. And so let's talk about what happened in this, Viz won't even let me threaten chat. This is tyranny. You can threaten chat. I was laughing at you threatening chat. I wasn't, like, saying it was bad. I was saying I liked it. What, that gold-trimmed Oval Office, though. Yeah. So, last night, by the way, at 1 a.m., the House Rules Committee met. And they read for 7 hours. I did read it. Did I not read the whole thing? Yeah, you're all going in the slammer. I read that bit. Sorry. The threat worked. You reminded me to go, like, yeah. So, what happened in this 1 a.m. meeting? What did the House Rules Committee find? Well,
I stayed up all night, so
oh, by the way, they talked for 7 hours.
you didn't have to, and I can understand why the Republicans scheduled a committee hearing at 1 a.m. They are scared of the general public seeing what they are doing because cutting things like healthcare for our nation's most vulnerable, food for our nation's children, and exploding our deficit are in fact not popular policies.
Ooh, who would have thought?
There were a couple of things that were shared earlier this morning in the committee that you need to know about it. The Congressional Budget Office released their latest figures, and they are bad. The CBO is a federal agency that provides objective, nonpartisan information regarding the budget and economic policy, and they flat out say that the proposed bill will hurt health.
Dart, I'm sorry. Come on. I'm like doing a bunch of shit here. Sometimes things fall between the cracks. I'm riddled with ADHD, and even on my ADHD meds, I'm still riddled with ADHD. Big heart. I'm sorry.
Households in the bottom 10% of income distribution and help those in the top 10% of income distribution. In other words, it helps the rich.
In other words, they're stealing money from you. Again, more money.
At the expense of everyday Americans.
More money.
Additionally, CBO's latest figures show that the Republicans' billionaire first tax
Love
plan
you too,
will
mate.
result in an estimated $3.8 trillion increase to our deficit over the
$3.8 trillion increase to the deficit. Remember when they were saying that they were going to cut the deficit? You know, this was going to be the party of we're going to not increase, like we're going to spend less. We're going to save money.
The next decade. And that's bad on its own, but this growing deficit will likely result in sequestration. Sequestration is a fancy way of saying cutting funding for programs.
Fiscal responsibility.
This will result in a $490 billion cut to Medicare. Yes, Medicare. These latest figures from a nonpartisan agency.
Yeah, Medicare, by the way, was not something that was on the table up until now. Like, it was always on the table, and we knew it would be. But publicly, most of the conversation revolved around Medicaid, not Medicare. And it touching Medicare is a big fucking deal.
Show that this bill helps billionaires, and it is coming at the expense of everyday Americans. It is not too late to call your lawmakers and tell them to vote no on the proposed budget. Whether you care about healthcare, or SNAP, or the federal deficit, there's so many reasons why our lawmakers should vote no on this budget. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, hopes to get this budget passed either today, May 21st, or tomorrow, May 22nd, so stay tuned.
This is a really bad bill. In fact, we're gonna watch a little bit of Democracy Now! Over it. But first, a couple things I would like to show you before we get there. Hold on. Also, just to prime you, under Trump's economic plan, people making between $17,000 and $51,000 can lose an average of $700 in after-tax income, taking into account tax and social spending changes. According to a new study, those who make $4.3 million or more would gain an average of $389,000. So if you're making under $50K, you're spending an extra $700 in your bill. In your bills. And if you're making more than $4.3 million, you're making an extra $400,000. We used to eat the rich when it got to this. Like, we would literally eat them physically. We would cook them, chew them up, and devour them. Guess it's Hoover time. Somebody told Trump, we need some agriculture tariffs. That'll help with the grocery prices. We need to start setting up, like, big Hoover bills in, like, central parks. Go, like... I don't know, if any of you live in New York and you're good at organizing, try and get, like, a demonstration, get a bunch of people, like, as many as you can, to build a Hooverville in Central Park. I don't know, give it a go. It'll be at least good publicity. When pubs can't agree on it, you know it's bad, yeah. I mean, they have town halls, they're just doing them at 1 a.m. now. The rich are getting welfare, never let them forget it. Yeah. Call them welfare queens. The rich are getting welfare. You are getting $700 more in money that's taken from you for taxes if you make under $50K, and the millionaire is paying $400,000 less on taxes. They are making $400K. Time for all autistic adults to collectively... well, I can't say that one because that's inciting crime. But I will say, maybe you should learn... some computer systems. There's a lot you can do. I mean, you know, Robinhood collectives could exist. Not to say that I am advocating for them, because I am 100% against crime and violence, and I am a good law-abiding citizen, and all of you should be as well. But I can see enclaves of Robinhood-like behavior taking place, you know, maybe copycats of Luigi Mangione, which we've seen already. A second CEO got shot just this past weekend, which I don't have the link from because Ilirda sent it to me and she's not here right now. and I'm not going to bother to try and find it. But it's up versus down, guys. It's never been down. It's never been left versus right. It's always been up and down. So apparently there was intense debate in the meeting last night. I'm curious. Let's see what exactly they were disagreeing on. Remember when The Onion was satire? I remember.
All right, we begin with this. We're looking at live footage of the, let's see, House Rules Committee. This has been happening for hours, really a marathon meeting that began at 1 a.m. They are considering President Trump's budget bill. And this is a major step before...
That driver is innocent. We don't know who shot the trucking CEO. Innocent until proven guilty. Oh, yeah, no, I don't know who they're claiming is the shooter, but that shooter was actually in my house last night. Whatever, like... I know who I don't know what the name that they're using is. That's not his real name. He was in my house. There is someone totally different that's stealing his identity. It's probably actually JD Vance. He just switched out the Hillary suit. It's actually Hillary Clinton switched out the JD Vance suit and just put out another one. That's what I would think.
Or a potential full House vote.
All I see is Hillary Clinton.
A clear, full-throated response to the millions of hardworking men and women across the entire nation who demand a serious course correction from the last 4 years.
This is a 1,000-page bill, for God's sake. 1,000+ pages, and you want to shove it through in the dead of night. Because Trump...
Yeah, JD Vance needs to stop attacking and killing CEOs, popes, starting wars. I condemn this behavior. Like, JD Vance is committing crimes. He's killing CEOs. He shot Brian Thompson and then framed Luigi Mangione. He shot whoever this guy is and is framing some other guy. He killed the Pope. He started the war in Pakistan and in India. He is an established serial killer. He's a threat actor. Someone needs to raid his house and find all of the skin suits that he's wearing, and so we can prove. When we need a Scooby-Doo moment where we like unzip JD Vance's helmet and take it off, and it's like, it was Hillary all along, and I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling kids. The pig should investigate JD Vance and maybe look through his phone records. That might be a good idea, but you know, unfortunately, I don't think that they're going to find much that they care about in there. I have records on JD Vance though. I will say I have records on JD Vance compiled by people who live in Ohio and fucking hate him, and that's very funny. I also still have the saved opposition research on JD Vance that was done by the Trump administration before they picked him, and I find it really funny because a lot of the shitty things that he did aren't actually on the Oppo research because the Republicans didn't think of it bad. Hillary still hates us. Good. I still fucking hate her too.
Said, close your eyes and vote for it.
Sorry, I missed that. My bad.
Across the entire nation who demand a serious course correction from the last 4 years.
This is a 1,000-page bill, for God's sake. 1,000+ pages, and you want to shove it through in the dead of night. Because Trump said, close your eyes and vote for it.
CBS News congressional reporter Torian Small joins us now from Capitol Hill. Torian.
We really do have, like, the weirdest fascist government. It's so eclectic. Like, we jump between Hitler, Mussolini, Pol Pot, Stalin, just constantly jumping around. It is obviously a cult, but, like, comparing him to a fascistic leader is so hard because he changes his mind so often. The closest I could probably get would be, remember that Sacha Baron Cohen movie called The Dictator? There was like the guy Aladdin, and I feel like that's him. Like his non-public personality, I think, is Aladdin. But if he's sleepy, Sleepy is a little different because Trump gets a little grumpy when he's sleepy. Where is this one? This one's very funny. Actually, I might actually be on my Twitter. I might not have thrown that in the sources. Not a cult, guys. Yeah, definitely not. I don't know why. I don't know who's talking about cults. Why? Why would it be a cult? By the way, any Australians in the chat, I can't play this because of copyright music, but I very, very, very highly recommend you to open it. It's like 30 seconds. 10 out of 10. Just pulling up a couple news sources. Here we go. So first and foremost, Trump is a grumpy old man.
Andy Harris said that you didn't adequately convince enough people to vote for the bill, the House Freedom Caucus.
You mean after this speech?
After this speech, that's what
I think so. Well, what do we see at the voters? I think it was a great talk. It wasn't a speech. We talked about things. Who do you work for?
Notice.
Who?
Notice.
I don't even know what the hell that is. Get yourself a real job. Let me tell you.
Andy Harris.
So, you know, he did actually ban NBC, rather, not MBS. NBC from the White House, at least today. I don't know for how long.
Pentagon announced it. Mr. President, the Pentagon announced that it would be accepting a Qatari jet to be used as Air Force One. Perhaps
What are you talking about?
I'd like to
Can we have a South Africa question, please? Mr. President,
the Pentagon spokesperson.
What does this have to do with the Qatari jet? They're giving the United States Air Force a jet, okay? And it's a great thing. We're talking about a lot of other things. It's NBC trying to get off the subject of what you just saw. You are a real, you're a terrible reporter. Number one, you don't have what it takes to be a reporter. You're not smart enough. But for you to go into a subject about a jet that was given to the United States Air Force, which is a very nice thing, they also gave $5.1 trillion worth of investment in addition to the jet. Go back.
I'm not sure that number is quite accurate.
Because Brian Roberts and the people that run that place, they ought to be investigated. They are so terrible the way you run that network, and you're a disgrace. No more questions from me. Go ahead.
So that's the state of the president's mind. Hold on, I just opened up.
Mandatory evacuations in areas. Doctors.
This is the state of, the country. This is the president, guys. No. I'd get kicked out of there so fast, yeah. 5.1 trillion given, like the jet wasn't actually a gift. No, the jet was a gift. He's lying. It wasn't given just to the Air Force. It's just a workaround. But they collectively spent, I think it was 3.4 trillion in investments. I might have been a little wrong on that, but if I was that reporter, I'd bring up how Trump is convicted felon and found liable for sexual assault of women, and you would never be allowed in that chamber again, and you would probably be arrested for, I don't know, being a terrorist, and then sent to El Salvador. Have a look at this.
Go ahead.
Indoctrinating the, the children's youth, like the country's youth, rather. Jesus. I took a little bit of Valium because the nicotine urges were getting really bad and I was getting too distracted on stream, but now I'm getting distracted in a different way on stream, so that's fun.
Trump's favorite president besides himself.
A good question. What's his favorite question? What's his favorite president besides himself? Even this fucking kid knows. Oopsie, what'd I do? Let's just start that over.
Nora, go ahead. Which is Trump's favorite president besides himself?
It's a good question because it would be probably himself.
Do you know how fucking, like, I don't know what the word is. It looks bad. It's embarrassing. It makes you look bad as not only like the president, not only as the press secretary, but as the country. Child abuse. I mean, that's not child abuse. Like, I mean, this is, they brought kids to ask questions. And the kid had a good question. I mean, favorite president besides himself. The answer of, it's a good question because it probably would be himself, is A, strikingly honest, honestly. Surprisingly, I would have expected her to go with, I don't know, George Washington or something, which she does later. But to just say, nah, actually, you're right. He probably would pick himself is incredibly funny. And telling. And telling.
Good question because it would be probably himself. No, I think that perhaps he would say George.
You're right, actually, Shufa Poofer. I didn't actually notice that. Listen, look at her face and see it change based on the question and when she's trying to answer it. You can see that it is a difficult question and it makes them look bad. She knows.
Because it would be probably himself.
You see how she like says it? So probably would be him. So it's the little bit of embarrassment clicks in.
No, I think that perhaps he would say George Washington. I know he speaks very
And there's the save.
highly of George Washington, who was, of course, the first president of our great.
I know he speaks very highly of George Washington, meaning he doesn't know any other president aside from Biden and Obama, which he hates. And the only other one he probably knows are Lincoln, which he probably doesn't like because he freed like the slaves, at least in Trump's mind entirely, as well as like he probably likes Reagan a bit, but I don't think he actually likes Reagan because he's not Reaganite. So kinda, yeah, he'd pick himself. He doesn't have a clue. He knows about as much as presidents as he does the Bible. Yeah. And so he'd pick himself. If it was a normal reporter, the question would have just been ignored. That's true.
Country, and he has his big, beautiful.
George Washington would want to rip this country up and restart, probably because the party politics is exactly what he warned of. I want to rip this country apart and start up. I want everyone in every local, state, and federal district that is in elected office to lose their jobs. All of them. And within 1 month, I want nominees, primaries, and an election done within 1 month. If I had an unlimited power, that's what I would do. You're in government? Sorry, no, you're not. I don't care if it's like federal, I don't care if it's state, local. You have to run for your seat again. And other people also will run to your seat. There's no one in government. If we do socialism, no fucking parties or commodities or markets. I mean, my brand of socialism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. Well, money-ish, not commodity-less. Wait till you watch Idiocracy, you're gonna feel like news. Oh, God. Like, the ideal system would be interpersonal cooperation with a superstructure of bureaucracy that has no power, that functions to translate and transfer data between decentralized parts of the country. George Washington would probably say this was a good run and first draft, but we really have to start over. I honestly think that if I could get George Washington to stop hating black people, he would like my idea. And we would do that. Let's necromancy George Washington, but just like ice pick the part of his brain that's racist.
Portrait hanging in the Oval Office.
So, you know, that's a thing that exists. Fuck you. Oh yeah, he said get a real job to the fucking reporter. The idea situation requires healthy communities, and to get there we need to rebuild. To get there we need to talk to each other. So, Trump explodes at reporter P. Alexander and threatens to investigate NBC after he presses him about reports that he's keeping the $400 million jet from Qatar. I don't know why we're still talking about it. Like, fuck the jet. I don't like... The jet is one of my least concerns. Obviously, he's corrupt. No one has any doubt otherwise. I would be more worried about, I don't know, like everything else than this jet. But, you know, it's the mainstream media and they're only allowed to worry about drama slop. I was going to say, like, Washington would probably be like, what the fuck, where are all the slaves? How do you economics without free labor? If I could teach George Washington Marxism, we could take over the country and make this the United Socialist States of America. Bring me George Washington now, please. All of the American presidents I'm old enough to remember, my favorite is going to be very disliked answer. Honestly, you like Reagan. Of course you do. You like Reagan because you like Thatcher, because you're old enough and probably had property that you benefited from it. Reagan and Thatcher are the reason that Trump exists, back guys. If Reagan never existed, we wouldn't have Hitler today. Reagan is the prerequisite for Hitler today. Now, like, Reagan was always going to win because his opposition was... Thatcher is the same as Reagan. How do you hate Thatcher but like Reagan, then? Because they had the exact same policies. I'm confused now. How do you hate one but not the other if they're the same person? We're still talking about it, but don't look about the other stuff. Engage with the outrage narrative. Absolutely. I do think that the jet should be milked, just like in the points about the Republicans hate. No. Fuck the jet. Talk about the Medicaid cuts, the Medicare cuts. Thatcher destroyed things in the area I came from. I was born, raised in a mining village. There it is, Fat Cass. You hate Thatcher because Thatcher negatively impacted you personally, and you love Reagan because Reagan didn't. But Reagan and Thatcher are the same person. They did the same things in the same ways. Yes, Captain Buggy, but chill out, because Batgaz is like over 60 and lives in the UK. And is a good chatter. I love Batgaz. You might be wrong on some things, but good mate. So, like, the reason that you like Thatcher, that you dislike Thatcher is because she negatively impacted you. But her policies and her beliefs are one-to-one with Reagan. And so Reagan did those exact same thing. Okay, you're 55. Sorry, I thought you were 65 for some reason. My apologies. I don't know how you look, so, you know, it is what it is. Let's all hold hands and hate Thatcher for a moment. Remember when she died and I played Ding Dong, the bitch is dead? Deconstructing this stuff on stream is helpful. Exactly. And so when you look at their policies, they both came from laissez-faire economics, back as. Both of these come from the Chicago School of Economics, which was like constructed by Milton Friedman, who was a demon, who created the neoliberal system, which resulted in fascism and decay, in capitalism and decay, leading to fascism. Thatcher and Reagan are the same playbook as Pinochet and Perón in Latin America, except just a little bit less militaristic on their own people, but still not militaristic. It's the same thing that we did in, it's the same thing that we're doing everywhere. Neoliberalism is bad. All neoliberal leaders are bad, except the top of the capital class, which are more than bad. They're demons. But like Thatcher, if you hate Thatcher, you should hate Reagan. I promise you, they're the same person. Throw a 50% sortition gov in there and it can't be any worse than what's happening right now. Probably. Isn't this the same person who said women don't belong in women's spaces? No. Wait. Maybe, but maybe what we talked about that, and I think minds were changed on that one. I don't think that was the conversation though. So what will you think about Thatcher? At least she instituted a truly gender-neutral public bathroom post-mortem. Bless her. That's true. That's true. Anyone of any gender can go and use the toilet on Margaret Thatcher's grave. Excellent. Based the only good thing she did in life. Same with Reagan, really. So anyway, back to this.
Mr. President, the Pentagon announced that it would be accepting a Qatari jet to be used.
Yeah, it was a misreading. I think it was about trans women, Batgaz, is what he meant. And you did say that, and we did have a conversation about it. I just can't remember how it ended. But considering you're back here, I didn't piss you off enough that that you left. So I guess maybe you've changed your mind.
As Air Force One, perhaps you were.
It's been that for a long time, depraved ambiance.
The Pentagon's going first.
What does this have to do with the Qatari jet? They're giving the United States Air Force a jet, okay? And it's a great thing. We're talking about a lot of other things. It's NBC trying to get off the subject of what you just saw. You are a real, you're a terrible reporter. Number one, you don't have what it takes to be a reporter. You're not smart enough. But for you to go into a subject.
This is the one thing I like about Trump, and I wish that, like, left-wing politicians. No. I wish left-wing politicians would do shit like this. Of, say, you're not good at this job. Like, you don't deserve this job. You should go do something better. You're an idiot. Like, he's wrong, obviously. In this situation, he is being a baby and wrong. But I wish this tactic was employed by our side. You can never piss me off. We can disagree and still chat. My liking someone doesn't demand on me agreeing with them on everything. Exactly. But I hope I did actually at least shift your position a bit on that with the trans women in women's spaces thing. In fact, like, I have a whole thing about trans people that I meant to talk about yesterday, but I didn't stream yesterday. And we'll see if we can get through it, because I still need to talk about this. And then we got Ukraine. And I was hoping to play a little Cyberpunk after stream today. So we'll see. It depends on how long this goes on for. But let me at least touch on this. this right here was horrible. It was horrifying. I don't know who thought this was a good idea. Nancy Mace said she was going to show her naked body to Congress yesterday, and no one wants to see that shit. Nobody wants to see that shit. And secondly, I got this. We got the topless trans protesters in Scotland, which, funny enough, they are cis-vestigating this girl because they're like, I don't believe that this one is trans. The issue of, also, the other issue that we didn't touch on as much back as in trying to make distinctions between who is trans and who is not. The issue that comes out of it is cis women also get fucked over. A man following a woman into a women's restroom to prove that she is a woman because he didn't believe her in the like justification of let's keep women safe. Most mentally stable congressperson? That would be Marjorie Taylor Greene. Why is Nancy Mace so goddamn desperate for attention? She did show her nudes. It was apparently a black and white security house photo in her house. All right. Transphobia is misogyny with extra steps. That I agree on. My stance is that men and women don't belong in women's spaces. Well, I don't think that, like, I don't think it matters. I think that, like, men and women should just both use the same bathroom. Like, it's fine. I don't really think it matters at all. But at the same time, I need people to understand that, guys, please don't argue with Batgas. Don't argue with Batgas on this topic because he's allowed to he's entitled to his belief. We don't need to change his mind. But there's a thing that I do want to talk about in that one of the main issues that I have around transphobia, and someone did say it earlier, is that the definition of transphobia, of saying trans women aren't women, is that the only thing that makes a woman is their womb. It is misogyny. It is offensive. Like, that's to say that the only thing about a woman is her womb. Because under the circumstance, under like the categorization of what the right wing calls women that are born without the ability to have a child, without a womb, women that are infertile, had a hysterectomy, those aren't women anymore, according to them. And I need people to really lay in that there is a difference between your physical, biological sex. That does not change. Like, you can't change your physical, biological sex. I mean, you can have surgery, but, like, you were still born with that physical, biological sex. But that's entirely unrelated to gender. It has nothing to do with it. Nothing. Nothing in any way. Anyway, sorry, we're getting stunlocked here. Let's finish America. We can actually talk about trans people a little bit more before Ukraine, because I didn't realize I had that much in here. And you're talking about biologically, Batgas. We agree. Biologically. Also, you're wrong on that because your skeletal mass, your muscle mass, and your brain literally change when you take hormones. Like, it physically changes you down to the skeletal DNA and like your muscle level. But that's not gender. We're not talking about that. That's physical sex characteristics. That's a whole different topic. This is about gender, not sex. Sex, you're not changing. We agree on sex. Gender is not connected to sex. Like last time we talked about this, Batgas, I asked you to take a minute and like think about that and come back and you could discuss like what you thought of what I told you. I would like to reply to them, but we'll hold it in. No, like you can reply. Just please don't be mad here because this is someone who is engaging in good faith, and I know how offended people could get over this, and rightfully so. But this is someone who's on our side, and I need you all to keep that in mind. So on the point you did change my mind, I changed gender for biological sex. Exactly. So these are two different things, and we're not talking about biological sex. Like when we talk about trans people and the right to go to the bathroom, we're talking about gender, not about physical sex. It's about how you feel. Like, again, if I had to go use the men's restroom, do you think that I would be safe in there, Batgaz? Let's say, like, someone who looks exactly like me. Let's say I had to use the men's restroom. Do you think that I'm safe? If I told you I was trans, and would you say, okay, you go to the male restroom? No, I don't think you would. I don't think you would say that. Because obviously there is a difference between sex characteristics and how you present to the world. If someone was trans and they were, you know, well passing, attractive even, and were forced to go to the men's restroom, the likelihood of them being assaulted goes up significantly. And what about trans men? And that was where I was getting to. Trans men can look, I mean, like, here, I don't have a picture of a trans man, but, like, do you, like, realistically, nobody wants this guy in the women's restroom. And realistically, to me, in my personal perspective, I don't think that we should have gendered restrooms. I think just gender neutral restrooms are good enough, and we don't need that. From my perspective, a woman in the men's room while I was in there would be totally safe. But you're talking about you. What about other men? Because men are scary to women. Women that are attractive. Like, do you know how easy it is for someone to walk into that bathroom, and let's say I'm the only one in there, and they push you into a stall, and then they rape you? But isn't the whole point, Batgaz, the whole argument of men and women's spaces to prevent this outcome? Like, the whole reason they want to ban trans people from using bathrooms that match with their gender identity as opposed to their sex is because they want to keep women safe. But this would do entirely the opposite for a lot of women. There was a woman assaulted in a women's change room in Vancouver, British Columbia, on Canada on Monday by a man who went there, no transing needed. Yeah. 2 a.m, truck stop bathroom. Should Viz go into the men's room and feel safe? That's a good question. And thank you for repeating that one, Depraved Ambiance. But yeah, this happened in Canada, and, like, this happens all the time. You know, like, this happens to cis people in cis bathrooms. Like, men will just kind of walk into a women's bathroom and do this if they have, like, been scouting it out, if it's dark, if they, you know, like, this kind of shit happens. As someone who has been a victim of sexual assault, let me just tell you, put me in a bathroom with men and I'm not going to feel safe. By the way, the USA teaches its citizens how to wash their hands after they take a shit. But why separate trans? Why not just have one bathroom? Why do we have to separate bathrooms at all? Can we ask that question for a second? Why do we need separate bathrooms? Just have urinals and stalls and sinks. That's it. That's literally it. Nobody wants to socialize in the bathroom. Nobody cares. And also, if both men and women are using the same bathroom, well, then there's a higher incentive of keeping the bathroom clean, because if you have to go to the same bathroom in the same place, the women are going to get mad at you because they're going to know that you did that. I want all private stalls, Roman-style bench toilets, no in between. To protect women is the OG reason, yeah. And, like, this literally does the opposite. I'm not speaking for you, I'm speaking for other men. I'm saying put yourself in the shoes of the trans person. Do they feel safe? Are they safe? Not. Like, you do realize that violence against trans people as numbers have been going up. We have a strange hyperfixation about the pissing and shitting rooms. Exactly. And it's on purpose. Hold on. Trans violence rates, let's say UK. 11% up from 2022 to 2023 in 4,732 hate crimes against trans people just in the UK. And that was in 2023. Number of trans hate crimes in England and Wales, 2011 to 2024. And again, like, I'm bringing this up because these people have to use the bathroom. In 2020, 4,889 hate crimes against trans people in the UK alone. Now, take that and consider people having, like, I get your idea of let's just have bathrooms for men, women, and trans people, but I don't think we need that. We could just have one bathroom. 2 shot, 1 fatally in Washington, D.C. Israeli embassy staff are believed to be among the victims. No way. An Israeli embassy staff believing to be among 2 people shot, 1 fatally Wednesday night in Washington, D.C. Shooting happened outside the event in Capitol Hill Jewish Museum. At least 1 person shot to be believed as member of the Israeli embassy. At least 1 person is believed to be deceased. The second was transported to D.C. hospital. Oh shit, that's a big deal. Let me see if I can find more on that. And actually, Captain Buggy, your point is kind of right. Back as, of course, no, you don't have to tell me your stance is, you don't need to tell me I disagree with you. Black people need separate restrooms is a ridiculous statement. It's the same statement, though. Saying black people need a separate restroom and saying trans people need a separate restroom is exactly the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. Guys, can we leave the bathroom shit and the trans people talk alone for a second? Because we got big news. Like, breaking news. There's a lot happening right now. Well, for one, yes, we have that ABC staffer shot. I don't have anything more on that right now. Hold on. Check YouTube there. But we do have EU moving ahead with new sanctions on Russia without the US. So we are sanctioning Russia now. So that's excellent. And then we have Ukraine is experiencing a massive UAV drone attack right now. So that's also bad. It's very, very bad. No, but it's not the same, Backgaz, because you're indicating black men and white men are the same. Sure. Why are they the same? Because they're the same they have this, like, differences. Sure, they have different bodies, right? One has dark skin, one has light skin. Trans women and trans men are the same as women and men. What's the difference? Sex organs, and that's it. That's it. Just because a trans woman can't have a baby doesn't make her any less than a woman. Just like being black doesn't make a man any less than being a man, less than a white man. We all have red blood. We all, like, yeah. You have to assume trans people and cis people are not equally likely to commit crimes. Also, trans people commit less crimes overall. Why are we leaving gingers out of this? Oh yeah, gingers are black now. So, like, all gingers are black. I can't even say it with a hard R anymore. I have nothing else on this shooting of the Israeli diplomat. If a sicko wants to dress up like a white woman, black woman, what? If a sicko wants to dress up like a woman to assault people in bathrooms, they can just do that, by the way. No trans folk needed. It's just so rational an argument. Yes, it has never happened. White women, black women, trans women, disabled women, Asian women, what comes before does not change that they are women. Exactly. It's the same. It's black man, white man, still a man. Trans woman, disabled woman, white woman, black woman, still a woman. And that doesn't even consider that there is things as bottom and top surgery, so it's not even just who has genitals. Yeah, you can literally have a, like, surgery to change your sex organs, and then you have different sex organs. Now, can you use them? No, I don't think trans men can, like, get a woman pregnant, but they might be able to. Should we deny intersex people entry into both bathrooms? Genitals are meaningless. Exactly. Sex and gender are 2 separate things, and the distinction does not matter when it comes to how you are engaging with society. Sex only matters in medical conditions, medical circumstances. Your gender is how you engage in the world around you. Thing was beeping. Mandatory karyotyping before you can piss or shit in the pissing and shitting room, I guess. Yeah. All right, let's move on. Let's move on. So we were talking about this chaotic scene and this, like, he bans NBC from reporting. We got so much to talk about. It's already been 4 hours. I don't think I'm going to be able to do Ukraine today. Holy shit, I don't think I can do Ukraine today. When I say biological man is a biological man, a biological woman is a biological woman, you cannot change that. Am I right? Yes, you are right. But reducing woman to specifically only biological woman based on sex organs and nothing else is misogynist, because there are biologically born women who are born without sex organs. There are biologically born women that have I was gonna say, it's actually, wait, no, hold on, that's actually not true. First of all, yes, you can change your biology. Secondly, like, the hormones that you take physically change your biology. It physically changes bone mass, muscle structure, brains. Like, if you take a trans person, like a trans man, and put them in an MRI machine, and you take a cis man and you put them in an MRI machine, they have closer brain waves, or like their brain looks similar, more similar than a trans man and a cis woman. Their brains are different because of the chemicals, because of the hormones, because of your body runs on chemical reactions, and that changes a lot. Your distribution of fat in your body, your distribution of muscle mass, your bone density, all of that. And not to mention, you can then get surgery. The only difference really being is the womb or the testicles. That's it. That's what it comes down to when we're talking about, like, biological differences. You can change all of that. You can't currently have a womb installed, or I don't know, go get the newest, like, cyber cock model. That's really the only difference, because your genitals don't matter when you're talking about how you're engaging with other people. Womb installed, yeah. There are biologically males and biologically females, sure. Yes, you can. You can get a cyber dick installed or a cyber boom. We have been doing uterus implants. I saw one that was like a test subject years ago, but I haven't seen it since. In your opinion, my opinion is wrong. In my opinion, your opinion is wrong. I don't feel like I need to insult your education. Yeah, guys, please be civil with each other. Don't insult each other. Everyone who's chatting right now is on the same team. I don't know you can get an implanted uterus. So, like, then what is the difference then? If it can change all of your physical sexual characteristics through time and hormone therapy and surgery, what difference does it make? They're not permanent, though. They're removed after a successful pregnancy. Sure. Okay, that works. I also don't know why there's an assumption that trans women, regardless of their sex, is more likely to attack women. Oh, that's because TERFs wanted to make it sound like that because they're terrified. Trans women commit so much less crime overall. He's not a transphobe. He's just uneducated on the subject. That's all. That's the only difference. He engages in good faith. Guys, this is what I mean by leftist infighting. If somebody is wrong, but they are cooperative and engaging in a healthy manner, they are on our side. Try and work to convince them. Saying a man is a man, a woman is a woman, I know more than enough. Yes, but can you define that for me, please, Batgaz? What is a woman? What is a man? What is a chair? What is cool? You know what? I was going to do a whole other segment on this, but I want to do this. We're going to watch a Vosh video, guys. Are you ready? Are you ready for a Vosh video? I don't often watch Vosh on stream, but here we go. Look, because like the arguments that are being made here are being echoed here. And so let's just watch Vosh bad. Yeah, exactly. Let's watch this and just see, because these, like, the arguments are being relayed here. It's almost the same argument.
Social roles, you know, take these ones, work with this. It's not just about femininity or masculinity, like a general block of expectations that I want you to keep in mind when engaging with me. This is a different set of social roles.
Guys,
you know?
focus and listen to this because, like, we'll talk about it. I'll pause it in certain parts. But
Take these ones. Work with this. It's not just about femininity or masculinity, because femboys aren't women and butch women aren't men. You can want to bring a set of expectations to the table with gender and then contradict or challenge them with nonconformist behavior.
Batgaz, you are good faith, but stop arguing with chat and listen to the video.
It's just part of the complexities behind social roles. And the less time we spend worrying about them and the more time we spend trying to fix material problems, I think we'll all be better off for it.
All right.
You got it. Thank you very much for that opening, Vosh. And want to say, folks, if it's your first time for hosting,
I want to see. Oh, did we miss her opening? Okay, here it is. Because this is going to be the side that you're likely going to agree with at first, but I need you to actually listen and get the arguments that are being made.
What? 1 second. Whatever, I'll do it like this. Okay. Hi, thank you so much for hosting this debate, James. Thank you so much, Vosh, for being here. I'm really excited to talk with you today. So before we get into it, I'll define a couple key terms. I'm sure Vosh is familiar with these.
There we go.
Just for the audience and just so we have a general understanding going into
this is the important information
debate
for this conversation.
So a transgender man is somebody who is assigned female at birth, but who identifies as a man. A cisgender man is a non-trans man. So a person who is assigned male at birth and who also identifies as a man. So why does trans man have man in the name? I've heard people make this argument that if it has man in the name, it's no different than saying tall man or black man. But things like anti-truth have truth in the name, yet there are not truths. So one thing to...
Holy shit, already her argument is very incoherent.
Alleviate some confusion about this is many people in the literature refer to trans men as trans-identifying females. That way we're clear about exactly what we're talking about. And one more thing about why it's important to actually have this debate and to actually know what we're referring to when we refer to men is because we use the term. If we use a term, we should know what we're referring to. Otherwise, it's equivalent.
Prefixes also have a meaning. I know you all want to bash your head into a wall already. Just let Vosh do it for you.
Just not understanding a different language. If the word has no meaning, then we should cease to use it. And then it also is false that trans men are men if the word has no meaning. But first,
she's using a type of like rhetoric trick by saying that the word has no meaning because of the prefix of the word. Yeah, I have a degree in linguistics, then you're going to be infuriated here. Because that's all this is.
Account for the biological view. For other species, we have adult males and females. We have lion, buck, rooster, tiger, et cetera, et cetera. So it'd be quite astounding if we didn't have any adult human males or any word to refer to adult human males for our own species, yet we would have them for a plethora of other species. Clearly, the word man is the best candidate for how to refer to adult human males. It's the ordinary use of the word. It's generally, most trans-inclusive philosophers and activists agree that generally the term man and women are used to refer to adult human males and females. Under the social view of gender, which sounds like something sort of Vosh kind of posited in the opening statement, someone is a man if and only if he exhibits the social, cultural, or behavioral traits typically associated with males, right? Something typically associated with females, I guess,
so
according to Vosh, would be long hair, sun hats, dresses, piercings, things like that. So I assume the opposite would be the case for...
No, you're doing the thing, Captain Buggy, and it's okay. You are allowed to be misogynist to this woman.
And things that we typically associate with them.
As long as you're watching this podcast.
Definition I've heard thrown around there is a man is somebody who encompasses the social archetype of a male. So when these people are referring to men, they're referring to people who encompass this social archetype. I think both of these definitions do not escape the objection of a feminine boy, as Vosh mentioned earlier, but we can
really
get more
only have
into
to
that
listen
later
to
in the
his
debate.
first sentence, so.
This view is the self-identification view. This view is very dominant in mainstream media nowadays. Someone is a man if and only if he identifies as a...
The self-identification view being false is such a stupid thing to say because, like, I'll let him make the points because I know exactly the point he's going to make. I've watched this debate.
Man, obviously, I'm not the first one to say this is a viciously circular definition. You don't obtain any feature in reality simply by identifying as having such. And
Wait, back guys, I thought you agreed with me that sex and gender are different things and not related already. I thought we already agreed on that.
Just a referent that's circular and uninformative ultimately. Okay. Now I'll touch on the gendered brain view. This view has been floating around academia and the debate sphere. I've heard a lot of people say transgender people have brains closer to the opposite sex or the sex that they identify with, and therefore their identity is valid. The first thing I will note is that not all trans men do have brains closer to males, and certain homosexual men may have brains closer to females than males, yet we would say that they're still men. So I would say that under the gendered brain view, it would still be false that trans men are men.
Depraved ambiance, reactionary conservatives are allowed in here as long as they're willing to engage, and Backgaz is engaging.
Okay, and now we have the prescriptivist view. The prescriptivist view, I think Visora touched on this too, is that we ought to treat trans men as men, maybe to reduce harm, increase happiness. As a courtesy, we ought to treat trans men as men. They want
I disagree with pretty much everything this woman's saying.
Treated as men, so we should treat them as men. One thing with this is that it conflates truth with utility, right? So it can be useful to lie to people sometimes, like in the case of terminally ill patients. Sometimes we'll lie to them about their chances of survival in order to increase utility, increase their chance of survival, increase their well-being.
How are you going to say that biological sex and gender can be not related and different, but that someone could be biologically one thing and their gender could be another? Like, that would mean trans people don't exist. Like, if someone is born male, but their gender is female and they live as female, you're saying that they're still a man, even though they're not connected. We're not talking, when we call someone a man or a woman, we're not referring to their penis or vagina. Like, when I look at somebody and I think of a man, I'm not thinking about their cock. I'm thinking about their hair. I'm thinking about how they hold themselves, how they talk, if they have a beard. I'm looking at physical characteristics that are part of, yeah, actually, what is it? Can we get to, like, through this? Because he's going to answer that. He's going to break your argument, Backgaz.
Lie can be true.
Just skip to him.
You take on what's a big or
God, shit, that's a long opening. All right.
Thank you very much for that opening as well, Sanvi. We are going to jump into open conversation. Just a couple of quick housekeeping
This is where you should pay
things,
attention.
folks. One, if you didn't know this, Modern Day Debate is available via podcast. Find us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, you name it.
We understand the words. We just don't understand how the words interact with each other, and we're about to get that.
100% ad-free. What are you
God,
waiting
I feel
for?
like I'm
Find
about
us
to
on your
debate.
favorite
I feel like
podcast
I'm about
app
to
right
debate,
now.
Bosch.
We're going to jump into the open dialogue.
I
Thank you very
know,
much,
this is
Bosch
old.
and Sanvi, the floor is all yours.
Of course. So we can take the irrelevant arguments off the table right off the bat. I don't think that being feminine makes you a woman or masculine a man. So the whole femboy tomboy thing doesn't mean anything to me. As for the pink blue brain argument, I also don't care about that. I don't care. A person can have the pinkest brain in the world, and I could still call them a man and think of them as one.
Yep.
They asked me to, and vice versa. So, with regards
also
to the
not
other
real.
things, your truth and utility prescription argument is true in the sense that what is useful and what is true are not the same thing. Of course, the ultimate problem is that when it comes to language and definitions, we actually get to decide what's true. See, we're not doing math here. This isn't a 2 + 2 = 5 situation. Definitions can be expanded or contracted to include different understandings of how the world works. As our understandings grow, so do our...
Backgaz, stop typing and listen to the words coming out of this man's mouth. Seriously, like, this is answering your question. This is explaining it to you of what I'm failing to explain to you, because clearly I don't have the words that Bosch does.
Different understandings of how the world works. As our understandings grow, so do our definitions. This has been the case for basically every social construct we've ever had. Our understanding of what a biological female is, purely biological, not even social, has also adjusted with time. We're not simply looking at, for example, the presence of genitalia, as we might have in the past.
Most people don't like being told that they're wrong, and so arguing with them is not going to make them feel right. It's going to make them double down. So what I'm trying to do right now is to show them what's right and have them come to the conclusion themselves instead of arguing like the rest of you.
Our understanding of genetics and gametes are now available when it comes to making these decisions. So if one were to say then that a person who had not previously been considered a biological female now is, due to a deeper understanding of genetics, this would not be a utility versus truth argument. We simply change what the truth is, adjust our definition, and get a better understanding of the world for it. I think there is utility in referring to trans men as men purely for harm reduction purposes, but I also think it's true. I think that, in fact, the reason there's utility in it is because it is true. The only thing that I care about is the argument from self-identification. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I don't think it's circular. Turns out most definitions, if you get to the root
Also, I agree, and this is the key.
of them, are pretty impossible to nail down, right? You've probably heard of, or maybe even seen the Vsauce video, What is a Chair? Turns out nobody can define what a chair is. By nobody, I don't mean not just internet people or people who do the debate circuit. I mean nobody. Like, it's not possible to. Because our understanding of a chair is so socially constructed. It's a
And the same applies to men and women.
matter of what's useful to us.
Okay, so are you endorsing the self-identification view? I know you mentioned you don't see it as circular. So a man could be somebody that identifies as a man?
Of course.
Okay, so I will address the argument from circularity first. So while it is true that at a certain point we
he's
run
not
out
that
of words
big of
to
a
describe things,
misogynist.
and this can be seen if you ask somebody, well, what does that mean? Well, what does that mean? Well, what does that mean? At a certain point, we run out of words. And when we do run out of words, what we do is we point to things within reality, is we just start pointing to particulars and we try to derive a universal. Like with triangles, and we start pointing to acute, obtuse triangles and trying to see what they have in common. That is how we take that idea. Now, the problem with saying a man is somebody who identifies as a man is that not only is it circular, it's viciously circular. Because if somebody were to ask you, Bosch, a man is somebody who identifies as a man, what is that? What is a man?
I could point to myself. I'm a man. I could point to other men. There are billions of them. I could point to lots of them. I love pointing at men.
Okay, so if somebody asks you, what is a man? I don't think you would need to point because you seem like we still have words left to give. So if they were to point to two men, like, these are both man, what do they have in common?
Would you do this with a chair?
I think we would do that with anything. That's how we come up with categories, is that we look at what things have in common. But the chair
really is
argument,
the
I would
key.
say, I've heard a lot of trans activists say, well, if you can't define chair, then we don't owe you a definition of man or woman. And the first thing I would contest with that is,
too
well,
easy.
you're the one that made a claim about men
That's
and women when I never
too
made a claim about it.
easy. Jesus Christ, how did Native Americans understand and embrace transgenderism like 1,000 years ago, and we still have...
Chair. I never claimed a stool as a chair. I never
I don't
claimed a
know.
bed as a chair. Yet trans activists do claim that trans men are men and trans women are women. So when you do claim for the truth of something, you do need to define it. But the second argument is
Some
that
words are defined socially. You can't define a word like cool. What's cool?
just because something like a chair doesn't really have something that we
I
give
stole his argument, but
thought to. If you're engaging in this debate, you're engaging in the gender discussion, I'm going to assume
a decent functional definition of a man is an adult human whose gender identity aligns with their personal schema on the gender category and their category that most closely aligns with the male sex. And even that could be fucked around with.
We needn't give thought to the gender thing either. I don't think it's particularly important. But you're also making a claim. I could be out in the park. I could point at a bench or maybe a bit of a stone outcropping that I could sit uncomfortably and say, a chair. You could insist rigorously that it is not a chair, that it is a bench or an outcropping or some other thing that is like but not like a chair. And we could have an argument on what a chair is. The only consequence of this would be the calories we burn by yelling at each other. It's a meaningless discussion because at the end of the day, a chair is just a general term we have to describe a thing we sit on. People's specific boundaries will expand or contract based on their preferences. It's like arguing whether or not a Pop-Tart is a sandwich. They're deliberately meaningless questions. This is why...
And this is the same thing of, are trans people, do they exist? Are trans men men? Are trans women women? It's the same. Nailed it, yeah.
I do not like the circularity argument definition. In a purely, linguistic sense, at the root of all things, they're all circular. We generalize a concept, and the worth of a term is how specific an image we can evoke. What does it mean? How useful is it? But there's no truth value in any of these terms. We make the terms. If we want, we could split the term chair into 17...
Just like men and women, we make the terms. And they've changed over time before.
Terms can have truth value. Like, for example, before humans came into existence, before Homo sapiens came into existence, do you think gravity existed?
Well, sure.
Do you think gravity as a concept existed before the word gravity existed?
Yes, we gave term to the concept.
Yeah, so we just recognized that concept, some force among these large masses of objects, and we put a word to it. That's with any concept.
But that's a concept versus the word itself.
And communicated, not created.
But that's a truth value to a universal concept, not to the word. The word gravity, the truth, if one were to say, for example...
we could say mavity instead of gravity. Doctor Who changed the timeline, and now it's mavity, not gravity. That's fine. Like that, you can do that.
Well, no. Gravity can refer to this, that, the other, but not to this particular phenomenon. Actually, gravity doesn't specifically refer to the way, say, matter interacts with dark matter or the way light bends around black holes. We're going to reterm this. It'll be a different word. There would be no truth value in that because, again, we made the word gravity. The fundamental universal concepts remain the same. Biological sex remains the same. But experiential phenomena, the way we term and define things, we build those boundaries.
And that's what I'm trying to say.
Especially when it comes to something that's defined relationally, socially, like gender, there is no discovery of gender. Our understanding of it has changed enormously over time and between cultures even today. So the idea that we're discovering and giving name to some kind of fundamental truth is just not the case here. We're all winging it. And I don't think we should wing it in ways that are exclusionary or harmful. If we are having a discussion on an arbitrary concept, we should lean towards ones which give greater understanding and lesser harm.
By the way, this 3-hour debate is this exact bit over and over and over again, minus just like a couple different bits. Like once we get past
so with
argument
the man
one,
is somebody who identifies as a man, lessening harm or whatnot, I would still argue that when you say a man is somebody who identifies as a man, or anytime anybody ever uses a word in the definition, it leads to an infinite regress. Whereas, if we don't have words at all, like say we both couldn't speak or communicate, we would still have our senses to point to things. So that's discrete, right? At a certain point, all you can do is discretely point to things. Whereas if you define a man as somebody who identifies as a man, who identifies as a man, who identifies as a man, it ends up being infinite. There's no way to ever come to a close.
This doesn't mean anything.
yeah, wanting everything in the world to neatly fit in a black white box is lazy.
What does it mean to be cool?
Thank you.
See, you can find synonyms for what it means to be cool. You can find lots of them, in fact. But in reality, at the end of the day, we all learn what it means to be cool by being shown examples. And despite that, the examples we're shown are the highest level of arbitrarity. What was cool 50 years ago is not cool today, and what is cool now will not be cool 10 years from now. So we're talking about a concept, coolness, which everyone has some understanding of, which exists all over the world.
Which is kind of like you can replace gender with coolness in this argument, because yes, it is something that everybody experiences.
Fully social, and which can be referred to only through direct example. I don't like, see, there's the infinite regress thing. This is something that I did not learn from reading linguistics, but I did learn from the internet debate bro circuit. I think this is just a Weasley way of trying to apply to trans identification a greater standard for justification than exists for any other term or concept. Because I just don't think that we do this for other things. The infinite regress of coolness?
Wait, what did
Who cares, nerd? What's cool is cool.
Yeah. So, what other word besides man and woman do you define? Use the word in the definition.
He's so right.
Use the word in the definition.
Like this is why I just put this on instead of arguing it, because he does a better job at this than I could.
You mean?
You said a man is somebody who identifies as a man, which uses the word man in the definition of man. So, what other words besides man and women do we use to define themselves?
We could just say, like, a man is somebody who identifies with the gender role associated with masculine behavior, but not exclusively. If you want to, like, avoid the word man, that is purely a semantic argument. Because I can construct an infinite number of definitions for man that adhere to my understanding of what a man is without actually using the word man. That's just a word game. But if you talk about, like, how much are we actually advancing our understanding of the concept, well, whether or not you have synonyms, because cool has many synonyms, they're only synonyms. And a synonym does not give you an understanding of a word, right? Like, you don't learn what cool is by learning what the term rad means. And because when you read the definition for rad, it's like, oh, rad, oh, that means that something's sick. Well, we're not learning anything. We're just finding extra words here.
Would you say that something is cool if it identifies as cool?
If it's identified to be cool.
You don't get to identify yourself as cool. It has to be identified as cool.
Certainly.
Identified or identifying?
Well, something can't identify as cool because coolness is a concept, not a person. So it would
Yeah.
have to be
Okay,
identified
so
from outside
yeah,
source.
I think this comes into my other thing. Like, there's no feature of reality you obtain simply by identifying as having such. So I don't know why the
That's
same
not
wouldn't be
true.
true for man.
But that's not the
not
infinite
true.
regress argument. Now we're talking about whether or not self-identification is a valid metric for social claims. But infinite regress is something that would apply to the term cool as well, because outside the description of synonyms, you kind of have to just point to real-life examples. Well, is it cool?
No, she's actually really dumb. There's like, we're gonna cut this off in about 5 minutes because everything after that is the same argument.
I think so. I think we identify things as cool if we show some type of enthusiasm or friendliness towards it, towards
That's not
the
what
noun,
cool
then we call it
is.
cool.
That's not what cool means. And
Thank
you. Know
you.
it.
I think that's like the literal definition.
Being enthusiastic? Oh, so people
Yeah,
can't
I mean,
be
I can check
nerdy?
really quick, but I think that's actually the definition.
Wait,
from,
do you think that people use the term cool by looking up the definition of cool and going, oh, well, I mean, I can look really cool.
Yeah,
really,
well,
really quick.
enthusiasm just means that
cool
it brings you some type
definition.
of like amazing sense. It doesn't have to be like enthusiasm in the way that you're describing it. When you describe something as cool, you just have a preference towards it. You like it.
But liking something and it being cool
does
are
not
not
make
even
it cool.
remotely the same
Yeah.
thing. And anyone who uses the English language
That's
is
why
aware
I
of that.
defined it as having friendliness or enthusiasm towards a noun.
That also isn't really how we use towards a noun. What do you mean? Like
Noun is person, place, thing, idea.
so like wait, thinking that like liking a thing would mean that thing is cool?
Yeah, you could call it that. Absolutely. If you like a water bottle, that water bottle is cool.
Dead Nazis are cool. I like those.
Do you really think that's how like people's understanding of the term cool is just a synonym for when they like a thing?
I didn't just say when they like a thing. I said when they show enthusiasm towards a noun.
Show enthusiasm
Can you
towards
give
a
me
noun.
a Can you give me a counter example?
Sure, absolutely. We can acknowledge that things or people are cool despite not liking them, like the cool kids in school who we actually quite dislike because they're unapproachable and standoffish. We can say that
She's defining fondness. She's not even describing cool. She's not someone like the argument that she's making has already been dismantled. Do you understand that, right? Like the idea of the fact that this person is biologically a man means that they are not a woman or the opposite. It doesn't work because that's not how definitions work. That's not how reality works. We don't behave like that. Society doesn't behave like that.
things are cool, even though it's an act. And like the act is not something you personally enjoy. Like I think that skateboarding is cool in a kind of like post-ironic, like Sunset Overdrive, wow, look at how hard you're trying sort of way. But I have no personal affinity for it and find skateboarders quite annoying, actually. What is or isn't cool is an incredibly... See, the interesting thing here, and I think that anyone watching will understand that when they think of the term cool, it goes beyond, you know, liking a thing, is that by trying to concretely define coolness, all you've done is robbed it of its coolness.
And that's true. And that's what happens when you try and define gender by like you're just destroying it. You're killing the idea of personal expression. You're forcing someone into a meat soup that exists solely for breeding. You're destroying the function of social interaction.
You've taken a worthwhile and useful English term and you've crippled it in an attempt to bring it in line with the absurd standards you hold for gender definitions. In reality, if you were to similarly cripple every word in the English language, we would all be dead men. There would be no Shakespeare. We would all be limping like zombies through the streets.
I agree with that entirely.
The fact that these words are fluid, that they have meanings and definitions.
Hold on, that bit I need to play again because that is so fucking important. I agree with it entirely.
That we kind of pick up on and pull and twist and play with. That's not only English, that's literature. And to have all of that wiped aside and going, no, a man has to be, no, it can't be regressive. It has to have this specific definition. We don't apply these standards to anything outside of scientific technical definitions, like what grain of soil constitutes an acceptable range for like apartment construction, stuff that we decide the boundaries for. We don't do this narratively.
Yeah, there's no reason for this. This is, he got it right. We'd all be dead. Like society wouldn't exist. Literature wouldn't exist. You can't act like words need to be directly fitting into a specific box, but only for trans people. Why? Why? It makes no sense. We don't treat anything else like this. Shit you not, I was just typing that, you beat me to it. All dictionary definitions are descriptive, not prescriptive. True. Scientific definitions are more rigid and are always defined in scientific papers. That's true. So is Bat listening? Because I hope this is frustrating. No, I think that they're listening. Let me check. Oh yeah, they're here. Bat Guys is listening. I hope he's learning, but like, I hope some of you are too, because like, no, this is something that applies to most rhetoric. Thank you. Not to get off topic, but her incompetence in her strategy. She can't win her argument. She tries to exhaust through dialogue, moving the goalposts of the strategy. She's not good at the debate. Yeah.
I would say, like, with cool, we don't define something that's cool if it's called cool. Now, to make the use mentioned distinction a little bit clearer, cool must refer to something, right? Maybe it's not something we like. Maybe it's just something that we attribute to something other people like. Either way, notice how when I said that, I didn't use the word cool, because using the word in the referent creates an uninformative definition.
That's not
See,
true.
we're dead men right now. This is death. You're killing cool right now. It's a murder. And this is evidence for the police. No, I mean it.
We can move off of it if you want, but like,
no, but I mean it though. Like, I don't think you believe what you're saying, right? Because like, here, you know what's cool in American culture? Black people. AAVE, slang that black queer people come up with, that gets taken by black women, that gets taken by white women, that gets taken by white gays, that gets brought into the general public. But American culture broadly doesn't find black people or black behavior cool. In fact, hegemonic American culture is mostly committed towards attacking black culture, ghetto culture, their fashion, their aesthetic, their way of speaking, and then 10 years later, everything they were doing becomes mainstream. So there's something countercultural about coolness. Something has to be brave, daring. It has to be evocative. It can't just be likable. Likability is Mr. Rogers. But Mr. Rogers isn't cool in the same way.
That's fine.
Yeah, well,
it still doesn't mean cool is something that identifies as cool. Something that is said that is cool.
She's missing the point of you are having to kill the language, rigidly defining this term. Again, what is a chair?
Well, I'm only talking about the infinite regress argument, not the identification argument. That's a separate thing.
Yeah, infinite regress comes with using the word in the referent. So a woman is somebody who identifies as a woman, a man is somebody who identifies as a man, something that...
A woman is somebody who identifies with the social characteristics that are generally associated with femininity. Done.
That is cool, is something that people prescribe to be cool.
Something that's cool is something that's cool. I don't think you're going to find a better definition than that.
Something that's cool is something that's rad, something that's sick, something that's dope.
And trust me, linguists have tried. You can find papers on this stuff. These are not ideas that can be baked into a single definition.
Do you think that like murder could be called cool?
Absolutely. Yes. Well, yeah, there are tons of... Go read history.
Are you fucking kidding me? Yes!
There are some metal goddamn murders that have happened throughout history. Yeah. They killed Julius Caesar, 57 people stabbing him all at once. I don't know. That seems kind of cool and countercultural. Hell yeah.
So I think maybe you show enthusiasm towards that idea and concept, but many others don't. And that's the way we define it.
But there are lots of things that I think are cool that I don't like. For example, the Hugo Boss Nazi uniforms are widely regarded as being fashionable in the whole like evil Sith, dark empire, black leather kind of thing. I don't find Nazis even remotely cool. If anything, that's more like cosplay. That's LARPing is cool. That's like how do we make our horrible death soldiers look cool? But an effort was made.
Brain matter. It's because we're getting ready with those Chinese homosexuality vapes.
Right? There's a reason they paid out for those leather uniforms.
Yeah. So back to kind
some
of what
things
I was
are
saying,
contextual
would you say
that you can
like,
only
the
gain from
definition
living.
Of man, when you say a man is somebody who identifies as a man, and if we were to ask you what a man is, would you be able to like give us any type of thing?
Well, I could point to myself. I'm a man.
How do you know?
This guy is getting extremely emotional? Like him? You're joking, right?
Because I identify as one, of course.
So you know that people are men and women based off that they tell you that they're a man or woman?
How else would you know what's going on in their brain? I have to use the same mode of inference to ask lots of things about
I can never be that chill.
So take something like...
You could tell I'm a biological male by looking at me.
take somebody that doesn't speak English, for example. If they don't say the words, I am a man, how do you know that they're a man? Because one implication of this definition of this, a man is somebody who identifies as a man, is that manhood is confined to English speakers. There are no non-English speaking men.
Of course there are non-English speaking men. We have...
But they don't identify as men.
Yes, but they have...
Look at, she's smiling. She thinks that she got it. She thinks that she got him. No. I hate it here, I know, but you need to understand that these are all circular arguments that are made by her to try and avoid feeling uncomfortable. To be fair, there are plenty of times he would be popping off right now on her. He was just in a good mood when he did this debate. That is true. You don't need to know someone's biological sex and 99% certainty. You don't need to know someone's biological sex unless you are fucking them.
Analogous understandings of gender,
Or you're their
considering
doctor.
that we have man as a gender to just be the collection of social rules and expectations associated with the male sex.
There's the non-circular definition, a collection of rules and things that we associate with the male sex.
Well, sure, that's just what it is we understand a man to be, but you don't have to adhere to those rules to be a man. And in fact, we don't. There are plenty of like metrosexual or effeminate men
There's
who we consider
femboys.
to be part of the social
Femboys are men, but, you know, like, they don't associate...
category of men, despite, I don't know, doing their fancy pants makake stuff or whatever it
Right,
is.
so that definition fails.
How does that definition
Yeah, like
fail?
everyone here has been around trans people and they didn't know it. Yeah.
Because then you commit a special pleading fallacy. If you say that a man is somebody who encompasses these traits that we typically associate with males, but then you say,
I didn't say
there's
that.
Also... I thought you said that they encompass these roles or whatnot.
No, it's associated with those roles, but they don't have to encompass them. There are femboys and tomboys, right? Like there are plenty
So
of people.
what was your referent for when you refer to men? What are you referring to?
I think that when man, as a gender category, as something that we understand or have built for people to identify with or not identify with, is just the roles and expectations associated with the male sex. That's not a universal
that's what I
thing.
said.
Well, no, but that's just a set of associations. You can choose whether or not you want to be a part of that group.
Yeah, so what makes you a man?
Identifying as part of that group.
And see, this is where where it gets circular. We don't need any more of this because it's the same argument. But I can keep going if you guys like. It's the same thing. He's right in pretty much all of what he said here. Like, I have no disagreement. I mean, like, this goes on for 3 hours, and I don't see how it gets any better.
Part of what group?
The one that I just described. The gender.
The social role thing?
Right. If man is a collection of roles and expectations associated with the male sex, it's like a filter through which you view a person. It's a lens of analysis. It's a decision to identify as one.
Because stuff was learned from this segment. You'd be surprised, Captain Buggy. People in our community actually do like to engage and learn and try and change their minds sometimes, you know? Unfortunately, this kind of fucked me because I don't know how to segue this into the other Actually, wait. I think I found it. I found how to segue this. All right. I gotta pee though, and then we'll segue it. Oh my god, my mic broke again. All right, I'm gonna pee. Mike's gonna fix, and then we're gonna continue, and we're going to go back to America. I guess we're not doing Russia today. Testing, testing. Can you all hear me? There we go. Let me just set these tabs up very quickly. Because we got some stuff that's still going on. Can we, yeah, you guys can re-engage with Backcast. That's fine. You guys can, like, just don't be, like, angry, mean, hate, like, be nice, you know? Backcast stayed through that entire segment. And I guarantee you was watching. So, like, treat them as such. This is what we talk about when I say that people on the right I don't want to work with and I don't believe are worth engaging with. But if someone who to me is a right-winger comes to me and is engaging and wants to learn, happy to. I'll go out of my fucking way for that person. All right. Okie dokie. And we're back. By the way, Brain Matter, I know that you were thinking about maybe trying to do a little bit of video editing. How would you feel about making that a video? Or trying, at least. Like, you don't actually have to. But I figured that you might enjoy that one. That would be a good video. I don't think we should drop this and just move on. We can stay on this topic if you want. If you guys want to stay on this topic, we can stay on this topic. Also on this topic, you have a person in your Discord who's very knowledgeable on the medical aspects of sex. I highly recommend you have a convo with Slav someday about sex and medicine. It's causes more problems than solutions. It's better to be medically accurate, i.e. birthing person on a medical doc instead of sex equals F. That I actually do agree on. You're not wrong. And it also pisses off Anna Kasparian, so it's like a double win. So, clarify this segment, like I'll write down the timestamp. I actually just timestamped it. If you wanted to give it a go, the trans segment. It's a good one. I wanted the last one that we did as a video. Women have specifically suffered a lot due to sex and medicine assumptions made by predominantly men rather. The statistics on outcomes of sex the statistics on outcome of care for women are horrific, especially surgery, believing women are in pain. And this is likely because most of our medical standards are based off of cis white men that are about 5'9". The reason that like BMI, for example, if you ever had your BMI done, it can vary widely is because the BMI was built around a 5'8" cis white dude. And not everyone's body fits into the same categories and the same structures that would. Yeah, the medical topic when it comes to sex is an important topic. People like Anna Kasparian doing transphobic grip over a birthing person is literal medical accuracy, harms everybody. That's true. I was here and was watching. I wouldn't say that I was right-wing. I would say that you have some right-leaning tendencies, but I wouldn't call you right-wing back, guys. A lot of what I have spoken to you about and listened to you absolutely agree with, such as equal rights and justice for everybody, respecting people's rights, true justice for all. As for my thoughts on this, it's like 5 a.m., so absolutely we'll watch that clip some more in the morning. And yeah, absolutely. In fact, guys, do you want the link to the actual, like, debate? Because, like, I can link you to that, and it's worth having a look at. Not because, like, you didn't learn it. Like, you were engaging. This was fine. In fact, I'm proud of you. A lot of people in your position would have run away. So I'm actually proud of you. And I think everyone in chat should acknowledge the fact that it's not very often that we get somebody in here who is not agreeing with us on the concepts of like trans people, but actually spends the time to try and learn. I'm opening Takis now, don't worry. Did you have anything specific from Takis you want me to watch? Because like if you guys want to stay on this topic, we can absolutely stay on this topic. I just need like something to go on or off of. Yeah, honestly, W back, guys. Thank you. Proud of you. You're awesome. Why did my internet slow down so much? Holy shit. I'm like looking for something that's relating to the segment. I mean, we could continue watching that debate, but you guys seem to hate it. Most people are a product of their environment. That I agree with. I think that nurture plays a much greater role than nature in human development. Like, so much more. Do the Russia stuff? I would, but like, I've been... Okay, let me make a poll, and you guys can actually vote on it, and then we can decide. I'm going to give you guys 3 options, and you guys can vote. Do your democratic duty, and vote in this poll, and we will go accordingly. I meant for Backcast to search up the resource. I don't have a specific link off the top of my head. That's okay. I have one.
So thank you all for being here today. I know that many of you are...
That's a good one. Sorry about the period at the end. Engagement and dialogue are the only way that the world can be bettered. Facts. Yeah, absolutely. It's 1-to-1, so I need more of y'all to vote. Do I get a democracy sausage? If I could give you one, I absolutely would, I promise you. In the meantime, while we're waiting, go and drop a like on the stream. Go join the Discord if you aren't already in the Discord. And vote. Vote, vote, vote. Ooh, now we're 2-2. All I would say is I think you and Visora are awesome people, and I love engaging with you even if we disagree. Do I feel trans women are real women? I will say the verdict is not in yet. So you moved my opinion somewhat for now. That's the best I can do. That's a fucking win. I'll take the W. You can't see the poll? Should be able to see the poll. You know, I'll like link the actual poll. There you go. Honestly, massive W, guys. Pay attention to that. We actually moved back Gaz's opinion a little bit. You can do this, and this is what I mean. When people come to you and they want to engage, and you do it in a way that's productive, you will see positive outcomes. Being here and open to a conversation is a massive fucking W. Massive W. What if we did trans stuff in Russia? They're all locked in gulags right now. Do you have a link for that?
Those insane views out of Oklahoma.
Because, like, I have a lot of stuff on Russia, but unfortunately not that. Sorry, you're very good at meeting people where they are at. Thank you. I try my best. I just want to, like, have good outcomes. And the only way that we're going to get good outcomes is by putting the effort in, even when it's difficult for us. Looks like trans stuff is ahead, so I'm going to open some links. You guys can still vote. You know, it can change. No, I was speaking generally because that's 2 poll options, but I do know that Russia's super against LGBT stuff for years now. Oh yeah, they've been raiding like gay clubs. It's been pretty bad. Yeah, sorry. Also, I didn't mean to call you a right-winger. You have right-leaning tendencies, is what I meant to say. But generally, broadly speaking, about right-wingers, that would be the case. Your right-leaning tendencies are mostly just because you're British as well. Were you here back, guys, when I showed you where I showed the British Karen? Because that was amazing. It was actually like hysterical. It was funny, and I kind of want to play that again. Oh, holy shit! Judge dismisses Newark mayor's trespassing charge. The Ardent Heart speech is so good. Yeah, but it's also like an hour long. I watched the Serb and Ukrainian soldiers knife fight the other day. That video was too stressful to watch. I don't blame you. Holy shit, this poll is still at 50-50. Nobody wants to watch me play Cyberpunk, though. Pussy Riot, the feminist LGBT music band, got her all arrested in Russia. Yeah, I remember that was a while ago. Do you want that Ardent Heart video, or do you want other things I have on trans people? Because I do have news on trans folk. It's just not, like, good news. The Ardent Heart video is a speech. Fuck it, why not? Let's do that. Let's do it. It's okay. We can do Russia tomorrow. Tomorrow I plan to go long anyway, because there's like a lot of stuff that I need catching up on, and I had to take yesterday off because I was in pain.
So thank you all for being here.
Pissed me off. It was not very fun. So I will be doing long tomorrow, and we'll probably we'll definitely be doing like Russia, Ukraine, but we'll also probably like play a game after stream tomorrow. We'll see. Now, this is annoying because for some reason this keeps breaking. I can't move tabs without having to unplug and replug my microphone in again. Very, very annoying. Okay, so here we go. There's a couple things that I wanted to show you.
You're mad.
Not you. All right. So first and foremost, Viz never found her gun in Disco Elysium. I never actually played again since then. There's too many games to play now. I still want to play the Cyberpunk 2077 story for you guys and have you watch it. It just happens to be that whenever I stream Cyberpunk, the viewer count drops dramatically, but it is what it is. I might actually play today. I do have some energy. So really quickly, I do want to show this because it's a bit of good news before we watch the Ardent Heart speech.
Kuncha Brown and Chantel Martin have always battled to find homes.
We can't just go out there and rent privately because landlords won't rent to us.
It's a battle they've both lost before.
When I was younger, I ended up being homeless.
I did go down the homeless track for a while there.
The places they have found have often been unsafe.
When we do get into properties, there's that stigma and discrimination from neighbours.
14 years ago, they formed something called a housing co-op with other trans women. Ever since, they've been looking for somewhere to live as a community.
You're all together. Safety in numbers.
And here we are.
Their advocacy has finally paid off. A community housing provider has bought 7 houses from the City of Sydney Council.
70% reduced from market price, and so around $2.4 million.
The state and federal governments have funded the purchase and refurbishment of the homes, which will be kept exclusively for transgender women.
The result is a safe
kind of awesome.
home for a group of some of the most vulnerable people in the community.
The ABC is
housing co-ops in general, massive, massive W. That's great.
not revealing the exact location because of safety concerns, but it's close to the inner city services its future residents will depend on.
The doctors that we see and our social group.
Darlinghurst is characterised by its large rainbow community, but people of diverse genders and sexualities are increasingly being priced out. This housing project will help to preserve that colour.
What we don't want is Darlinghurst or the City of Sydney to become an area where only the rich can afford to live.
Rainbow community, I mean, there was literally a rainbow on the road, so, you know.
A win for these transgender women and the diversity of the neighbourhood. Alexander Lewis, ABC News, Sydney.
I think that's lovely. All right, let's go. I'm putting this on 1.25 because I do kind of want a game. Also, like, the nicotine withdrawals that I'm going through are making me go faster. What's up, Ilirda? You just missed lots of fun, thought-provoking discussions.
So thank you all for being here today. I know that many of you are likely tired of this topic and the frequency with which it comes up in secular spaces. But I think most of you also recognize that it does so because the stakes are really high right now. So I do genuinely appreciate your time.
I've never watched this, so we'll see.
I am here to talk to you guys about the problem of transphobia within the secular movement. And while I will be naming some names.
No worries, Ilirda. Always good to see you here. I hope you had a good meeting. And here is the link for those who might want to have a look. This is apparently very good. I mean, I know who Arden Hart is, so.
Calling out some specific people and some specific behaviors that I think should be concerning to all of us. This isn't about slinging mud to me or canceling anyone or branding them with a scarlet T. That is not my goal. I have appreciated and respected the work of the men I'm going to be talking about today, and I know all of you do too. If you don't know me, my name is Arden Hart. I am the head of production at The Line, the leading network for skeptic atheist call-in shows on YouTube. I've been a trans activist for many years now. I've been involved in protests and counter-protests, both in organizing and as a participant. I've hosted my own call-in show, Transatlantic, for over 4 years, where my co-hosts and I, who are all also trans,
I don't know who the new atheists are.
The public on this matter. To me, as someone deeply embedded in these spaces, talking to actual activists across the globe every day, calling someone or something transphobic isn't about accusing someone of a thought crime that they have to atone for. It's not an insult, at least in and of itself, meant to deride or demean. Now, if you call my show and I call you a stupid transphobe, that was me trying to deride or demean you. But if I say...
No, don't vape. Do not vape, Batgaz. It took me, I quit vaping 3 weeks ago. I'm smoking cigarettes now. Today's day 1 of me quitting cigarettes. Don't vape to quit smoking. I smoked to quit vaping.
What you've said...
And also, you can't vape. Like, vaping is bad because, hold on. God damn it, I can't fucking move tabs. This is why you can't vape.
China is putting gay chemicals in the vapes, coupled with fruity pina colada flavoring agents. Many nicotine enjoyers in this country are on the business end of an all-out circus of predatory endocrine warfare. Life isn't meant to be a strawberry margarita sideshow for flamers, okay? So my team and I have partnered with Tucker Carlson and Alp Pouches to help pivot away from the blight of vaporized Chinese homosexuality. Questions?
Sorry, I had to. Vaporized Chinese homosexuality is still my favorite thing.
That is transphobic, or your pattern of behavior consistently demonstrates that you're a transphobe, or you have an anti-trans bias. I am not trying to attack you. I am trying to open a door to help you reflect on how your words and your actions and your beliefs might be harming one of the most marginalized communities in the US right now. Obviously, we are far from the only one, and I'm not here to play the oppression Olympics. And listen, I know this community values good, robust debate of ideas, and I do too. It's tempting when Sam Harris or Richard Dawkins claim to be just asking questions to assume that they are simply engaging in that honest, skeptical back and forth. But we don't live in a vacuum, and words have consequences, especially for people as influential as the ones we're talking about today. And furthermore, the statements we're going to go through show a fundamental misunderstanding of what actual trans people are actually asking for, which is, in summary, the most basic of human rights. Freedom from discrimination at our place of education.
Guys, can we talk about the fact that, like, in America, in the UK, and other parts of Europe, but primarily right now, the United States and the United Kingdom, there is a genocide happening to trans people. There has been one for a couple years now. It's ramping up. It's getting worse. The genocide in the United States is currently further along with trans people, but there is also a genocide happening to trans people in the United Kingdom. That is a fact.
Employment and in housing, dignity and equal access to society, not having to manage our day around a pee schedule because someone might be uncomfortable with us in a bathroom. Worse, in the case of Dawkins, he has repeatedly platformed some of the most blatantly malicious and hateful voices out there. Like Helen Joyce, one of the first guests on his newest podcast, who has said that trans people are a huge problem to a sane world and that we need to reduce the amount of trans people.
Brain matter. I've been for a while and I'm not
I don't know
gonna
how
stop.
you go about reducing the
People
amount of
get
trans
mad at me when I call it a genocide too, and then I can lay out why, and then they never answer. Everyone should go check out Arden Hart. We're trying to get her on stream. She's a lot larger than we are. That would be fucking amazing.
That is functionally different
I
from
would
either
love to
conversion
speak to
therapy
Arden
or
Hart.
genocide, but I'd like to think we can all agree that that's a pretty important statement. He's also recommended the book Irreversible Damage by Abigail Schreier, a book whose central premise was based on a paper that was retracted by its own publisher for its poor sampling methods, including contacting parents on a forum specifically designed for parents who are upset about their kids being trans.
My God.
And again, this is not an attempt to erase the meaning you may have found in their earlier work. I believe all of them have contributed important ideas and credibility to skeptics and atheists such that we can organize for events like the one we're all at today. But you need to understand the stakes in the moment we're in. Last thought, before we dive into the meat and potatoes of this talk, addressing some specific categories of anti-trans claims that are really common. I want to be clear that I don't expect you guys to retain every counter-argument. I'm going through them so that you know they exist. And I don't expect you guys to pick up a sword and become a trans activist yourself. I mean, it would be great. We really need your help out there, but that's not the point. I'm hoping that in making this case that we can realign our priorities. Because if you were to ask me, the erosion of our right to due process is the most terrifying thing that is on the docket.
That's a pretty big one. And to be fair, it's not just trans people. At least in America, everyone's lost the right to due process. But like, obviously, trans people are much earlier in the line to the gulags than a lot of other people are.
Constantly in the news and in the mouths of these people, and so it needs to be addressed. Moreover, I hope I can convince you that the relentless assault on trans rights does nothing for robust debate or truth or skepticism. It does nothing for Enlightenment values or humanism or Western society, whatever that means. What it does is cede ground completely, in many cases, to the very people who want to see women in America stripped of the ability to make decisions about their own body.
And by the way, look what happened now that the right wing's in power. We're talking about taking away women's right to vote. We're talking about taking away the 14th Amendment entirely. We're talking about taking away the right for women to have a bank account, for women to travel interstate without a male accompanying them. They're turning the United States into fucking Saudi Arabia. This is literally Sharia law, but like what a Christian in America pictures as Sharia law being implemented. Like, it actually is. It's what they would imagine, but they're doing it.
And once we start selling off our freedoms where it's convenient, do you think they'll stop there when they've tested the waters and felt that it's fine? It will be women, cisgender women, biological women, whatever you want to call them, who in many cases bear the brunt of transphobia for not looking womanly enough. Oh, they're supposed to be...
Hitler went for the rich first. Maybe that's the next left turn. We're going to start doing more of the National Socialist propaganda after Memorial Day. I've talked about this before, but I don't know if you guys know. There's a countdown timer on whitehouse.gov, and from Memorial Day to July 6, 2026, there's supposed to be celebrations all over the United States for America 250. I see at the end of that them announcing like the Nationalist Party or something. Oh, you got married to a man and changed your last name? No voting for you, tee-hee, conservatives. Yeah.
There we go. Sorry, I hit the wrong button. Here's a few examples of some news stories where women were accused of being trans and caught flack over it, pulled out of attacked in the case of the New York City woman here, and fired from Walmart for failing to report appropriately that she was accused of being a trans woman.
Yeah, literally, a cis woman accused of being a trans woman didn't report it to her boss, and she got fired for it.
Bathroom when she was not trans. It's going to be women, cisgender women who...
Yeah, actually, speaking of, hold on, sorry, Arden. Let me interrupt you there. Woman says security guard at Liberty Hotel in Boston confronted her in the bathroom, asked her to prove her gender. So it's this woman. Humiliating, blah, blah, blah. Like, she's right, and this is happening. Like, kinda regularly. And honestly, like, I wish more people dealt with it like this, and people are gonna get mad at me for saying that, but...
What? Say that again? And I'm gonna go outside and beat you the fuck up. Not by... Trans people deserve to be fucking protected. Trans people deserve to be respected. Not by motherfuckers like you disrespecting the shit out of me for no fucking reason. Learn something. You learned something today, didn't you? You got real friendly with the ground, and you learned something. Oh man, do I have to put you out again? Do I have to put you out again? Oh, good boy. Shut it. Smoke your fucking cigarette and be quiet.
That's how you deal with these fucking people. That's how you deal with these fucking people.
Lose scholarships and medals, not because the trans person beat them, but because they naturally had a slightly higher testosterone level due to a difference of sexual development, like in the case of Nagesa and Semenya here. The anti-trans movement is a Christian, I went a little too fast, sorry. The anti-trans movement is a Christian nationalist one to its core. It seeks to frame men as inherently stronger and superior, to control women's expressions and freedoms, and to define us by a chemical reaction at the time of conception. And right now, people are dying.
Again, it is just misogyny with extra steps.
Trans people are dying. Trans women of color are being murdered by their partners. Trans people are being imprisoned for washing their hands in a women's restroom.
What happened to stream? Is stream not up? What happened to stream? Did we drop? Because it says I'm live. I'm just making sure. We didn't go down on YouTube either? Okay, good. What did you mean by that then? You scared me. I thought stream went down. My non-violent approach, just point blank call them out for being a pervert. Why the fuck are you worried about someone's sex? Are you taking a shit? Like, that's another option. Oh, damn. Sorry, Lerda.
Legal residents are being deported to El Salvador without due process, and women are being arrested and fined for miscarriages. There is no time for fractures in our culture.
There is literally a woman who was 9 weeks pregnant when she became brain dead that is being forced to carry a baby to term. She's dead, but her corpse is still being used as an incubator. And the family of the dead woman, whose baby is going to come out of her, is responsible for the medical bills of what, like 9 weeks, 3 months. So, okay, for 7 months of 6 to 7 months of this woman being in the hospital. I don't know, math is hard right now. They're abusing her corpse and calling her, it's literally necromancy. Women have fewer rights than corpses now. True. Literally true.
Coalition, because you find us inconvenient. You and everyone you know have immeasurably more in common with the most disadvantaged trans person than you could ever have with the billionaires and Christian nationalists who are in charge. So our first category is going to be on the claim that sex is binary. So I have a few quotes here from Richard Dawkins and Jerry Coyne. The top one says, race is a spectrum, but sex is pretty damn binary. Jerry Coyne says that
sex is also not binary. We've seen both animals switching sexes, but also intersex people exist.
Under this definition of sex, nearly all individuals fit into a biological sex category. So I chose these quotes to start us off because I find them kind of funny. You see, the matter of whether or not sex is a binary is itself a true binary. Either it is or it isn't.
His own graph shows overlap, yeah.
Only two options. To say that something is pretty damn binary or nearly binary exposes that it is not, in fact, a true binary. This is what's called bimodal, a data set where the majority of points occur at 2 locations, but not exclusively. Trans people, trans activists, and the trans-inclusive understanding of biological sex is not confused about the near 99% trend with which people tend to be sorted into these biological categories, nor does it deny the utility of these categories in things like research. Our model both captures the full scope of biology and makes room for the fact that some people don't fit neatly into one category or the other, and that humans, a social species, might as a result of these exceptions reject the expectations put upon
As
them.
I've said before, you could be a man today, a woman tomorrow, neither the next day, both the day after, and it would be perfectly fine. It doesn't matter. It's the same as being, you can be gay tomorrow, straight today, lesbian the next day. I don't care, and you can do it. You get to decide. It's your life.
Dawkins initially made this claim with regard to chromosomes, but this argument has some really obvious flaws, like the fact that
Hold on, I gotta grab a cuticle clipper because this fucking thing is pissing me off, and I just need to rip it off. Sorry, I'm back. This is really making me mad. Gender fluid exists, yeah. You can be both the same day. You can be one, like you could be a man in the morning, neither in the afternoon, and a woman at night. It's fine. You can do that.
there are numerous examples of human beings
Reality's
who are, at the
cool.
very least socially, uncontroversially, men and women, who lived their whole lives with the standard phenotype and social roles of men and women, and then later found out that their chromosomes were different. That's the case of, on the bottom there, the XY woman who ended up having 2 unassisted pregnancies and did not know she was XY until her daughter's karyotype was done.
Goddamn.
And there are XX men, like on the top, who have perfectly standard phenotypes of their genitals. So, even under the model that Richard Dawkins put forth, where the Y chromosome makes the man and the absence of one makes the woman, you still have women with penises and men getting pregnant. So the argument usually gets pushed
Agender
back.
identities exist too. All of them do. It's a social construct. Gender is not real. It is socially constructed. So if it suits you, then it's real. It's that simple. We can keep making new ones too, because it'll suit that person. And maybe that person's like suited identity suits that other person. It's social construct stuff. Socially constructed does not mean not real. I know, I'm using not real in a very simplistic way of not physically real. It is not based on physical characteristics. It is entirely social. It is ephemeral. You can't touch it. You can't physically touch that identity. It is ephemeral. It's not physically in this reality. It's in your head.
Now they'll say...
Now that doesn't make it any less real, by the way, just because it's in your head. It's just, that's where it resides.
2 gamete types. That is the sperm, or the small mobile gamete, or the egg, the large immobile gamete. And this is usually how we determine the sex of a newly discovered species. It has a great deal of utility. But Coyne goes on to say, later in the quote that I shared in the last slide, that no individual makes gametes other than sperm or eggs, and no individual makes more than one of these, but fails to acknowledge that some people have the organs with which to remove those said gametes, or have the organs of which to produce the said gametes removed. Do people suddenly lose their sex when they have a hysterectomy?
True.
Or a vasectomy?
As I said,
that's
like
clearly
earlier.
not the case, right? So the goalposts get moved again. This is a article from Jerry Coyne and Luana Maroja, where they say males are those with bodies designed to make sperm, and females are those with bodies designed to make eggs. Kathleen Stock, another notorious career anti-trans activist on Dawkins' podcast, said, a female is any biological entity in a sexually dimorphic species that's on a developmental pathway toward the production of large gametes. Designed and on a pathway. So now we're not talking about what you are, or even describing what our bodies do.
It is
We're talking about what it's supposed to do.
And now we're getting back into religion.
What it would have done should the circumstances have been different. Had the path not been derailed. This argument is not biology. This is prophecy. Sure. It's an assertion that there is some true essence of maleness and femaleness remaining even after every other identifiable feature that you say is necessary is proven to be insufficient.
Yeah.
We can say that about literally anything. Had the universe been slightly different, humans would have had tails like our ancestors. But we live in this reality where biology sometimes doesn't go the way we expect it to. Now, the final position of the goalpost seemed to be that exceptions don't count. Jerry Coyne in this article says that, but genuine intersexes don't challenge the statement that sex is binary. They aren't classifiable as male or female, but nor do they
Captain Buggy, the female-male biology binary doesn't even work across the board. It's so funny to see U plus / minus used in biology studies on other animals that do crazy stuff like flip-flop gametes and stuff. Yeah, absolutely. And like, we understand that, right? But the difference is we engage with this material. The people who are like out there screeching about like trans people in sports or bathrooms, like the ones that are really, really mad about this shit, they don't read. We have tails that are just inside our body. Well, in most cases aren't long enough to swish around. I know, I wish I had a long cat tail.
To third sex. But what's necessary to disprove the sex binary...
No worries, welcome back.
...is not to prove that there's a third sex category, but simply to show that there are more than 2 possible options. And there are many more. You don't just get to toss out the exceptions to a universal statement you made because it's inconvenient to your argument. When you're in law or philosophy and you're making these sort of universal statements, we'll often do what's called testing the limiting principle. You know, we're looking on the edge cases to see if that is actually a truly universal rule, excuse me, or if it's just a statistical trend.
There is always an exception in biology, that's
you're
true.
checking into a hotel. You go up to the clerk and the person behind the counter says, just so you know, all the rooms in this hotel are locked. You might be like, well, that's really weird that you went out of your way to explain that. So let's say you go around and testing all the doors. And after testing all 100 doors in the hotel, you find that 2 are unlocked. You go back to them and you say, hey, you lied. There were 2 open doors. I walked in on people. And they go, whoa, 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 whoa. But the exceptions don't break the rule. I mean, 98% of them are still that way. And, you know, all of our fire alarms work. Are you going to trust them? Are you staying in that hotel? Because here's the truth of it. If every time your definition of binary gets challenged, you move the goalpost to protect the status of binary, you aren't seeking truth. You aren't defending a fact. You're defending a narrative.
So right.
A very political narrative.
I feel bad that we're watching this because I'm not saying anything. I have nothing to add here because she's just fucking killing it.
That serves to essentialize individual humans down to our reproductive capacity as a species. This is called the ecological fallacy, or the fallacy of division, that suggests that traits which are true of populations must necessarily be true of individuals within those populations. And putting aside the problem of whether or not a trans woman...
See, but the thing is, this kind of shit only reaches lefties. Like, anyone who is even a liberal isn't listening to this. Like, progressive liberals is the cutoff for where this message reaches. This is far, like, it's the same conversation that we keep having, that the public is too dumb to learn, and this is too academic for them to learn from. Now, I still stand by my position that she shouldn't, and nor should I, nor should anyone else, dumb down our positions because the other side can't listen to it or can't understand it. But we should also be aware that none of this is actually reaching them. Yeah, no liberal is going to listen to this one ear out the other. That's true. This is the best video I've watched all year. God damn. It's not one of my videos, or is it because it's on stream?
Trans man is in fact a man or woman. What is the point of this conversation? Because it gets you views on YouTube? What power do you think we as trans people have that we are going to completely restructure biology and reality? It would seem to me that with such an influential and massive platform between these three, that there could be a much better use of their time. So section 2. Transness is a cult or a trend or a religion. So I have a handful
I was going to say, it seems like it's catering to a specific audience.
Quotes here for you from Sam Harris on one of his recent podcasts following the election. Many Americans reject the new metaphysics and even the new biology mandated by trans activists in the institutions they have successfully bullied and captured.
Metaphysics and new biology.
There now seem to be countless examples of where the possibility of social contagion is obvious, where due to the success of trans activists in changing institutions, these kids are effectively in a cult, being brainwashed by...
Can I just say, social contagion to turn you trans isn't gonna work because social contagion to turn you into someone who can fucking read doesn't work. If you can't have school make you smart, it's not making you trans. If your friends can't make you read a fucking book, they're not making you trans.
By a new orthodoxy. To say that they're women and any distinction between them and biological women for any purpose is a thought crime and an act of bigotry. That's the precept of a new religion. Ah yes, the big mean trans person with enough power to make entire institutions tremble at the knee and rewrite biology.
If only.
If trans people are so powerful, why is it that 78% of trans people in a 2015 survey with 30,000 trans respondents want hormones, but only 49% receive them? If we're so powerful, why is it that 49% of those same respondents don't have IDs with the name or gender marker they were preferred? It's a real shit job we're doing with all this power we supposedly have.
It's the same thing as the Jews control the government. Like, there's no evidence of such. It's not real, but let's just say it anyway.
But furthermore...
George Soros is running the government. It's the same fucking argument.
Who exactly, I would love to know, is enforcing these alleged thought crimes? You know, I actually appreciate one thing all of them have said, which is that while they may not understand or agree with every element of trans rights, that they would use the names and pronouns of a trans person if they requested it because it's a matter of politeness. Well, of course, trans people want those in our lives to see us for who we are.
The problem is people genuinely view trans people as a monolith. And I agree with that. I've said this before in that, like, even transphobic people online don't necessarily act transphobic in person because they don't recognize you the same way as they would online. Online, you are a trans person, woke, cult, blah, blah, blah. In reality, you're just a fucking person and they're not thinking about your genitals. That's how it tends to usually work. Any evidence against the conspiracy is actually conspiracy of the cover up is evidence of the conspiracy to cover up that conspiracy. Yeah. I think an adolescent can be influenced by their friends. Sure. But influenced by their friends to change themselves, like to be brainwashed by their friends? No. Ludwig, no. Your friends are not going to turn you trans. And even if they did, and you didn't like it, you can just turn back. There's nothing wrong with that. Trans people are so incredibly powerful, they pose an existential risk to society, but also ridiculously weak that they can't even use the right washroom. It's the same thing as, the Palestinians and Hamas. Hamas is so powerful and it will kill... Oh, except, you know, like, we can't let any food in because they're gonna be too strong and they're gonna recover. Meanwhile, like, there's no Hamas. It's a common right-wing tactic to make up a boogeyman, one that isn't real.
I have no claim to divine punishment for you not thinking I'm a woman. But of course, I'm not going to be comfortable with you or inclined to friendship with you if you don't value me the way my friends who see me as a woman actually value me. But this claim of trans as a religion comes up quite frequently on my show, Takis. The core of this claim seems to be the notion that when someone identifies as trans, since you have no access to the contents of their minds to prove it, the proclamation is tantamount to a spell or invocation or a claim of a relationship with God. It's well suited to an audience of atheists who already are predisposed to reject anything they perceive as religious, whether or not it actually is. This analogy, though, I think falls apart pretty quickly when you look closer. When someone makes a claim about a relationship with God, they're making a claim about external reality. They're asserting not just that a God exists, but that he can communicate with them. And in the minds of many Americans, he has a lot of opinions on what kinds of sex you can have and with whom, what clothes you can wear, what foods you can...
Literally, fuck that God. Are you kidding me? I would just, find me Kali from India. Like, I'll deal with that God.
Endorses slavery and commits genocide and threatens us all with eternal damnation for disbelief. It has implications for every person who exists and will ever exist. However, when a trans person says they're a woman, or a man, or non-binary, they're not making a claim about some fundamental component of reality. It's a claim about their perception of their internal experience and sense of identity. They aren't rewriting everything you know about biology. They are just exposed.
Oh, no, I will fuck God. I will make God my bottom. Are you kidding me? I'll throw on a strap and I will go, like, God will be wailing. You'll hear thunder.
That the biological essentialist model is insufficient to account for everyone's experience. If this brand of supposed skepticism were consistently applied, you would be
We're gonna
the most
fuck
unbearable
God
person
in both holes
to talk to. Imagine if every time your friend mentioned their internal state, like, I'm gay, or I'm hungry, or I'm in pain, you demanded external proof lest they be accused of a New Age religion. Oh, you're in pain? Let me shove my fingers into your open wound and see how much you squeal.
Like, again,
oh, you're hungry?
None
Eat
of
this
these
entire
people
pizza
actually believe in their religion. You know that, right? Like, God will be wailing, you just killed me. Good. But, like, you know what I mean? The people in America who claim to be religious and then act like this, they don't believe in Christianity. They're as Christian as ISIS is Muslim or Israel, Israeli government is Jewish. God doesn't get a safe word either. God doesn't need a safe word. God can take it. Good boy.
Oh, you're gay? Kiss every man in this room.
What's up,
right now.
Cosmopolitics?
Clearly, that's absurd. We rely on people's honest reporting of their internal states every single day without calling it a religion. Doctors rely on honest self-report to be able to do clinical diagnostics with things like pain.
Everyone go give Cosmopolitics a follow. Honestly, excellent channel. Base streamer and a good friend of the stream.
Emergency room and saw that little smiley face scale.
Jesus is gay and woke, that's true.
Some sort of like objective test? Or was that a subjective measure you were reporting? Demanding external proof of a completely subjective internal experience doesn't make you skeptical, especially not when you're not applying it universally. It just makes you annoying.
True.
But this skepticism is tied to a hypothetical fear that I want to explore taking seriously for a second. Maybe someone is lying about their gender identity to do harm to someone else. Forget that transitioning is unequivocally the most inefficient way to go about predating on somebody.
Like genuinely, what we're gonna go through years of a process to go hide in about once? Just go do it. But okay.
If somebody lies about anything to commit harm, like sexual assault, they should face the full consequences for their actions.
True.
But what you're mad about isn't trans people. It's the ineffectiveness in our systems of power to do anything about sexual assault. You are mad about rape culture.
Hell, what do you like? In fact, we're making it worse. We just reduced regulations on reporting sexual assault in universities. We're making rape culture stronger. These fucking anti-trans idiots who are only anti-trans because they're anti-rape voted in the rape government. Literally, like, Al-Qaeda is the rape government. They're the fucking Handmaid's Tale government. They're abusing a fucking corpse right now that has more rights than a living woman.
But this also demands that you can now suddenly read the mind of this potential fake trans person for a motivation when your entire stipulation was that you can't in fact read their mind. So another claim in this domain about trans being a religion is to cite the drastic uptick in people identifying as trans in the last 10 years. There's a number of different...
Did she just say that do people think that being trans is a religion?
Sources this comes from, but it's all from the UK. While I don't think our boys dig into this one as much, it's in the similar domain. A lot of their peers use this, so...
Racist president, rapist Supreme Court judge, I think the rapists are all safe. Yes? Wait, no, people actually think that they're, trans people is a religion? God damn. Jesus was a mad grifter for sure.
I didn't want to address it. You'll hear about the 4,000% uptick in referrals to gender clinics between some point in the early 2000s and the mid-2010s in the UK. When you hear stats like this, it can be really shocking, because surely that's a lot, right? Well, not so much when you look at the base rate of where we're starting from.
Oh, brain matter. Those are the same types of people that refer to Marxist spells that are being cast, all right? I've seen that too. Like, these people are not attached to reality. They live on a different planet, in a different universe. Left-handed graph is shocking too, that's true.
If I started a YouTube channel today and told one person, and that person subscribed, and I came back next year and told you I had a 4,000% increase in subscribers over the year, you might be like, damn, she's really making moves, until you saw that I had 41 subscribers. This 4,000% claim seems to be from about 50-ish in the pre-2010s to...
Now listen, we're talking about social contagion here, and I'm going to tell you, my honest opinion, and this is a bit of a hot take, because, people have given me flack for this as well, but there is a social aspect. Not contagion, but, there is an aspect of this being something that you learn about makes you curious about it. And when you're curious about it, you look into it, you do research on it, you try it. Let's say you talk to your friends about it, and maybe your friends do some research on it and they try it. And maybe you decide this is not for you, but maybe your friend decides it's for them. Well, that's one way that could happen. These are social constructs. Your gender and your sex can change over time. You can't change them. You can't decide what your, sex and gender is. It's based on social aspects and your surroundings and the material conditions and what you're engaging with. But these can change. And so yes, you can become trans through social interaction, but that's not a contagion. That's just you fitting into the material and social conditions that you want to try, and it feels right. You're incentivizing yourself and you're making yourself happy. And if it doesn't make you happy, then you don't do it. That's how most people work. Kind of like having the words makes figuring out your shit easier to navigate? Yeah, kinda, yeah. Being aware of something makes it possible for you to consider whether it applies to you. Shocking, exactly.
To around 5,000 in the late 2010s. And the population of minors in the UK is about 17 million, meaning that this represents about 0.02% of the youth population there. But again, let's grant them the entire position and see if the conclusion makes sense. So, do mass numbers of people gathering over shared experiences constitute a cult? Does an upswell in a movement constitute a cult? Over at the line...
I swear, I can't even handle it, because every accusation from the right is a confession. They're calling this a religious cult. Motherfucker, they're the religious cult. And... What 0.2% of the population? In America, we're arguing about trans people in sports. There's 7 in the whole fucking country.
The network where I do call-in shows, we have several thousand live viewers on our flagship show every week. Hundreds of thousands over a week and several million in a month. Are we now a cult? How many times have we as atheists been accused of forming a new religion or cult because we like to congregate with people who understand us?
If trans is a religion, can we make Contra the Pope? Yes. I don't know. I'm not a cardinal or anything, but if I get a vote, I will vote for Contra for Pope.
That is simply the human condition. There is no divine trans edict, and that's why, like atheists, we do skew leftist and progressive in our politics, but that's more about what party is invested in protecting our rights, not our shared beliefs.
Someone PSO killed it. Yeah, I did see that. I haven't seen more news on it. Theory Bray, I got it immediately when it happened. Got the actual article, but I hadn't seen anything more on it, and I've been streaming. I'll have a look at that now. Thanks for reminding me.
Necessarily on every individual issue. There's consistently lots of disagreement in the trans community because we are a diverse group of people who share only this one fact of our birth. Trans people, as a community,
True, Captain
aren't
Buggy.
invoking supernatural or divine insight into our gender. Though some might feel it's a spiritual experience, I don't personally. I think we are our brains, and so any element of our identity has to be explained by a brain state. But we know trans identities exist. Even Sam, Dawkins, and Coyne will admit this, even if I think their standards of who seems to count are unreasonable. In short, labeling trans identities as a religion is not just logically inconsistent, it's dismissive of legitimate social concerns, unhelpful in resolving real-world issues like sexual assault. It's not an actual argument with true premises or a conclusion or evidence of harms of the trans movement. It's a shortcut to dismissing the well-being of an entire group of people by appealing to the sphere of a Jonestown cult level of manipulation for which there is simply no evidence.
She's correct entirely. In fact, it's more likely that it's the opposite in this case as well. Like, every accusation that she is laying out is actually a confession from those who did. Guys, holy shit, I don't think I could even, I don't think I could do a segment on this story. So I'm just gonna link those to you, because I'm just gonna not risk it and do that. Also, regarding social contagion stance, why are people so convinced that we will collapse society if gender is a social construct? Like, why is it so threatening that younger generations are given misogyny? Brain matter, that's why. Because men want to have the right to own and rape women. That's literally why, and that's it. That's the only reason. That actually, and insecurity. Because, you know, men don't like seeing hot trans women and then feeling gay. And that's it. That's literally it. That's the whole reason. It's also, by the way, the social contagion thing does also apply to other shit. It's just, we don't know what that means. The right says social contagion, and they mean it like the Nazi way, which is accurate for them. But, like, no, that's not how that works. Is there trans chemies in Fent? Yes, fentanyl will make you transgender. The vapes that you buy from China also have the homosexuality chemicals in it, but if you vape Chinese transgenderism, then you become ultra trans. It's like trans plus.
And even if some portion of the trans community could be described as a cult, is this really the cult we're concerned about right now?
Yeah, like that
Trump's
would be like the
FCC
bottom
chair.
of the fucking list of cults that I'm concerned about right now.
Thank you. Trump's head of the FCC was recently seen sporting a gold Trump head pin. His supporters will readily tell you, we need a dictator, when seemingly the only negative side effect of the trans cult is adults reliving our missed years through cringy knee-high socks and colorful hair. I'm sorry, but I'm personally more concerned with the cult trying to establish a fucking dictator in the United States of America.
Me too.
This section is about trans inclusion in sports and spaces. So all three, Dawkins, Harris, and Coyne have
No, that actually just turns you into Mao Zedong, Ludwig.
firmly planted their flags on this hill. Sam says that Americans aren't really into seeing biological men punch
You can cure your transness with raw milk. And
in the face
measles. Don't forget the measles.
the Olympics. A claim loaded with language meant to evoke a very particular image, and one for which he has no good evidence. The evidence for the claim that Aman Khalif is a transgender person is dubious at best, one coming from a Russian boxing federation with a vested interest in preserving a record of one of their athletes. And the evidence to the contrary includes the woman who resigned in the fight, saying it had nothing to do with her thinking
You can cure your raw milk with transness. That's also true.
that Khalif was a man.
Better option.
Or Dawkins, who has discussed how our biological sex causes us to tower over female competitors and break their swimming
Well,
records.
actually, if you cure your raw milk, it's no longer raw. It's actually just milk. So buy raw milk, add trans to it, and then make it just milk.
While it's true that males tend to be, on average, taller than females, I went through male puberty and I'm certainly taller than the average woman. That's not a universal truth. Furthermore, there is no evidence of an epidemic of breaking records. Leah Thomas, who he references, did win one race, but is most known for the one where she tied for 5th place with Riley Gaines, who is now flown around by the Heritage Foundation to tell people how her white innocence was taken by the evil man who destroyed her career and that transgenderism is a pedophile cult.
Yeah, like, again, all of these people are whingy little shits. There is nothing that they actually have here. The entire argument is, we want to genocide trans people. It's because it's gay when men want to fuck them and they feel bad. It's misogyny because, you know, existence of trans people means people learning about their own genitals and biology, which leads to a harder time for men to control women and use them as sex objects and to own them, as well as sometimes, you know, trans man beats the shit out of a cis man, and then that cis man needs to go and, like, I don't know, shoot up a school to feel better, because that's what they do in this country, I suppose. I don't know. It's been like 6 years since I've been in America. I don't know what kids these days are up to. But, like, that's it. It's not fair. Skill issue. Riley Gaines, fucking entirely skill issue. Just be better at your sport. I lost in a competition. It's not fair. Yeah. Do better. Skill issue. I really want to remove the temptation. Really, they want to remove the temptation. That's also true. They do want to remove the temptation. There's many, many examples of people like this who can't get away and need you to cut them off because it's hard, because they enjoy it and they know that it's good, but they're angry and they want to stay angry, and they can't stay angry if they're engaging with the good, so they have to, like, remove the good so they can stay angry. They want to be angry.
I also have some of the swimming records of Leah Thomas here. You can see that in a number of these, she came in 8th, 4th, 5th, and a couple of first.
Like, sorry, you just suck at swimming. Like, what do I care? I don't give a shit. I don't care. I don't care about the sports aspect. Like, the argument of why should just be because any ground given results in more ground taken. If you say, okay, fine, we'll drop the sports, fuck it, whatever, then they're gonna come for the next thing. So you don't give them anything, and you just say, I don't fucking care, and then you move on. It's the same with every other thing in the right, too. If you cede any ground, they're just gonna want more, so don't cede any ground. They're weak, they're imbeciles, they're insecure. Just make them cry, bully them, make fun of them. It's incredibly funny, and it works.
I doubt any of them could name any of the top female athletes in any NCAA sport right now. Is it because we're gonna get money? Female athletes notoriously make much less than their male competitors.
It's the art of the deal, yeah. Don't give an inch. Unironically, I am fucking the art of the deal now.
And all of these things are, of course, taking the argument seriously as it pertains to professional athletes, but it ignores the fact that most of the laws being drafted to stop this affect children, who in multiple cases, you could count on one hand the amount of trans people that affects in a given state.
Hey, what happens when we can do gene editing? What happens when a billionaire says that they want their kid to have a dick, balls, and a vagina that are all usable and will genetically pay for that to be done? You know we can do that, right? You can get gene editing on your kids now. We just have eugenics on the market. So what happens now? What is a man or a woman when we're editing the genes? Is that still a human the same way? If you can change it, like, why are we talking about this when this is no longer even relevant?
This stops them from being able to interact with a few peers who don't hate them, and this is where we're spending our time. According to the Olympic Charter itself, Fundamental Principle 4, the practice of sport is a human right. Every individual must have access to the practice.
Fucking sports. All right, we're going to talk about sports. What if your kid was born because you genetically altered their muscle mass so that they have, like, double density muscles in their fucking calves and their arms that are a Spartan from Halo? You just do that. What about then? What, like, is that fair? How are you going to, like, it's such a stupid concept to talk about.
Of sport without discrimination of any kind, and in respect to internationally recognized human rights within the remit of the Olympic movement. It bears repeating here also that the trans-inclusive models of sex, again, don't deny general trends. Like that, people who are born male and go through male puberty tend to, on average, have advantages in certain domains of sport. But the evidence for how this pertains to trans people, and trans women in particular, since that is realistically what most of these people are concerned with, is still very—
Guys, I've seen trans people being banned from playing, like, pool, like billiards or chess against cis people, which has nothing to do with physical, like, ability.
Very much inconclusive.
It's just
again,
misogyny.
This is making assumptions about individuals based on trends in populations, and the solutions they're proposing are blanket bans. Is that the right thing? Nope, that is not there yet. Sorry, wrong.
Transgender people 16 plus are victimized over 4 times more often than cisgender people. In 2017 to 2018, transgender people received 86.2 victimizations per 1,000 when compared to 21.7 victimization compared to 1,000 cisgender people. They're taking the long way around to participation trophies. Yeah, they are. Neil deGrasse Tyson warned about this when I was 14 years old. He mentioned the rich would be able to buy gene modification for their children, making gene-modified humans have advantages like limiting diseases while the poor people suffer. Yeah, I mean, like, we're going into the cyberpunk timeline, right?
For the first time,
we do know this. It's not new. It's not a surprise.
For the first time in history, doctors have successfully used custom-made gene therapy to treat a baby born with a rare genetic disorder. Last summer, KJ Muldoon was born with a rare metabolic
okay, cool. This is a good use case, but like
disease that affects just 1 in 1.3 million
eliminating diseases, as you said.
Babies. It's fatal for nearly half of the infants diagnosed, according to a study in Science Direct. Experts had previously thought the only long-term treatment was...
Let me ask you guys something. If any of you are religious in this chat, like any single one of you who believes in God, if this baby had 50-50 odds of surviving, which means 50-50 odds of death, right? What if this baby was supposed to die and now it's not going to die? How do you feel about that? Now, like, I don't believe in religion, so I don't particularly care, but that is a consideration.
...was a liver transplant. Using a technology called CRISPR, teams at the Children's Hospital
Is this
of
still a
Philadelphia and
human
Penn
the
Medicine
same way?
created a personalized gene editing therapy to find the one mutated gene out of the 20,000 in KJ's body.
Literally, you could just do this and make somebody, like, born with different sex organs. Are they valid? Are they human? Are they a man? Are they a woman? Are they intersex? Are they neither? Are they, like,
and fix it. CBS News
we're
Chief
already
Medical
at a
Correspondent
point
Dr. John LaPook spoke with KJ's
where,
parents.
like, this becomes much less relevant because everybody is now not naturally born human. Like, sure, the rich will get that first, but that's going to pass down to the rest of you and me. Really, probably not me. I'm probably going to die by then, but, like, it's going to pass down. It's going to be cheaper. You won't be able to do all of the same cool, crazy stuff, but, you know. Some religious people will say it's God's will that the baby die and an affront to God to prevent his divine will. Well, that's what I'm saying. It depends on your view. It could be God's will that they were saved, or it could be an abomination that they're alive. It is the same thing as this. It's the same. There's no difference, at least from a religious person's perspective, between it's an abomination because you're trans or it's God will that you're trans. Again, like most religious people who actually read and believe in their religion don't have issues with queer people, like, at all. They will say things like, who the fuck am I to tell God that he made a mistake? Like, God made you that way? That's okay, sure. God doesn't make mistakes. That's how real religious people respond to this stuff.
Slide. Returning briefly to other women's spaces, prisons, bathrooms, and shelters, the panic there is usually an echo of the one we discussed earlier, an assertion that because men are more sexually violent on average...
Well, I mean, those are the nut jobs, but, like, yeah.
Trans women will be as well. This is, again, a problem with rape culture in America, not trans people. This is a problem with a culture that venerates religious leaders who time and time again use their power over children to prey upon them. This is a problem with a culture that will elect a president credibly accused of sexual assault, held liable in court for the assault of a woman, but expects trans people to be responsible for the hypothetical rapes we might cause in the future.
Which, by the way, like, statistically, no. Trans women get raped, not rape people.
And we could talk about the data that seem to show that trans people are more likely to be victims of violence, especially in states with restricted gender laws, but we don't need to, because this biological essentialist framework has repeatedly failed at its stated goals of protecting women and ensuring fairness. Instead,
Literally, like, everything that they say that they want to do to protect women harms women, and men, and children. Literally, kind of just everybody. It's, again, part of the death cult mentality.
Actual perpetrators of violence and the actual people degrading the rights and protections of women. It is the basis on which they construct laws that restrict all of our bodies and freedoms. Every day, church leaders, community leaders, politicians, and the like are credibly accused of sexual assault. And rather than even address that, we're here talking about, again, the hypothetical potential predators. We are concerned allegedly about a man who might have an easier time in a woman's prison because, you know, that's apparently just a weekly crochet meetup, rather than talking about the epidemic of prison guards raping women in prison. Grow up. There are real—
Hush, it's for your own good. Now let me do the legal genital check before you take a piss. You know, we passed a law that says that teachers can do that in school. Sorry, not teachers, gym teachers, or like the nurse can check your kids' genitals at school. Which sounds to me like the molest children bill. So, you know.
Real problems, and you are ruining people's lives over this stuff. Section 4, trans kids in healthcare. Oh, there we go. So trans kids are not being rushed into transition at any stage. Young lesbians are not being turned into boys because they played with trucks, and gay boys are not being turned into women because they liked the Spice Girls a little too hard. To address this claim of mass mutilation of kids, the Journal of the American Medical Association recently released 2 studies, both in June of last year and February of this year, using a healthcare database of insurance claims to evaluate how frequently these treatments are being done. So these people arguably have the highest degree of access to transition care, right? Anyone who's not accounted for by this would be paying out of pocket, so that number would almost certainly be—
You never know when there'll be an outbreak of the clap at the school. Okay. That doesn't mean that the gym teacher should be checking your 5-year-old's genitals in gym class, you know?
Smaller than the ones we're seeing here. And it's already vanishingly small. The study found that in a sample of over 5 million adolescents between 2018 and 2022, the rate of receiving puberty blockers was 0.02% for assigned female patients and 0.01%.
I don't know why we even, like, this is one of the main issues that I have when we talk about trans stuff. The academics, like, what was her name? God damn, I often link her. Erin Reed. Erin Reed, Arden Hart, Zephyr, whatever her name is, the congresswoman. Like, they try and answer every argument from the right, and I keep trying to explain to you guys that you don't need— Zephyr, thank you. That you don't need to answer these arguments. Every time they bring up, like, puberty blockers, just laugh at them and then move on. Don't take it seriously. Because puberty blockers are safe. They're entirely— we know that they're safe. Don't take the argument seriously. Don't give it any validity. Just, that's ridiculous. Move on. And if they get stuck on that, then leave. That debate's fine. Like, you're not going to make any progress there. If they refuse to engage with that, then it's not worth having that debate. It's not worth having that conversation. And it's not worth acknowledging this issue because it's not a real issue. The only way you should be acknowledging it is, you know, like, here's the data, and then just say, this is bullshit, and that's it. Like, you don't need 2 pages. You don't need the scientific results. And having them, obviously, to this audience matters, because this audience wants it. But, like, in general, this shit doesn't— like, no one— this is not less— this is actually less useful than useful. This does the opposite of what you want it to do. Lots of pedos are going to become teachers and using it as an excuse to molest kids. That's true, often the case. For some audiences, this is the correct approach. The transphobia on the left is a target audience this approach is tailored to. Yeah, and that I get. But, like, this is great here in this audience. But, like, on Twitter and shit, like, I see this stuff all the time, and it bothers me. You don't need to answer their questions. You should be controlling the conversation. You should be having them play defense. Erin Reed liked my Near Fed post the other day on Blue Sky. It was about Women's Liberation Group in Britain that gives speeches to the Heritage Foundation. Based tweet of yours, I guess. I don't really go on Blue Sky or Twitter much anymore. I've been spending a bit too much time on Twitter this week, but...
for assigned male patients. In a sample with 22 million adolescents, the rate of undergoing a gender-affirming surgery with a gender diagnosis before you turned 18 was 0.005% for minors aged 15 to 17 and 0.0001% for people 13 to 14 years old. 0 procedures were found under the age of 12. And when the study included minors without a transgender diagnosis, they found 151 gender-affirming surgeries on minors. 146 of them were gynecomastia breast reduction surgeries for cisgender males, meaning 6 cases of trans minors between June of 2023 and June of 2024 had surgery. Any trans person can tell you each surgeon has their own requirements, most of which are informed by WPATH guidelines that require us to be on hormone for multiple years before we even...
Discord put an AI art generator bot in every server that it can't be banned. It may be able to scrape images from the server for training. It seems like Discord's ham-fisted its way to start implementing it. Yeah, okay, that's another one. I forgot to talk about Discord. It is what it is. We'll have to deal with it. We need to find, like, different places to talk. Look, it's in everything. brain matter. Your phone has the AI that's scraping it. So does the Discord. So does your computer. There's nothing that's not. There's no getting away from it unless you're using Linux and you are like absolutely not touching any kind of these apps. Gynecomastia surgeries for cisgender boys or gender-affirming care. That's true.
We can get surgery, and even then, we still usually need a letter of recommendation from both a counselor and a doctor, and that's for adults, meaning these kids had to have been cases where one of three things happened. The doctor was negligent, the parents lied, or the likely option, they had extenuating circumstances that warranted an accelerated timeline.
Captain Buggy, it is, and also, like, Apple has that, so they look through all of your images and look for things that might be illegal. So does Google, by the way.
I don't know these families or these kids to be able to make that judgment, and you don't either. Now we need to talk about the cast review out of the UK, which was a literature...
Okay, no, I'm not doing that. We're not doing the cast review. That's fucking brain rot. Look, you guys understand the point, right? I think Discord thought nobody would notice. No, they didn't. They all did it at the same time. Like, Google put Gemini on my phone yesterday. Discord put this out. There's a bunch of shit going on. They're all upping their methods of scraping your data because they're all trying to race for ad revenue now. Because up until recently, like, Google was the one that held all of your data, that had everything that would sell you ads. Like, they were the big player. But over some time, you know, like, Apple has a nice little ecosystem. A lot of people use Apple phones, Apple laptops, and Apple watches. And so that's collected a lot of information on you. Same with Microsoft. They have a lot of data. They can use that data to sell you shit. So basically what private schools have been doing, but now it's legal, and some public school students from the hood is inevitably going to be like, oh, hell the fuck nah, before going to juvie for breaking a coach's face after getting released, spending the rest of high school in permanent popularity. I mean, yeah, I see that happening. I like my Discord because everyone calls everyone else a fed. Mutual distrust equals the ability to communicate in a safe way. I mean, you could have mutual distrust, paranoia, and an actual safe way to communicate. That would be better. Good things the ADHD stops me from focusing on ads. Yeah. We are the product and I hate it. I'll try and break away from it. That's what I'm trying to do. That's why I want to switch to Linux, because at the very least then my OS isn't spying on me. I already have like a decent system. It's just learning Linux. And then I want to get rid of this fucking thing. I want to throw this into a volcano, but I know I can't because it would make the volcano erupt, because this has things that are plastic in it. Plastic is made from oil, and once you throw oil in a volcano, it, even if it's like not oil anymore, it acts like it. To be fair, Maoist do fed post a lot and seems kind of fatty. One day we will all be oil. Maybe. No, not maybe. They will make us oil. We're gonna be biofuel soon enough. Jesus Christ. I wish I was joking. I wish I, like, wasn't. Or at least they could hurry the fuck up with it. That would be nice. Alright, so I think that's it for the day. I will be, again, going long tomorrow. And, it'll be fun. Oh, Cosmopolitics dropped in early, so we're going to... Oh, Iro! Thank you! Thank you. Never mind, we're not going yet. I do have to end YouTube stream because I can't play this video with YouTube stream on. So if you're on YouTube, jump over to the Twitch now. I will give you a link. Twitch.tv/Visora official. Jump over and we are going to watch Uncle Iroh. This is true. Yes, exactly. Exactly. I'm going to give everyone a minute to migrate over. And then we're going to get some advice, some wise advice. Anyway, thank you to YouTube chat. I will see you all tomorrow, and I hope you have a lovely evening. Good night.